獄。
Hey guys, I'm back with a new theory called what if Naruto was a Uchiha, Senju and Uzumaki and Madara's grandson. Overpowered Naruto, Mokuton Naruto, Rinnegan Naruto, Emperor Naruto. Please like, comment and subscribe, thanks. Konohagakure no Sato, the hidden village and leaves. Outside the walls, the village looks peaceful. It seems so peaceful that travelers forget about their travels and decide to live within the village. The man who leads the village is also known to be a peaceful man. But looks can be deceiving. If a person looks deeper within the shadows of Konoha, they won't see a peaceful village. The peace is just a mask, a veil that hides what is truly behind closed doors, the real Konoha. Within the shadows, Konoha is corrupt, from the leaders of the village to the civilians. Men and women inside the village breed nothing but hatred. They pass on hatred to their children as if it was a good thing. Children are taught to hate by their mothers at a young age, and their hatred is passed on like the flu. At night, when the kind-hearted rest, the breeds of hatred awaken and become the demons they so despise. They lock away the love within their hearts, reserving it for those they believe to be worthy of it. On the 10th of October, the Kyuubi festival, they all celebrate the defeat of the great demon fox, the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi, the beast that killed their loved ones, destroying their home on its rampage. Their beloved Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, defeated the great beast at the cost of his life. The death of their beloved Yondaime is another reason they hate the Kyuubi. The 10th of October, the day that their hatred seems to gain new life even with their celebrations. It seems to speak to them to do evil things without pausing to think of their actions. It possesses them like demons. This day, they act on their hatred, they express their disgust in actions. On other days they just allow their hatred to grow inside their hearts, only expressing it in the form of hateful glares. But on this day, they expressed their hatred in the form of beating the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the child whom the Kyuubi is sealed within. While some believe that by beating down the child, they're hurting the Kyuubi, others think that the child is the Kyuubi reborn into a human child without its power. A few of the villagers believe that the child is just a prisoner of the Kyuubi, not the Kyuubi itself. Those that think that the child is the Kyuubi believe that their beloved Yondaime Hokage stripped the Kyuubi of its power before sacrificing himself. Uzumaki Naruto had short spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a white short-sleeved shirt with an Uzumaki swirl in the front, orange short pants, and blue shinobi sandals. He was the 6-year-old Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, a human sacrifice. But to popular belief, Uzumaki Naruto was not a Jinchuriki, no, he was the Nine Tails. At the moment, he was now running for his life, with fear that no 6-year-old child should experience. Naruto wasn't aware of what was sealed inside of him. Nobody told him anything, they just kept shouting at him, saying he killed their loved ones. He didn't understand why they thought he committed such acts since he hasn't done anything wrong. It was only on his birthday that the angry mobs would chase him around the village and beat him within an inch of his life. But he always recovered in a day or two, no matter how fatal the injuries he suffered were. The other days they just stared at him with demonic eyes that made him feel unwanted, like an outcast, like he was some kind of disease. Their wicked eyes always weighed him down. They suffocated him. He used to cry at first because of the demonic eyes that always stared at him, but now he'd gotten used to them. He only cried when they beat him on his birthdays. Whenever he asked his Gigi why he always got those eyes from the villagers, his Gigi would always say that people hate everything they don't understand. The answer always confused him each time he heard it, but he never asked anything further as the Sandame would talk about something else. Running away from the angry mob was pointless. The villagers would always catch him no matter how fast his little feet ran, no matter where he hid. It was why he'd stopped running and simply waited for the pain to come. Today he would just receive the pain without asking questions. In the previous times when he asked questions, His questions seemed to infuriate them. They talked as if he knew what they accused him of. Even though he knew he didn't do anything wrong today, he would get beaten without saying anything or crying, for that matter. His tears always seemed to energize them, giving them more strength to beat him. Today he was going to try something different. Oh ho, the little demon has finally stopped running. Naruto said nothing. He knew that his words would aggravate the predicament he was currently in. Today, we are going to judge you for your crimes, demon. He would get judged even though he committed no crimes. What do you have to say for yourself? Each time before they beat him, they always asked him that question, and each time he would always say, "I'm innocent, please don't hurt me." His words would get him kicked in the face and angry outbursts. "You're innocent? You dare say that after killing my wife and my little sister? You aren't innocent, vermin." No matter the kind of answer he gave, it was always the wrong answer. Today he wasn't going to answer any questions. "You will answer me when I'm talking to you, demon," one yelled, gutting him. Naruto coughed and looked up to the man but remained silent. He was going to get beat even if he answered the question. It served no benefit to him if he answered. Whatever action he did or the words he uttered seemed to infuriate the mob further. One man from the crowd took out a kitchen knife and stabbed him in his hand. They all waited for him to scream, but he didn't this time. Blood just leaked from his hand while he just looked at it. "You're stubborn today, Kyuubi?" Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He had heard of the Kyuubi, but now he was just called it. He was just a 6-year-old orphan. Well, now he understood why the hatred seemed to intensify on his birthday. Now that he thought about it, he was born the day the Kyuubi attacked. But why would he be called the Kyuubi? Everybody knew the Yondaime killed the Kyuubi. He couldn't be the Kyuubi, could he? Hey, you know we aren't supposed to say that. The Sandaime forbid it. Ah, that old fool can't do anything. You've seen how kind and loving he is towards the demon. Yet we've been getting revenge on the demon for how long now? What has he done about it? Yeah, you're right. Let's just get our revenge and go back to the party before everybody goes home. Naruto clenched his eyes as the beating began. It hurt, but he took it all in without shedding a tear or making a sound. It was just temporary pain. He knew that he would be waking up inside a hospital in a day or two, and the first person he would see would be his Gigi. 2 days later, Konoha Hospital. Naruto couldn't move any part of his body, he couldn't open his eyes, and he didn't feel any pain. The only thing that seemed to be working was his ears. He could hear the sound of 2 voices speaking. He decided to just listen to what they were saying. "Hokage-sama, why don't you ask Jiraiya-sama to come back and take Naruto out of the village? I have already tried that Kakashi, but he refused. When I asked him, he told me, I can't take care of a brat while operating a spy network, and besides, you know I'm not fit for the parenting role." Even when I pointed out that Naruto was his godson, he still refused. "If it's okay, you can let me take care of him. I owe that much to his father," Kakashi suggested. "No, you are important and one of the strongest shinobi of the village. We can't lose you, not at the moment." "Then what are we going to do?" "I don't really know, Kakashi. I just hope that Naruto remains sane despite all the hatred he has to endure." "So you're just going to let the villagers who attacked him go without a more suitable and justified punishment again? There is nothing that we can do. We can't kill everyone who attacks him. If we did that, it would cause an uproar within the village. Go back to your post. I will talk to Naruto when he wakes up." "Hi, Hokage-sama." The voices became quiet, allowing Naruto to process what he had just heard. Naruto knew from that moment that he had a family that didn't want to take care of him. A family that abandoned him. It pained him to acknowledge that fact. He still couldn't understand or come to a better conclusion on what had happened to his parents. What he knew was that the Sandaime knew them and was keeping it away from him. It almost broke him to think that they, too, might have abandoned him like his godfather. But he refused to dwell on that because he didn't have any proof. The Sandaime knew everything but had been lying to him his whole life. He wasn't going to tell the Sandaime about what he had heard, but he was going to ask a few questions that he normally would. He was going to keep what he had heard to himself. He was going to find out the truth one way or the other. He also needed to find out about his connection with the Kyuubi. The Sandaime will only lie to him if he asked. It was pointless asking the old man what he knew. It didn't hurt trying, though. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, smiled when he saw Naruto's body begin to stir. He cared for the boy like his own grandchild. It pained him having to witness what the village he leads acts like to a mere child. Naruto opened up his eyes and looked at his body. His whole body was wrapped up in bandages. If one did not know any better, they would think that he just escaped from one of the Egyptian pyramids' coffins. He looked at the Sandaime. "It's good that you're awake, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded and looked down sadly before looking up at the Sandaime again. "Gigi, what did I do to make them hate me?" he asked sadly. He needed to see if the Sandaime could be honest with him. The Sandaime's smile dropped immediately. "Naruto-kun, people will always hate things they don't understand." The same damn answer. He hated that answer. "Why don't I have parents, Gigi?" "We have already gone through with that discussion, Naruto. Talking about it won't do any good. Now come on, let me take you back to the orphanage." His theory was confirmed. The Sandaime couldn't be honest with him. Naruto got out of the bed without saying a word and followed the Sandaime to the orphanage. 1 year later. Over the past year, Naruto lived as a cheerful person while behind the mask, he hid a calm demeanor. Also, he was not as dumb and naive as most people believed. Naruto had come to the conclusion that the old man knew lots of things about him. Things about who his parents are and why the villagers hate him. He hated the old man for this. Keeping him in the dark about things about himself made him feel betrayed. But over the past year Naruto had been able to find some answers he needed. His ways of getting answers involved getting lost in the Jonin lounge and overhearing their conversations. He had only been caught once out of the 5 times he had ended up there. Naruto couldn't get anything about his parents, but he had a depressing feeling that they were dead. The fact that they were dead would explain why he had no other family alive other than the godfather who abandoned him. A shocking discovery he made was that the Kyuubi was sealed inside of him. He didn't understand the concept of sealing or how it was done, but he knew that the Kyuubi was living inside of him. But it didn't make him the Kyuubi, it made him its prisoner. He now understood why the villagers always looked at him with hateful stares and their reasons for making his life miserable. Instead of seeing Uzumaki Naruto, they saw the Kyuubi. He didn't get why they would see him as the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi was just living inside of him. That didn't mean he was the Kyuubi. If he was only 7 years old and could understand that, why couldn't the villagers understand that? When he asked himself that question, he recalled what the Sandaime had always told him each time he wondered why he was hated. People will always hate what they don't understand. The Sandaime had been cryptically telling him that the villagers hated him because they didn't understand his situation. Despite knowing what he knew, his suffering did not end, it continued. It wasn't that he'd expected things to change after knowing why Konoha hates him. A group of villagers were on the verge of beating him up. Like last time, he would take the beating without complaints. The Sandaime had told him that he would always be hated because they didn't understand. Those words made him feel hopeless. They made him come to accept that his pain would never end. Naruto was backed against a wall in an alley just a distance away from his apartment. The Sandaime had given him the apartment because he had been kicked out of the orphanage, again. He liked his home despite it being cold and lonely. In his apartment, he didn't have to endure the abuse he suffered at the caretaker's hands. Today he decided not to roam around the village. He had stayed within his apartment all day. Unfortunately, he'd been dragged out of his apartment and thrown into the alley. Naruto looked at the demonic grins he was receiving from the mob. It was a small mob today. Many were not aware of where he lived. He closed his eyes and waited for the pain to come. He paused and waited, but the pain never came. He opened his eyes and looked around the dark alley. The mob had disappeared into thin air. He looked up and saw an old man in black with red eyes and a walking cane. The old man just stared at him without blinking. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before he asked, "Who are you?" The old man smiled at him and replied, "Your savior." Naruto stared at the old man. "My savior," those words repeated inside his head. "Why did you save me? No one in this village does something like that for me." Naruto's voice reflected his pain and sadness. The old man frowned at Naruto's words. It saddened and infuriated him to see Naruto in this kind of situation. I could not stand and watch foolish men beat up a child. He replied with a small smile. Naruto smiled slightly, he bowed his head, thank you. The old man found it amusing. He chuckled for a second before waving Naruto off. It's cold out here. Allow me to walk you home before you catch a cold and more fools decide to attack you. Naruto looked at the old man curiously. No one would be willing to help him unless they wanted something in return. He tried to think of what the old might demand from him, for saving him. But his mind couldn't find an answer. It's okay, I won't hurt you, the old man spoke sincerely. Naruto detected it because of the kind of life he's had to live. He had been forced to learn how to read people so that he might be able to know their intentions towards him. Seeing that the old man had no ill intentions towards him, he nodded and got up. They walked towards his apartment with the old man close behind him. No words were being exchanged between the two, they just walked in silence. Their walk was short. The alley Naruto had been dragged to by the mob was close to his apartment. Naruto opened the door to his apartment and stood there. Something was bothering him that he wanted to ask but was too afraid to. Go inside, the old man exclaimed while pushing Naruto inside his apartment with a cane. Naruto gathered his courage and asked his questions. Anyo, do you mind telling me your name so I can tell Hokage Gigi who saved me and what happened to the mob? The old man gave Naruto a sharp look. Naruto shrank down a bit and took a step back because of the fierce look he was getting. Don't tell your Hokage anything about me. If he asks who saved you, tell him you didn't see who saved you, he said in a firm voice. Naruto nodded vigorously. The look the old man gave him told him that there would be consequences, should he say anything. And as for the mob, I made it disappear. Naruto nodded, not even understanding what the old man meant. My name is Madara, he said before disappearing like he was never there. He wasn't afraid that Naruto would tell someone his name, for he knew Naruto was a lot more secretive than he let people believe. Naruto stared at the spot Madara had been standing for a moment before closing the door on his way inside. The events of the day had been enough for him. He decided to rest for the day, everything else he would do tomorrow. With those thoughts, Naruto threw himself on his bed. A few minutes later, the 7-year-old was snoring in blissful sleep. Hokage's office. It was rare for the Sandame to call Naruto to his office. Well, it was mostly because Naruto would always budge inside the office, uninvited. The Sandame's office was one of the 2 places he could visit without someone kicking him out. For as long as he could remember, he had always been inside the office waiting for his Gigi to finish his paperwork so that they could get some ramen. He liked it because other than the Ikarakus, the Sandame was the only person he could talk to even though the Sandame kept things from him. He had no friends to play with since the other children hated him like their parents. But not everyone his age hated him, they just didn't befriend him. The children his age only hated him because their parents told them to do so. Parents would even tell their children not to play with him and stay away from him because he was terrible. They would say it even when they knew he could hear them. It was as if they felt no shame for their actions. In the past few days, Naruto had spent much of his time at his apartment rather than spending time with the old man. He thought it was why the old man had called him to his office. The Sandame had a small smile planted on his face. He was happy, he had good news for Naruto. A part of him knew that the boy would be glad when he told him the great news. Naruto, I have some great news for you. This got Naruto's complete attention. I have registered you to the Ninja Academy so you can become a shinobi like you have always wanted. Naruto had always told him he wanted to become a shinobi. The Sandame's words replayed inside Naruto's head a few times before they suddenly sunk in. His eyes widened, and he jumped onto the Sandame and gave him the biggest hug he had ever given the old man. The Sandame chuckled, seeing Naruto's reaction. Naruto let go of the old man and gave him the widest grin ever. Thank you I'm going to become the greatest ninja to have ever lived in Konoha, that's a promise. Naruto yelled with a foxy grin and a thumbs up. Sit down, Naruto. I want to tell you something. The old man said, calming Naruto down. Naruto nodded and sat down on a chair just in front of Sandame's desk. Now, Naruto, tell me what is a shinobi? Naruto replied without even pausing to think. A shinobi is someone who can do those cool jutsus, he exclaimed. The Sandaime shook his head. No, Naruto, a shinobi is someone who fights to protect their village, those precious to them. Shinobi do not fight for their personal glory, but they fight for the glory of that which they protect, their villages. The kind of shinobi you will become will be determined by the kind of heart you have, not the jutsus you have. He paused, looking at Naruto. He gave the boy an academy-rated description of what a shinobi is, though, with Naruto, he was not sure if the boy would even take in what he had just said. I'm telling you this because, in a week, you're going to be starting your training to become a shinobi. You must know what you are getting yourself into. Naruto nodded. He understood what it meant to be a ninja, and he was ready for it. He needed to get strong for him to be able to protect himself from the village. He was not going to tolerate their behavior towards him forever. I understand, Gigi. Naruto, do you remember that you once told me that you wanted to be acknowledged by the village? When he was 5 years old, he had told the Sandaime that he wanted to be the strongest ninja and get the village to acknowledge him. By attending the Ninja Academy, you will get a chance to become a ninja. I want you to take the academy seriously. If you don't, you won't achieve your dream. Tell me that you will listen and take seriously what you learn in the academy. The Hokage said, trying to make Naruto understand how important it was that he listened to what he was going to be taught in the academy. He wanted Naruto to become a good shinobi, and to become a good shinobi, one had to listen well to the academy's teachings. I will take the teachings seriously, Gigi, that's a promise. Naruto exclaimed with a wide grin. Good, if you stay for an hour, I will treat you to some ramen. Naruto nodded and went to sit down. The Sandaime knew that if there was something that Naruto could not refuse, it had to be ramen. The boy seemed to love ramen more than anything. He looked at his paperwork for a moment. I won't be able to finish this paperwork before lunch. There are just too many of those papers to read and sign. Damn you, Minato, for dying without telling me how you finished your paperwork fast. The Hokage thought. You know what, Naruto? Let's go now, I will finish the paperwork when I get back. The Sandaime said, getting up from his chair behind his desk. Yes, ramen, Naruto exclaimed before rushing to drag the Sandaime out of his office to the ramen stand. The Sandaime chuckled slightly as he was being pulled out of his office by a 7-year-old. He liked this kind of moment because he had an idea that Naruto forgets about his hard life and focuses on ramen only. Ramen always got the boy excited. Treating Naruto to a few bowls of ramen was his way of ensuring that the boy was happy. He owed it to Minato to ensure that Naruto was happy. Naruto was a hero in his eyes, even though the foolish villagers refused to believe that. It was his job to make sure that the boy had a good life. He had already failed to make sure that the boy lived the life of a hero he was. Doing something like this was the least he could do for the boy. A week later, Naruto walked within the Ninja Academy grounds. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit he got from the Sandaime, goggles on his forehead, and black shinobi sandals. He had a huge grin planted firmly on his face. He was thrilled that he was going to the academy. Going to the academy was what everyone his age talked about. Everyone wanted to be in the academy, but he did not join the academy because it was a cool thing. No, he joined because he wanted to become a ninja and become strong enough to protect himself. The other kids joined the academy because they wanted to do what ninjas do, jutsus. They did not understand what being a ninja meant because they did not see what ninjas did on the battlefield. Their parents would never tell them about it since they do not want to scare them. He had the privilege of overhearing things that ninjas did when he had been lost in the Jonin lounge. The Jonins occasionally spoke about their missions, the guilt some felt for killing, and the pain of losing comrades during missions. He did not know what it felt like to take someone's life, but he did not hope to experience such a thing, even when he knew that being a ninja, he would have to kill to fight off his enemies. His time overhearing things had taught him lessons that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He walked past a couple of parents saying goodbye to their kids. He did not know how they would respond, seeing that he was entering the academy. Entering the academy meant that he would become a ninja one day, making things difficult for them to get their revenge. When the parents saw Naruto, their happy looks and smiles melted. They were replaced by the faces of numerous deals of animosity. They were displeased. The mutterings began. I can't believe the Sandame allowed it to enter the academy. What was he thinking doing that? It will only give the demon a chance to regain its strength. We have to do something about this before it gets too smart for its own good. I think I'll withdraw my son from this year's class. I don't want my son attending the same class as the demon. Hikaru, you see that boy? Don't talk or play with him. He is evil, do you understand me? Yes, Ka-san. Naruto's grin didn't disappear when he heard the words. He was used to the hateful comments, it was nothing new. He had learned to just live his life and smile like everything was okay. Even when nothing was okay, he still smiled like everything else was. Crying over the hurtful words wasn't going to solve his problems. Crying would only make him miserable. At least smiling infuriated them. They thought that he was ignoring them, and their hateful glares weren't doing their job. He continued on to walk inside the academy. The academy was huge and had a lot of students inside of it. Naruto looked around for where he was supposed to attend his class. Hey, it's that evil kid mother said we should avoid. Yeah, but he doesn't look that evil to me. If anything, he looks stupid. Who wears an orange jumpsuit? Who cares if he's evil or not, he's a new kid. We should teach him a few rules. Yeah, but not now. We'll be late for our class. You know how sensei is when we're late. Ah, I forgot about that. Let's hurry before we get yelled at. Naruto felt saddened upon hearing what his peers had been thinking of him. Even though some didn't care what their parents told them about him, they were still willing to hate him for no valid reason. Sometimes he hated what his life had turned out to be. The Yondaime was the one who cursed him. He was the one who sealed the Kyuubi inside him and left him to the vultures, who wanted nothing but to rip him into pieces. He had learned to hate the Yondaime Hokage for doing what he did. If the Yondaime hadn't sealed the Kyuubi inside him, he would never have had to experience the kind of life he experienced since birth. He didn't care if the Yondaime did what he did to protect the village. Konoha wasn't worth it. It didn't deserve him as a human sacrifice. They didn't know what it felt like to know that a giant nine-tailed demon fox is sleeping somewhere inside your body. Sometimes he had those kinds of thoughts, but he often stopped himself from having such thoughts. They didn't make him a better person. He walked towards his class and knocked. He was already late by a few minutes. Enter. He heard and opened the large two doors. Each eye was looking at him. Some students were staring at him with blank expressions, some in apparent distaste. The stares started to make him nervous. Naruto walked over to the two senseis, who were standing in front of the class. Both the sensei's stares showed animosity towards him. The other sensei hid it well, but the other who had a scar on his nose did not bother to hide it. It was like he wanted Naruto to know that he did not like him. Naruto handed the man his registration form. The man looked at the paper before looking at him. He looked back at his class. Class, we have a new student who will be joining, he announced to his class. Why don't you introduce yourself? Naruto nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be the greatest ninja, ya know. Naruto shouted out. He heard a couple of snickers and snorts but said nothing, he just continued smiling. Yeah, right, no doubt you will be the greatest ninja. Who knows when you do that? We might even wear a kill me jumpsuit like you. One student called out in evident sarcasm. Naruto noted it but did not comment. The whole class erupted in laughter. Even the senseis seemed amused by the sarcasm. Naruto just stood there with a wide grin while they laughed. That's enough. Nobody listened, I said that's enough. Now shut up. The scar-faced sensei yelled out, causing everyone to wince at the sound of his voice. My name is Amino Iruka. Iruka introduced himself to Naruto. This is my assistant Mizuki. Now go take a seat somewhere so I can continue with my lesson. Naruto nodded and walked towards the seat at the back of the room beside a window. He took his seat and looked back at Iruka. Now where was I? Yes, I was teaching you Konoha's history. Naruto stopped listening and looked outside the window. He was not interested in the village's history. The history did not ensure his survival, but ninja skills ensured that he would survive. He entered the academy to get the ninja skills he needed, not to learn history. If someone could have been willing to teach him, he would never have registered at the academy. No one was really willing to give the demon power. They feared that giving him power would only give him a chance to finish what he started 7 years ago. It almost amused Naruto that they hated him and feared him simultaneously. They hated him for the Kyuubi and were not afraid to express their hate, and yet at the same time, they feared that the sleeping beast would someday wake up and devour them. Even though their hatred had made them ignorant of some things, Naruto knew that deep inside their hearts, they knew he was nothing but a prisoner of the Kyuubi. It was why they also feared him. They feared that someday he would free the beast. They could only imagine the horrors the creature would cause should it be released from its prison. Naruto. He was snapped out of his thoughts by the angry voice of Amino Iruka. Can you repeat what I have been saying, Naruto? Naruto had not been listening to what the man had been saying. He had been lost in his thoughts. You see, I wasn't listening, he replied sheepishly with a grin. Iruka glared at him. Get out of my class, you'll come back when you've decided to take my teaching seriously. Naruto said nothing, he just took his small school bag and walked the walk of shame. He could not argue or refuse the punishment he was being given. Iruka was the sensei. He could do whatever he wanted with his students. And Naruto was his student. Had he turned around, he would have seen the smirk on Iruka's face. He left the room and went to the playground. He would go back to class after lunch. His sensei didn't seem like he even wanted him in the class. It was better to go back to class after some time had passed. Naruto was alone under a tree, trying to get some sleep. He was bored. None of the kids in the playground were willing to play with him. Sorry, but mother said I shouldn't play with you because you're a bad person, they kept telling him. He cursed the mothers for this. Naruto's apartment. The first day at the academy had gone far worse than he had anticipated. He had only thought he would have to deal with hateful stares only. But the bullying and insults from other students was not something he had thought he would have to deal with. It was hard, but he would have to endure till he passed the academy. One thing that had been a shock to him was that the senseis were unwilling to teach him. He feared that they would even go as far as to fail him. He had expected them to hate him, but he did not expect them to act the way they did towards him. He had expected them to be smarter than the rest of the village, to be able to understand that he was just a 7-year-old who was suffering from the harsh life he was living. The teachers, after all, were supposed to be smart. If he did not learn other things by himself, he would not learn anything from the academy. Sneaking into the library was his only option. He had been unable to do it in the past year. It was closely guarded, unlike the Jonin's lounge, which was not protected. But he would find a way to be able to get into the library undetected. His life depended on it. Naruto walked to his kitchen and opened a drawer in his kitchen unit. He looked at his store of food, which was uncooked ramen only. He was low on food and did not have enough money to buy any more. He sighed as he awaited the 3 minutes of hell, waiting for ramen to cook. The ramen was cooked, and he ate it blissfully. He felt that he needed more, so he decided to rest before he finished the little he had left. A knock on his door interrupted him from taking off his jumpsuit. He hurried to open the door. He opened the door and found the old man, Madara, who had saved him on his birthday. He just stood there staring at the old man. Madara was still in black and had 2 plastic bags on his left hand. Are you going to let me in? Naruto shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He let the old man in and closed the door behind him. Madara had already made his way to his kitchen table. Naruto followed suit. He looked at the plastic bags. One had a loaf of bread, apples, and oranges, the other had meat and some foodstuff he didn't know. What can I help you with? Naruto asked softly, trying not to sound rude. I brought you food. I saw that you were running low. Madara replied with a small smile. Naruto looked at Madara curiously before asking, how did you know I was running low on food? He hadn't told anyone that he was running low, not even the Sandaime knew of it. I came here while you were at the academy and checked. He replied with a shrug. You broke into my apartment. Naruto accused with a slight glare to the old man. What if I did? I didn't come here to steal anything. I came here to help you. Naruto asked the first thing that came to his mind, why would you help? The same question from the last time I saved him from the foolish villagers, Madara thought. Do you mean to say why I would help you knowing what is inside of you? He asked, pointing at Naruto's gut. Naruto wasn't surprised that Madara knew that he had the Kyuubi inside of him. Every adult in the village knew, it was only his generation that didn't know. But what surprised him was that the old man said that he knew that Naruto knew what was inside of him. He had realized from smart people that they thought he was not aware of his burden since no one was allowed to talk about it. But the question Madara asked was why he did not expect anyone to be kind to him, so he nodded. I don't see you as others see you. You are just a child to me. Madara said sincerely. Naruto nodded, he knew that a few smart people didn't see him as the Kyuubi. How did you know I knew about the Kyuubi? Not even the Sandaime is aware I know. Madara chuckled. I know a lot more about you than you realize, but that's not why I came here. Naruto nodded, thank you. But there is no ramen. He finished with a thought. Madara seemed to read his thoughts. You need to eat healthy food and fruits, or your body will not develop properly. Naruto nodded, the Sandaime had told him the same thing, but he didn't take the Sandaime seriously because the old man knew he wasn't allowed in other shops, even if he couldn't afford the food since they would overcharge him. If the Sandaime wanted him to eat healthy food, he would have brought him the food he wanted him to eat, knowing his problem. Thank you. Naruto thanked the old man again. I'm just doing what I can to help. He paused for a moment. How was your first day at the academy? He asked, trying to see if Naruto would lie about it. Naruto frowned. He really didn't want to talk about it. The old man was sincere with him and had helped him. It was fair for him to be honest, and he felt like he could trust the old man. Just like my birthdays except for this time there was no mob, and I didn't end up in the hospital, but I'll survive. He replied honestly. Madara nodded and smiled slightly. I know, that is why next week I will bring you some books for you to study. Naruto beamed up brightly the moment those words reached his ears. He didn't care for any other things. As long as he was going to get some reading done, he was happy. Really? Madara nodded. Yes, I'm getting old, and I don't have much to do. Helping you will keep me active. Nay old man, don't you have your own family? Don't call me old man, my name is Madara. He said firmly. Every old person did not like to be reminded that they were old. Naruto grinned widely, sorry. To answer your question, I don't have any family, they are all dead. He said without any hint of emotion. Naruto just nodded since he had no idea what to say. At least the old man had no one, just like him. Madara stood up, I better get going before it gets too dark to walk. Naruto nodded and walked the man out of the apartment. Madara smiled at Naruto before disappearing once again like he was never there. Naruto closed his door and went to the kitchen with a slight smile on his face. He had to be pleased. He finally had someone willing to help him other than the Sandaime. If Madara did bring him the books like he said he would never have to worry about getting caught in the library trying to steal books. It wouldn't matter if they didn't teach him anything in the academy. He could learn on his own, at his own apartment. His life had taken a new turn he hadn't expected. This day had its surprises, some bad and some good, but the good thing was he was going to sleep with a smile on his face. The food the old man had brought him was another good thing. He took an apple and went to his room to sleep without even packing the food he was given. He told himself he would pack tomorrow. At the moment, he needed to rest. Had they kept their mouths shut, he would have never been so bored. No matter how many times he asked himself why they saw a demon instead of the 7-year-old he was, he could never find a suitable answer. It's the new kid, let's play with him. Naruto heard a voice speak just beside him. What's your name? Naruto looked up to see two boys, 2 years his senior. They looked alike, and both had black eyes and short brown hair. Both wore dark green short pants, a dark blue long sleeve shirt, and blue shinobi sandals. He was quiet for a few moments trying to think of a way to handle the situation. He knew that it wouldn't end up well for him by the looks on their faces. He wasn't given enough time to think as he was suddenly lifted up in the air. First Academy rule, answer the question quickly when asked. The one lifting him up said before throwing him away. Naruto showed no reaction as he hit the tree by his back. He was used to pain, he was no stranger to pain, and it would go away sooner or later. One of the boys walked over to him and unzipped his backpack. He had a notebook to copy notes and his lunch. The boy took his things out. Naruto said nothing. Begging didn't help. Nothing helped in this kind of situation. It was better to just let them do what they wanted and get it over with. They would leave him alone after they had finished what they wanted to do with him. A foot crashed into his gut, making him grunt slightly. He didn't dwell on the pain. Something else mattered more than the pain. Naruto watched with sadness as his ramen spilled to the ground. He didn't have much ramen left or enough money to buy more ramen, for that matter. He had little money left in his monthly allowance. The Sandaime would never give him more money before the month could end. He had been overcharged a few things that he wanted that put a large dent in his wallet. Seeing the food he paid good money for being spilled like it was nothing saddened him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Next time, have a better lunchbox, they said as they walked away with proud smirks. They had succeeded in bullying Naruto. What made them proud was that the blonde was so afraid of them. He didn't even try to put up a fight. Naruto stared at his spilled ramen sadly. The next few years were surely going to be hard for him. But he would have to endure if he wants to be a ninja. Unknown location. A figure with red eyes, 3 tomo in each. One would define the eyes as the sharingan, walked in a slightly dark place. He had an impassive gaze on his face and a cane on his right hand. A plant-like figure appeared from the ground in front of him. It had yellow eyes, its right side was white while its left side was black, and it wore a black cloak. How did it go? It went well. The sharingan wielder replied, his voice not betraying the expression on his face. Did you tell him? The plant-like figure asked in a deep voice. No, not yet, I need to gain his trust first, but if I continue showing myself to him, he will ask questions which will lead me to tell him the truth. What now? For now, we wait, Zetsu, but we won't wait for too long. He replied, disappearing into the darkness. The plant-like figure, now revealed to be Zetsu, said nothing. He sank back into the ground, disappearing like he was never there. Hokage Monument. It has been 3 months since Madara started to bring him things. He now ate without having to worry if he was going to run out of food or not. Even though Naruto himself would deny it, he had gained some weight since eating a healthy diet. Madara brought him healthy food instead of the ramen he ate each time his stomach called for food. It was good for him since he did enjoy eating other food rather than ramen. His studies had progressed at a higher rate than he had expected. At the academy, he still acted like an idiot. It was Madara's idea that he didn't show people that he was smart. It didn't matter though, even if he wanted to show that he was smart, he would never get the chance because he was never asked to answer a question. Naruto agreed with Madara's idea. Showing that he was smart would attract a lot of attention he would instead not have drawn. He had gotten close to Madara in such a way that they ate dinner together on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They always did it in Naruto's apartment. He had never been or seen where Madara lived. The old man never really gave him a clear answer to questions about himself. He always gave him cryptic answers that he couldn't decipher. It was why he needed answers from the old man. He would ask the old man when he visited him today. He was going to get answers one way or the other. Naruto looked over Konohagakure from the Hokage monument with a solemn expression on his face. He sat on top of Shodai's head. He had stopped sitting on top of the Yondaime's head because he sort of hated the man. The Hokage monument was a place that brought him to peace with himself. There was no one to stare at him. He didn't have to listen to the whispers. He enjoyed the cool breeze that washed over him when the day was giving way to night. If he could live upon the monument, he would have moved up here already. He had only seen the Sandaime a few times in the past 3 months. The old man had been asking why he rarely visited him since entering the academy. He had told the old man the part truth of why he no longer visited like he used to. His meetings with Madara were to remain a secret till he felt like telling someone about it or Madara said it was okay. But even if Madara did say it was okay, he never really planned to tell anyone. The part truth he told the Sandaime was that he had been busy with attending the academy. He never missed a day. He was always present each day in class, looking like a fool. Other students made it a recurring matter that they make fun of him for his Kill Me orange jumpsuit. He didn't care what anyone thought about his jumpsuit, he would wear it till he chooses to abandon it. They could laugh all they wanted. He didn't care. Konoha was peaceful when looking over it from the Hokage monument. The children were roaming around the village playing games while the elders stood in their groups conversing. One could say it was an ideal village, but what was hidden under those masks of happiness were things that could frighten anyone. It sometimes amused Naruto because if he were to walk within the village streets, the adults would stop conversing and just stare at him, while others pretended like he didn't exist. Yes, there were people within the village who refused to acknowledge his existence. Something like that brought him more pain. It hurt him more than the pain he felt in one of his brutal beatings on his birthdays. Naruto got up and decided to visit the ramen stand. It had been a long time since he saw the Ikarakus. Naruto walked calmly to the ramen stand. It seemed that people could sense whenever he decided to visit the ramen stand and make way for him. Most of the time, when he went to the place, it was always empty except when he went with the Sandane. Naruto took a seat. Today, he would make up for the lost time. Ayame Ne-chan, he called out to his sister figure. Ayame was like an older sister to him, just as her father was like a grandfather. Both Ikarakus cared for him and did not care about how the villagers viewed him. They were the only ones to allow him to eat freely without overcharging him. Sometimes they would even give him free ramen when he had no money to pay. Naruto liked them too, they were kind people. They made him feel like he belonged within the village. A brown-haired girl with black eyes and in a white cloth stepped behind the counter from the kitchen. She smiled brightly upon seeing Naruto. She pulled him over into a bone-crushing hug. If Naruto was a pervert or understood adult things, he would have been over the moon. His head was perfectly placed between Ayame's breasts. All it did was make him feel uncomfortable. Ayame noticed and let him go. Naruto, I missed you. I haven't seen you in 3 months. Where have you been? Naruto grinned, scratching the back of his head. I got into the ninja academy, so I've been busy lately, he replied. The only words Ayame heard were, Ninja Academy, you're a student at the academy? Naruto nodded proudly. I'm so happy for you. I know my father will be pleased too. I'll give you 6 free bowls of ramen as my gift for making it to the academy. Good, then make it 26 bowls of miso and pork ramen, and keep them coming. Naruto said with a wide grin. Ayame shook her head and went on to get Naruto's ramen. The blonde still had his appetite for ramen. The number of ramen bowls Naruto ate still amazed her. Had he been an Akamichi, she wouldn't have been amazed. She was positive that Naruto could eat more bowls of ramen than an Akamichi. Something unheard of, nobody ate more than the Akamichi. But with the way Naruto ate ramen, anything was possible. She came back with 5 bowls, she would get the rest after he finished. How is the academy, have you? She cursed herself for almost asking if he had made friends when she knew that Naruto was not well liked. Boring, all they teach us is some useless things. They haven't started teaching us cool ninja things, Naruto replied. He did guess what Ayame wanted to ask in her unfinished question, but chose not to dwell on it. Ayame nodded. I can't believe my little Naruto is going to be a ninja one day. I will be a ninja, not just a ninja but the greatest ninja in Konoha, believe it. Naruto replied in a loud voice. Ayame smiled at his antics. She might not have seen him in a few months, but he was still the Naruto she knew and cared for. When will you graduate? I doubt you'll graduate anytime soon. You're a little too young to be a ninja, she said, going back to the kitchen to get more of Naruto's ramen. I don't know, they haven't told us how long we had to stay in the academy before we can become ninjas. Naruto replied after Ayame had returned with his ramen. Okay, promise me that you won't disappear again without telling me. It won't happen again, that's a promise. Naruto replied with a grin. Ayame nodded, I'll be in the kitchen. Call me if you need anything. She said, disappearing to the kitchen. Naruto nodded and ate his ramen alone. He was happy that Ayame was still the same. He finished all of his bowls and paid for them, leaving the ramen stand. He strolled in the streets of the village, ignoring the whispers from the villagers. Giving the whispers time would only cause a problem to him once he hears what they were saying. It was better to ignore them and live your own life. They could talk, but he wouldn't give it time unless they came and forced him to listen to what they were saying. Naruto increased his pace when his apartment came into view. At Naruto's apartment. Today was the day Naruto was going to meet with Madara again. It was this day he was going to get the answers he needed from the old man. Naruto sat down in his kitchen with a solemn look on his face. He was contemplating how he was going to start the conversation with the old man. It did not please him, knowing that people knew more about himself than he did himself. It was the same thing with the Sandaime. The old man knew things about him that he wasn't aware of but chose to keep them from him. He did not care for the reasons behind that decision. The fact was that important information was kept from him intentionally. Keeping things from him was not beneficial to him, in fact, it damned him. Because he had to independently come to conclusions, his mind could only make up things that ended badly. He lived in hell because the truth was being intentionally kept from him. He was condemned to live without knowing who his father or mother was when people knew about it but kept it from him. Madara was another situation. He couldn't figure out what the old man was hiding, but he knew that the old man was hiding things. There was no way Madara could have done all he has done for him out of kindness alone. He could never figure out what the old man was thinking. The old man was impossible to read. He could read the Sandaime, but not always. He was only able to read the old man when the old man wanted him to read him. Oh, he knew that the old man let him read him when he wanted Naruto to see that he was sincere. Other than that, there was nothing at all. A knock on the door snapped him out of his thoughts. He didn't bother to open the door. If it was the old man, he would open the door. That had been something he was used to. He had a feeling that the old man would never do anything to hurt him. That kind of assurance disturbed him as he knew nothing of Madara. He didn't wait too long as Madara stepped into his kitchen in his usual black attire. "Hello, Naruto." Madara greeted the boy. Naruto just nodded. He didn't feel like doing the usual chit-chat. Madara noticed but seemed amused by it. "I have questions that need to be answered." Madara's expression turned into an impassive one. "I was wondering when you would say that." His voice did not betray the look on his face. "Who are you? I know you are a lot more controlled, but I will ask you to be calm and don't freak out with what I'm about to tell you." Naruto raised a brow but nodded. "In the of the history books I gave you, there was a man called Uchiha Madara, correct?" Naruto nodded. "I know it may sound untrue, but I am that man." Naruto's eyes widened. That was just unbelievable. Madara lived in the times of the Warring States period with the first Hokage, and he was supposed to be dead by now. That can't be true. Madara died during his battle with the Shodan. Yes, that's what history books say, but that's not the truth. Even if Madara did survive the encounter, there is no way he could still be alive, unless he was an Uzumaki, but still, even if he was an Uzumaki, he still couldn't possibly be alive at this time. Madara had given Naruto books on the history of both Uzumaki and Senju clans. Madara sighed. The boy was not going to believe him, not now. "Okay, since you aren't going to believe me about that, how about I tell you about your parents?" Madara suggested, knowing full well that Naruto would forget about the previous conversation in favor of learning something about his parents. He was not disappointed. Naruto was in front of him with wide eyes. "Do you know who they were?" "Yes, now sit properly because this is going to be hard to take in," he said, knowing that Naruto hates the Yondaime for sealing the Kyuubi inside of him and telling him how close he was related to the Yondaime. Naruto nodded dumbly and went back to his chair. "Let me start with your mother. Your mother was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi." The moment those words reached Naruto's ears, his eyes became wide. He could not believe it. His mother was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and no one has ever spoken of the Kyuubi being sealed inside of another person. He shared the same burden as his mother did. Before it was sealed inside of you. The night of your birth, someone ripped the Kyuubi out of your mother's seal. Thus, the Kyuubi went on a rampage. Sadly, she died that night. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. He was at a loss of words because of what he had been told. He had a mother. He did not just fall from the sky. He was both happy and sad. He now knew a little of his mother. She was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He had taken up her burden. A part of him always knew that his parents were not alive. His mother died the day he was born, the day the Kyuubi went on a rampage. Kushina Uzumaki, that was his mother's name. A hole in his heart seemed to close slightly, but it could never be completely closed as it lacked a mother's love. Naruto smiled sadly before looking back at Madara. He wanted to thank the old man for telling him something that the Sandaime had failed to do. It was of great importance to him to know a little about his parents. His voice betrayed him, not a single word came out from his mouth. Madara continued, "Your father was Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. That fool and your mother died sealing the Kyuubi inside of you." Madara said. Naruto's blood began to boil furious, his body was heating, and it began to sweat. Clear anger flashed in his eyes. Madara seemed to like seeing Naruto boil in anger. Before his body could start releasing steam due to the heat on his body, Naruto calmed himself down. The bastard who cursed him was his father. He could not understand how any father would do that to his own child. Minato chose the village over his own son. The thought made him hate the man to a higher level. If he had the power, he would go to the Hokage's monument and destroy that man's face. The anger he felt was enough to make him draw out the Kyuubi's chakra unconsciously, but it receded once he calmed down. He was glad for whoever gave him his mother's name. He hated Namikaze, and everything that has to do with him. He hated the fact that the man's blood was inside of his body. If the Namikaze blood could be drained from his body, he would have it drained. "You look a lot like him, have you noticed?" The horrors continued for Naruto. He did look like a younger version of the bastard. He had the same blonde hair and blue eyes as the bastard. He could see pictures of the Yondaime smiling at him. "You might hate me, but you're still my son and you look a lot like me." He banished the thoughts quickly before he could do something he would later regret. Minato was a fool to think that the village would accept you as a hero. Naruto nodded. It was a foolish thought by the great Yondaime Hokage. How come no one has ever spoken of my mother's name? There is nowhere in history books that says she was a Jinchuriki? All records about her were destroyed, and her Jinchuriki status was kept a secret. Only a select few in high positions knew of it. His mother was made non-exist because of foolish beliefs. They celebrated the Yondaime as a hero while his mother was not spoken of. She died and no one ever speaks of it. Her name was not even written in the history books. He blamed the Yondaime for that. It was the same as him. He who carried the burden was hated, while the Yondaime who ran off to die was worshipped. He hated the bastard. If he was still alive, he would give nothing more than to see the man die a slow, painful death, while he watches. Naruto shook his head, banishing the evil thoughts that were on his mind. Thinking such things was not going to do anything good for him. It would just destroy him from the inside. He looked at Madara. "How come you know all of this? I'm sure none of the villagers know of it. If they did, they wouldn't dare hate the only child of their beloved Yondaime." He said the last part bitterly. "I know of this because I was Kushina's father, your grandfather. That is why I have been helping you for the past months." Naruto's eyes widened. The fact that the man called himself Uchiha Madara was long forgotten. What was important was that the old man had just said he was his grandfather. A part of him always knew that the old man was connected with him. A few tears dropped from his eyes. He had promised himself that he would never cry again, but he could make an exception just for this time. He was happy he had a grandfather. Naruto smiled, a true happy smile that Madara had never seen from the boy. A thought popped out of Naruto's head. If you were truly my grandfather, how come you were never there for me in the past years? Madara sighed. I had never returned to the village ever since I defected, and by the time you were born I could barely walk. It is through all kinds of experiments that I was able to get myself to be mobile again, though not forever. Somehow I believe that you are my grandfather, but I don't believe that you could be Uchiha Madara. Madara nodded. Given it time, and you will believe me. I don't doubt that you are an Uchiha because of your eyes. But I don't get it. You are Uchiha. If you are my grandfather, shouldn't that have made mother an Uchiha? It did, but your grandmother and I parted ways when she was still caring for your mother. Your grandmother was an Uzumaki, a seal master. When Kushina was born, she placed a seal on her that somehow made it impossible for Kushina's Uchiha blood to be dominant. Madara explained bitterly. He hated that woman for doing what she did, even though he had no use for a girl. Naruto nodded. Anything was possible with the art of sealing. A giant furball was sealed inside of him because of the art. So he would be foolish not to believe that something like that could be done. What he had been told had drained him of his energy. It was enough for his young mind. This is a bit too much for me. I think I need to get some rest. Madara nodded. I will come back in a few days. We have much to discuss, he said, taking his leave. Naruto went away to his bed to get some rest. It would help clear his mind. What he had learned today was too much for him. Tomorrow he was not even going to the academy. He needed to deal with the information he had been told first. The Sandaime had hid too much information from him. He was not going to confront the old man about it. No, everything would continue just as it had been, that was for certain. But other things were surely going to change. He had a grandfather, a family who cared for him. That was enough to change everything. Another certain thing was that he did not have a father and never had a father. As far as he was concerned, Minato Namikaze was not his father. He forfeited that right when he cursed him and died a hero while he was condemned to live a cursed life. Naruto sighed as he jumped into his small bed. He did not even bother to take off his jumpsuit. Rest was more important than undressing. A few days later, Madara was staring at Naruto with an impassive gaze. He had returned to see Naruto and discuss a few things with the boy. There was no need for him to be smiling. He had already told the boy everything. It was why he was not smiling at the moment. Have you cleared your thoughts? Naruto nodded. Yes, grandfather, he replied with a smile. He had come to accept that the old man was his grandfather. Madara's face remained impassive. Good, now then, you and I have a lot to discuss, but not here. Madara said, taking Naruto's hand. Both disappeared into thin air. Naruto found himself in a dark place. Follow me, Madara said, walking away from Naruto. Naruto followed his grandfather into the darkness. They appeared in what appeared to be a kitchen, both taking their seats. What is this place? This is my hideout. I have been hiding out in here for years now. Are we out of Konoha? Yes, now enough of those questions. I am happy that you have believed that I am truly your grandfather. For a Jinchuriki, especially the Kyuubi, you are bound to face tough challenges ahead. Your life will always be in danger of being taken. Once other villages know that you are a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, they might try to kidnap you for the power of the Kyuubi. It is my duty to ensure that when the challenges do come, you can protect yourself. That is why from now on, as your grandfather, I will make sure that you are trained. I will be your sensei. Do you have a problem with that? Although the question was asked, the tone in which the question was asked gave Naruto the thought that he really did not have a choice. So he shook his head. Good, I only have a few years before this body gives up. I have lived too long. In these few years I must train you and make sure that I build your body to be a powerful body. He paused for a moment. Naruto, you will have to live 2 lives from now on. What I show you here can never be revealed to anyone until I say so. Is that clear? Naruto nodded. I will cast a powerful genjutsu on you, to hide the changes that will occur to your body once you begin training. When do we begin training? Now. What? Listen boy, I don't have much time. I allowed you to enjoy your childhood for the past months, but from now on you will no longer be pampered like a child. Your childhood is over. Naruto looked at his grandfather with wide eyes. The man was taking over his life. Madara sighed, looking at Naruto. Fine, we will begin your training in a week. For now I will show you around the hideout so that you can become familiar with it. Gigi, what about the academy and Konoha? You will be at Konoha. We will just have to find a way for you to be at 2 places at once as time goes on. Madara showed Naruto around the large hideout. But he did not show Naruto everything. He only showed him the rooms and training ground he would use when he is in the hideout. There was another time for the boy to see everything within the hideout. Naruto had to know everything he needed to know before he saw everything in the hideout. Now was not the right time to tell Naruto everything. After he had done that, he took Naruto back to Konoha. He would go fetch the blonde in a week to begin the training he needed to give the boy. Naruto was excited, although a bit sad that his grandfather was too demanding. He was just happy that he was going to get real training done. Soon he would be able to defend himself. He was also sad that his grandfather did not have much time. But a few years was enough, at least he would have known his grandfather. His grandfather spoke of his death like he was going to die soon. Academy. Naruto walked into the class with his usual grin planted on his face. He had been early for the class today because he had missed classes the previous 2 days. He went and took a seat next to a sleeping boy with black hair. "Shikamaru," Naruto called out, waking up the sleeping boy. He had been able to find a few people he could talk with and play with whenever he was at the academy. They were like his friends. Nara Shikamaru, the Nara clan heir, was smart, too smart for his own good. He had been the first person to talk to Naruto kindly. Shikamaru, despite being a genius like any Nara, he was lazy. The boy spent his time sleeping or looking at the clouds. He seemed to be always bored, like there is nothing that can interest him. Shikamaru was understanding and different from other kids. He knew that Naruto was hated through observation. It was why he had invited Naruto to play with him and his friends. Despite knowing that Naruto was hated, Shikamaru did not know why. His brain had been unable to find an answer. Shikamaru had a friend who was also a clan heir, Choji Akamichi. Choji was just as kind as Shikamaru, though he did not possess a great mind as his best friend. Like all Akamichi, Choji was always eating chips at the academy. Nothing other than food excited the boy. He would even go as far as to drool if someone spoke of barbecued meat. Naruto met the boy when Shikamaru had asked him to come and play with him. Choji and Shikamaru were the only 2 Naruto would consider friends. He spent his breaks with them. Both avoided trouble at all cost. Shikamaru found it too troublesome to get involved in a hustle. The 2 were not the only people who did not treat Naruto with hatred. He also knew Kiba Inuzuka, the loud, brash heir of the Inuzuka clan. Kiba always liked to be seen as the dominant alpha. Naruto guessed it was just the Inuzuka blood acting up. It was as if Kiba felt he needed to make his position as alpha known whenever he felt threatened. Kiba was always with his puppy, Akamaru. They were always together. Kiba would freak out should Akamaru go missing for a minute. It was a custom that any Inuzuka have a dog as a partner, as their fighting style involved working with their partners, which were their dogs. Shino Aburame, the Aburame clan heir. Naruto did not understand the boy at all. Shino was always quiet and never showed any emotion. He was smart but not like Shikamaru. The troublesome blonde, do you have to wake me up every time you find me sleeping? Shikamaru grunted, shifting his head. Naruto grinned, did your mother wake you up too early again? If there was something that Shikamaru found more troublesome than anything, it was his mother, and he also feared her more than anything. His mother did not like his lazy attitude. It was why she had taken it upon herself to wake Shikamaru each morning. If she did not do something like that, Shikamaru would avoid coming to the academy as he found it boring and troublesome, or he would be late to class every day. Yes, that troublesome woman never lets me sleep peacefully. Where have you been in the past days? Home, did not feel like attending the previous days. Naruto replied with a shrug. Man, I wish I was you. Shikamaru said, going back to sleep, making Naruto shake his head. Naruto felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned around to see the person who had been staring at him. The Hyuga heiress looked away quickly upon seeing that she was caught staring. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto thought while looking at the Hyuga heiress. He found the girl weird. She acted oddly around him. What Naruto had been able to understand about the girl was that she was very shy and lacked self-confidence. Her behavior was amusing to say the least. It was also unheard of for a Hyuga to lack self-confidence, especially a heiress of the clan. Hyuga were much more disciplined and self-controlled, taught a superiority complex at a young age. It made Naruto wonder what might have happened to make the girl lose her self-confidence. That side of the girl, a side that lacked confidence, Naruto saw it as pathetic. The world had no place for people who did not believe in themselves. Once you failed to believe in yourself, you were hopeless. You can never hope to achieve anything if you lack self-confidence. But despite her lack of self-confidence, Naruto did notice that she was kind-hearted. Naruto's eyes were taken off the girl as the doors burst open, revealing Sasuke Uchiha. the top student of the class. Naruto did not like the Uchiha's attitude. It was why he never spent a second wasting his thoughts on the boy. The Uchiha looked out of breath. Fangirls, Naruto thought. The Uchiha was popular in the female department. He was usually being chased around the academy by his fangirls. Sasuke did not seem to like girls. In fact, he tried by all means to avoid them. When he could not avoid them, he ignored them when they tried to speak to him. Some of the boys in the class wished they had the young Uchiha's luck when it came to girls. Girls threw themselves at the Uchiha, while they had to try hard to get a girl to talk with them. Kiba resented Sasuke for that fact. He even went on as far as to try to embarrass Sasuke to get the girls to like him and leave Sasuke. The result, Kiba ended up in a hospital bed, not because he got beat up by Sasuke. No, it was rather the fangirls that pummeled the boy. From that day till now, Kiba has learned to hate Sasuke. The doors burst open again. Two girls rushed into the class. One was wearing a pink dress, she had pink hair and green eyes. This girl's name was Haruno Sakura, the president of the Uchiha fan club. On her right was a blonde-haired girl the same height as Sakura. The girl's name was Ino Yamanaka, heir of the Yamanaka clan. She was the vice president of the Uchiha fan club. Both girls were huge admirers of Sasuke. They were best friends and rivals when it came to fighting for Sasuke's attention and affection. None of the girls have had any luck so far, but their failure encouraged them to do more. Sakura was way too loud for Naruto's liking. He has clashed with her a few times. Sasuke knew that Naruto was not the most liked in the class, thus he often chose to sit next to Naruto to drive away the fangirls. His choice drove away most of the fangirls but not Sakura. She would yell at Naruto to get him to go sit somewhere else so she could sit next to her, Sasuke-kun. Naruto obviously refused to do so each time, but his refusal would only get him smacked in the face by the girl. Despite her being weak, her punches really hurt. The class began to fill and the mutterings began. Naruto thought of taking a nap but decided against it, seeing that Iruka would show up in class at any time soon. A minute later, the Chunin teacher walked inside the class with a stack of paper. The class quieted down, as the students did not want to fall victim to Iruka's wrath. Iruka smiled at his students. "Good morning, my students. I hope you are prepared for the test." Naruto looked at Shikamaru with shock written all over his face. "Hey Shikamaru, why didn't you tell me that there was a test today?" "It was too troublesome," Shikamaru said with a yawn. Naruto said nothing. He did not care about passing the test. He still had a few years in the academy to make up for lost time should it be necessary. He was the demon and an idiot he would give them, for anyway. They were given 30 minutes to complete the test. The test was not that hard, it was just a history test. There was nothing that Naruto did not know, but to be an idiot that people wanted to see, he answered the questions that even someone with half brains would answer. The only questions he answered were the ones where they asked the names of Hokages. After the test, Iruka gave them a lecture before letting them go home. Naruto walked beside Choji and Shikamaru as they made their way out of the academy grounds. "Naruto, Shikamaru and I are going to get some barbecued pork. You can come with us if you want to," Choji said, rubbing his stomach. Naruto shook his head. "Sorry Choji, I will pass today." "Man, I had thought we would do another eating contest. Well, that just means more food for me." Naruto chuckled. "I will see you guys tomorrow," he said, increasing his pace. "Come on Shikamaru, let's get going before your mother comes looking for you." Shikamaru said nothing, he just followed Choji. If his mother was to find him at this time, she would have him do hard work he would rather avoid. A few days later, the Uchiha massacre, one of the greatest tragedies to have ever occurred in Konoha, beside the Kyuubi's rampage. The whole Uchiha clan was massacred by Uchiha Itachi, only leaving his little brother Uchiha Sasuke alive. One man massacred an entire clan in a single night. The Uchiha clan was supposed to be the strongest clan in Konoha since their great rivals, the Senju, had now gone extinct, and only one person was alive from the great Senju clan. Uchiha Itachi, he was said to be a prodigy, the strongest Uchiha alive. Naruto wondered what kind of power Itachi must have possessed to be able to massacre an entire clan in one night. He had to be surely powerful to pull off something like that. The reason the Uchiha had killed his clan was that he wanted to test his power. It was a reason that would make everyone think that he had lost it, power had corrupted him. From what Naruto had been hearing about Itachi was that Itachi had been a kind and peaceful person before he became an Anbu. After he had become an Anbu, he became cold and distant. A change that not many liked, but he still did his job as a shinobi with all his heart. What was certain from those who knew him was that Itachi loved Konoha. That was being questioned by everyone, who loved a village and still massacres the village's strongest clan, his own family. The Uchiha fled the village after he had massacred his own clan and was now labeled an S-rank missing nin. Only a select few had been able to reach that level of being ranked S-rank. S-rank level shinobi could fight against a Kage, but not all could defeat a Kage. Still, for Itachi to reach the level of S-rank while still being a teen was something worth applauding. Not many people could achieve the kind of feat that Uchiha Itachi had achieved. Konoha was in chaos. Their great clan had been massacred. Some clans increased security in their compounds to ensure that the tragedy that fell on the Uchiha did not hit them. No one knew if another clan prodigy would massacre his clan just to test his strength. Itachi had done it. Who knew another prodigy would not follow his path? Naruto did not feel sad that a clan he was part of was massacred. He did not care about what happened to them. He just pitied Sasuke, knowing that the young Uchiha would be crushed. Having your own brother kill your parents and your clan was something that one could not just shrug off as if it was nothing. Naruto sighed as he walked inside his grandfather's hideout. His grandfather was beside him. They arrived at a large clearing. The place Madara had told Naruto would be his training ground. "Grandfather, do you know of the Uchiha clan massacre?" Madara nodded. "Yes, those traitors got what they deserved." Naruto looked at his grandfather curiously. He had come to accept that his grandfather was indeed Uchiha Madara, the former Uchiha clan leader and co-founder of Konohagakure. He thought the man would be a little sad that a clan he once led was massacred. "Why do you call them traitors? When I founded Konoha with that other man, Konoha selected him as the first Hokage instead of me. I told my clan that the Senju would oppress us and seek to control us. But those fools refused to believe me and supported Hashirama. They said I had lost it. Over the past years the Uchiha were stripped of their power in Konoha, and reduced to mere police force with no real power." Madara said, looking at Naruto. Naruto could see that his grandfather was truly happy that the Uchiha clan had been massacred. Another thing he noticed was that his grandfather held a great deal of animosity towards Hashirama. But he still respected the man for his power. How powerful do you think Uchiha Itachi was, to be able to massacre his own clan? He is strong for a shinobi of this generation, but he is nowhere as strong as I was in my prime. Madara paused for a moment. Do you really believe that Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan because he wanted to test his power? Naruto nodded. Madara shook his head. They were killed because of ignorance. They had come to realize that Konoha leaders were pushing them away from the village they founded. They had lost any power they had and could no longer influence the village in any way. They had also lost trust in the eyes of many Konoha villagers because they were blamed for the Kyuubi rampage, as some believed that the Kyuubi was being controlled by a sharingan. Had they listened to me, nothing like this would have happened. I still don't understand how that got them killed. They were attempting a coup d'état to take over the village. It was the only way they could get their power back. Something like that would have led to a civil war. Other villages like Kumo and Iwa would have taken the opportunity to attack Konoha. Madara explained, seeing no point in leaving his grandson in the dark about the truth. Naruto had wide eyes at the implications of what his grandfather was saying, so Itachi killed his clan to avoid a civil war. Madara nodded. You catch on fast. How do you know this, Gigi? You spend your time here and the massacre only occurred 4 days ago. Madara smiled, placing his hand on top of Naruto's head. I know everything that happens in Konoha. Nothing can be hidden from me. I am a co-founder of the village. When the village was built I was there. He paused, retrieving his hand. Now shall we begin our training? Yes, I think I will stay here for a few days since the academy has been closed for 3 weeks. Naruto said. Madara nodded, he already knew that. Before we begin your training I want you to meet someone. Zetsu appeared from the ground. Naruto, this is Zetsu, he already knows you. Naruto waved his hand at Zetsu and then looked at Madara, what is he? Madara chuckled slightly, he is my spy, my creation. Naruto only understood the spy, he did not understand what Madara meant by creation. It was not possible for someone to create life, right? You can go. Zetsu sank back to the ground. Madara turned to Naruto, we will begin your physical training. I need you to have a strong body. For the next year you will not go back to Konoha but you will be in training each day. After you awaken your sharingan we can then focus on ninjutsu. Won't the Sandaime start looking for me if I go missing for that long? Don't worry, I will help you create a blood clone that will replace you in Konoha for the next year. The clone will last for a year, it will be a replica of you, no one will tell the difference. Naruto nodded and smiled brightly, now let's begin with the training. He yelled, struggling to contain his excitement. Madara grinned. It was a grin that made Naruto think twice about allowing his grandfather to train him. The grin Madara had promised pain, a painful training that Naruto would soon have to endure. Madara did not stop grinning as he was busy picturing the torture he was going to put Naruto through. Grandfather, are you okay? Madara stopped grinning. Yes, I'm okay, now put these weights on. Naruto put on the weights that went on both his legs and arms, but found it nearly impossible to move. He looked at his grandfather thinking that he would let him do half the weight, but his grandfather shook his head, do 50 laps, after that 50 sit-ups, 50 push-ups, 50 squats and 100 punches and kicks on that dummy. I will be watching your progress from here. Naruto stood unmoving for a moment. His grandfather hit him in the head with his cane telling him to begin his training. Naruto dragged his body and began his training, which he believed was a little harsh for a 7-year-old. At the end of the day Naruto had lost consciousness. Zetsu had to carry him off to his room within the huge hideout. When he woke up he cursed his grandfather. Madara was quick to point out that Naruto's healing abilities were strong because of his genes and that he housed the Kyuubi. Because of this, any damaged muscles would be healed while he was sleeping. It would be foolish not to take advantage of that. Though Naruto could agree it would be foolish to not take advantage of his healing abilities, it did not mean he had to like the kind of training his grandfather was putting him through. Don't worry, it only hurts this much because it was your first day. Once you get used to the weights, and your body adapts to the training program, you won't be complaining anymore. Madara said. Naruto just nodded, he needed to rest. The old man had told him when he woke up they would have to begin the training in the morning, only taking breaks to let him recover. A long 6 months later, Madara had just finished telling Naruto about the Sage of Six Paths. He needed to start at the beginning for Naruto to understand the things he was going to do to his body. Naruto listened well when his grandfather was telling him about the sage and his legendary eyes, the Rinnegan. The eyes that gave the sage the ability to learn any jutsu in existence, control over life and death. Something like that really made the man a god. You had to be God to have control over life and death, to be able to bring the dead back to life. The sage had 2 children, Senju and Uchiha. The Senju possessed the sage's physical power and life force while Uchiha possessed the sage's eyes. In my fight with Hashirama I was able to get his cells and infused them in my body. As I told you, the sage was made out of Uchiha and Senju. I experimented on myself trying to achieve the power of the sage. With Hashirama's cells I was able to get his power, the ability to do Mokuton Jutsu. At my old age, I was able to unlock the Rinnegan because I had both Uchiha and Senju powers. Naruto looked at his grandfather's eyes. Madara spoke. I transplanted them to a Uzumaki orphan. Why did you do that? He could not understand why someone would give away a powerful dojutsu like the Rinnegan. I will tell you about it later, right now we have other things to deal with. Naruto nodded. So the reason you have Hashirama's face on your chest is because you infused his cells into yourself? Madara nodded. Naruto, I want to infuse you with Hashirama's cells. I might hate that man, but I respect him for his power. I know Mokuton is powerful, which is why I want you to be able to use it so that you may be able to stand against your future enemies. Having Senju cells will allow you to awaken the Rinnegan once the cells bond with yours. Naruto was quiet for a few moments. Whether he liked it or not, his grandfather seemed set on to do whatever he wanted to do to his body. Grandfather, will I also have Hashirama's face on my chest? I already look like Namikaze, and to have Hashirama's face on my body will be too much for me. Madara had been teaching Naruto to hate Senju, especially Hashirama. So to Naruto, looking like his father who he hated was already punishment enough. Having Hashirama's face on his chest would be too much for him to bear, since his grandfather made him hate the man. You won't have Hashirama's face on your chest. When I first transplanted Hashirama's cells onto myself, I was still inexperienced. Though I gained the power of Mokuton, it came with a side effect, which was the man's face being on my chest. Over the years I had Zetsu study and come up with a way to better infuse his cells onto someone without any side effects. Of course, since Hashirama cells are powerful, coming up with a solution was hard, but eventually with time and patience I was able to crack the code. Once I infuse you with the cells, they will bond with your body, they will be part of your own body. You will no longer have Hashirama's Mokuton and Senju cells, but you will have your own Mokuton cells. Your body will produce Uzumaki, Senju and Uchiha blood all at once without any side effects. If I didn't come up with a solution and did it like myself in the past, Hashirama's cells would have overcome you, killing you when your body is weak and you don't have the chakra to suppress them. Fine, let's do this. I need to go back to training, Naruto said. He had come to enjoy his training, once he had gotten used to the weights his grandfather made him wear. Naruto had worked solely on the physical aspects. Every morning Naruto would wake up and do his workout. Currently he would do a 25-mile run, 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 300 pull-ups, 300 squats, 500 kicks and 500 punches. Every 3 weeks he would add 10 miles and 100 more of each exercise. His grandfather gave him this training regimen to get the best results. He felt strong physically. Despite not training in ninjutsu yet, he enjoyed his training. He was building his body for power, durability and speed. Also he was making his body tough so it could endure longer fights without tiring too easily. One may have an arsenal of jutsus, but if you are slow and are fighting against a fast enemy, your jutsus become useless because you would not be able to do hand seals, as the enemy will get you before you even think of a jutsu you want to use. Madara nodded and motioned for Naruto to lie down on an operating table. He grinned as he put Naruto under anesthesia for Zetsu to begin the transfusion. He was building up a powerful body. He only wished he was still young to see the kind of power the boy would have at his disposal. The boy could have proved to be an interesting opponent that would push him to his limits. Only Hashirama had been able to do it. There was no other shinobi that made him fight seriously other than Hashirama. He knew for sure that by the time Naruto reached his mid to late teens, and if he trained hard, he would probably be stronger than him or maybe Hashirama. Naruto, already at his age, was a chakra freak who inherited his powerful Uchiha genes from him. Also, the boy was Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan naturally possess incredibly strong life forces. As such, they have very long lifespans and likewise age slower. Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife, was born before the founding of Konoha yet lived well into the reign of the third Hokage while still retaining full coloring in her hair. This also enables them to survive and endure much more severe injuries while likewise able to recover from injuries and exhaustion with much greater efficiency in short periods of time. These traits are strong enough to survive the removal of tailed beasts, although they are still left severely weakened afterwards. On top of that, his father also had large chakra pools to perform the Hirishin constantly and also take on the 9 tails during its rampage. Last but not least, he was the Jinchuriki host of the strongest Biju. Naruto wasn't fully Uchiha. He is also an Uzumaki and Senju since he had infused him with Hashirama's cells and DNA. He took traits from all and yet, he seemed to be something entirely different. Madara watched as Naruto trained hard with his weights while Zetsu monitored him. The weight Naruto was training with would be hard for the average shinobi to handle. a feat that probably would have fractured the bones of any other child his age. Naruto's chakra was already strong without training, and his body was more durable in every way when compared to an Uchiha or Senju child. If anything, the presence of an Uzumaki body would merely enhance the boy's pre-existing natural talents such as the sharingan and chakra strength to a greater level. To what level was anyone's guess, seeing as the natural birth of a child with Uchiha and Uzumaki genes had never occurred during the entire duration of recorded history, Kushina being a modified exception. Kushina was born with exceptionally potent chakra and large chakra reserves even by Uzumaki standards. The same could be said about himself. There was no full-blooded Uchiha since him to ever match the amount of chakra he had and its potency. His little brother Izuna had been strong and had above-average pools of chakra and a Mangekyo Sharingan, but still he was nowhere near him in terms of strength. It has been nearly 6 decades since his rival Hashirama died, and during all that time there has been no shinobi who could match them in strength. Not even their clansmen. Madara then looked at Naruto. Beside his blonde hair, when it came to looks and personality, Naruto was truly Madara's grandson, especially regarding their minds. Taking all of that into consideration, Naruto would be a freak of nature when he grows older. There was also a chance Naruto could awaken the Rinnegan far sooner than it took him, if he had to guess, maybe in his late teens or early 20s if lucky enough. But that was much further down the line from now. Naruto hadn't even awoken the Sharingan yet, he still had a long way to go before then. Time skip, 2.5 long years later. A 10-year-old Naruto was watching over Konoha from the Hokage monument. Both his eyes showed a fully matured Sharingan. A Sharingan that he had fully matured in 4 months. After his grandfather had finished working on his body, he had Zetsu take him out of the hideout. He was taken to a bandit camp and Zetsu disappeared, leaving him in front of a camp of 25 overgrown men. They were not pleased seeing Naruto in their camp and were not just going to let him go away. Stepping inside their camp meant he had seen things that they preferred not be seen by other people. If Naruto was to run off and tell people of what he had seen, it would prove troubling for them. The village nearby was surely going to hire shinobi to get rid of them. Shinobi were not people they liked to deal with. Naruto knew that he was going to have to fight with the bandits. He had been itching for a battle after all. He needed to test how far he had gone with his training. And so he fought with his enemies. They were weak, not as strong as shinobi, but their numbers proved too much for Naruto. He was almost killed, but his experience of almost getting killed awakened his Sharingan. Zetsu came and finished off the remaining bandits. He took a guilt-stricken Naruto back to the hideout. Naruto felt horrible for killing. To take someone's life had left him feeling like a monster. Especially after knowing that he had just killed just so he could awaken his Sharingan. He was happy that he had awakened his Sharingan, but the way it was awakened was not a way he liked. It took a beat down by Madara's cane for Naruto to stop feeling guilty. The experience of killing and Madara's influence left Naruto with better control over his emotions. Over the past 2 years, he had worked a bit in ninjutsu while also gaining mastery over his Sharingan, with a lot of physical training with the help of weights. He trained mostly alone since his grandfather was old and not as mobile as a sensei should be. He only gave Naruto instructions and advised whenever Naruto was having troubles with something. The thing he hated about his grandfather was that he was a perfectionist. Every little mistake that Naruto made was pointed out. He was never satisfied with good, only perfection made him smile. The Hashirama cells that were implanted on him by his grandfather 2 years ago had bonded with his body perfectly. After he had awakened his Sharingan, his grandfather had begun to teach him all the basic hand signs that were used to perform jutsu. Flashback. Alright Naruto, now that you have awakened your Sharingan, I will start teaching you ninjutsu. But before that I will be showing you the 12 basic hand seals that are needed in order to perform ninjutsu. Generally there are no rules about connections when doing hand seals. The snake seal is usually connected with earth and Kekkei Ginkai that use it. So most Mokuton jutsu will require it. When you master it to the point of needing one seal, usually it will be a snake seal. The bird hand seal is used with water style and most of Kekkei Ginkai based on it. The Tiger Hand Seal is used with fire jutsus and all Kekkei Ginkai based on it, also Half Tiger is used to disable Genjutsu. Rat is connected with the Nara clan jutsu. The Dog Hand Seal is connected with wind. The Dragon Seal is connected with lightning and all dragon types of ninjutsu. But remember that it's not a rule and sometimes fire can be connected with the Dragon Hand Seal. Explained Madara, looking at Naruto who was watching closely. So it's sort of a guideline? Asked Naruto. Exactly. I want you to go through all 12 seals and work on the speed and accuracy of them. Remember that in a fight you don't have time for thinking about what seals you need and it must be almost instinctive and fast. There are some jutsu or combinations that require over 100 hand seals. This went on until Madara had shown him all 12 basic seals and their functions. He then made Naruto repeat them back to him while doing them. A correction here and there was needed, but after nearly 2 hours, Naruto could perform all of them well enough to perform a jutsu. The seals you need for this jutsu are tiger, ram, monkey, boar, horse, and tiger again. Madara weaves the signs as he says them and takes a deep breath. Facing the clearing, he breathes out the jutsu. Fire style. Fireball. Madara blows out a large fireball that burns and destroys trees in its path before the jutsu dies down. End of flashback. Since then Naruto had been learning ninjutsu while also doing physical training. He could perform small Mokuton jutsu like wood clones and anything else of that caliber. He still had a lot of practice to do in order to perform bigger jutsus. Madara had been giving him knowledge about the Sharingan and Mokuton bloodlines. He told Naruto of all the powerful Mokuton jutsu he knew of, such as Wood Dragon, Wood Golem, 1000 Armed Cannon and Deep Forest Bloom and Emergence and their destructive power. He told Naruto about how Mokuton could absorb chakra and restrain the tailed beasts and many more things about the bloodline that made it powerful. Madara had also given Naruto more in-depth knowledge about the Sharingan and secrets on how to be a master of it. He had also told him about the Mangekyo Sharingan and Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the abilities they granted. From what Naruto understood, the Mangekyo didn't boost one's physical capabilities that much. What it did was give the user access to powerful abilities. On top of that it makes everything about the 3-tomode Sharingan many times better. With a Mangekyo, one's perception, genjutsu, sight, reaction speed and prediction of opponents' movements become many times better. Also once you unlock the Mangekyo you get a boost in chakra and your chakra becomes stronger. Madara then went on to tell him about the last stage of the Uchiha's dojutsu, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. By transplanting another Mangekyo onto yourself from a close family member you will reach the final stage of the dojutsu. With the Eternal you will not suffer blindness and your ocular jutsus cost far less chakra to perform. Also it further increases your chakra reserves and strengthens your chakra even more. It does the same as the Mangekyo and gives a boost to your Sharingan's basic abilities, giving even greater perception, sight, reaction speed and predictions to enemies' attacks. It was the height of the Sharingan, the last level. Naruto soaked up everything his grandfather taught him and it left him eager to master. His grandfather had told him to be patient and that it wasn't something he could just achieve overnight, he would have to train hard if he wanted to reach such power. But besides that Naruto did get a couple of things in advance thanks to the Hashirama cells. When the cells had completely bonded with his own to the point he could create his own Mokuton cells he was able to heal much faster than before. The Uzumaki clan was famously known for their red hair, huge pools of chakra, healing ability and longevity, chakra chains and most importantly their mastery of Fuinjutsu. Madara had taken the time to explain to him a little about the Uzumaki clan, at least what he knew about them. Naruto would listen while he would work on jutsu. Over the past 2 years he had worked on the element of fire. Before Madara had begun training Naruto in ninjutsu he had tested to see what affinities Naruto had. Madara found out that Naruto had 3 natural affinities which were, fire, wind and lightning. Also due to now having Mokuton and Hashirama cells, Naruto gained the affinity of earth and water. But Madara had decided to just train Naruto in fire since that was the one element he was a true master of. the others Naruto could train on his own. But just like him, Naruto had a high control over the element of fire as well. Madara guessed it was because he shared his blood. Soon Naruto would be a master of the fire element with enough training. After he had awakened the Sharingan, he had decided against coming back to the village, so that he may focus on progressing his mastery of his Sharingan and learning ninjutsu. He let the blood clone continue to be in his place at the village. His grandfather had told him to be careful that no one saw him with his Sharingan activated. Madara had said that because Naruto had his Sharingan activated, always. His secrets meant that he could not train within the village. Training within the village would be risking him getting caught doing things he shouldn't be doing. When he had returned today, Madara had told him to go back to the village for some time. Zetsu would be used if Madara wanted to see him. The old man's body was giving up. He had told Naruto to go back to Konoha while he dealt with the problem. Naruto just hoped that the problem would be dealt with. He did not know how he would react should his grandfather's body give up. Naruto was busy sorting out the memories of the clone he had dispelled. The blood clone gave him all the memories it attained in its 2.5 life. The memories were too many. Naruto had been sitting in a meditative position for the past 5 hours. A major headache was troubling him due to the overload of memories he received. Nothing much had changed in Konoha. The Sandame still visited him at his apartment once a month. The villagers had been treating Sasuke like a king because he was the last faithful Uchiha. But the Uchiha seemed not to care how they treated him, he just avoided everyone. Looking at the memories, Naruto shook his head at what Sasuke had become because of his brother's actions. Naruto thought for a moment. Sasuke had always been the way he was at the moment. It was just that before the massacre he was not cold and an emo brooding king. But he was distant and seemed to have something dark hidden within his heart. Naruto wondered what the Uchiha would do should he know why his brother massacred their clan. The Uchiha massacre had left the boy unstable. He seemed to lose control over all his emotions when someone mentioned Itachi. Itachi had become a taboo in the presence of Sasuke. The village hated Itachi. They did not know the sacrifice he made. Itachi was like him in some sense. Both were hated even though they were heroes. But it was different with Itachi, since nobody knew he was a hero. With him they refused to accept him as a hero even when he protects the village each day by housing the Kyuubi. Due to Madara's influence, Naruto had also come to thank Itachi for the Uchiha clan massacre. They had betrayed his grandfather. Had they not done that, they would never have been wiped out by a single man. No, a team with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Their arrogance was another thing that got them killed. They might have been powerful, but to think that they could take on a village had been a foolish thought on their part. The Mangekyo Sharingan was a powerful tool. Dangerous, wielded by a demented person. Madara had told Naruto all of the Mangekyo's abilities he knew of. Thus Naruto respected anyone who had awakened those eyes. Naruto sighed as he got up and deactivated his Sharingan. He decided to walk back to his apartment. He needed to kill time. It was still in the afternoon. He had nothing better to do for the rest of the day. It seems they still haven't changed, Naruto thought while walking in the streets of Konoha. The villagers still had their hateful glares, while some ignored his presence. His clone did not walk around the village much often. It spent most of its time at the academy and in his apartment. With the time he spent getting lectures from his grandfather, Naruto could care less if they stared at him or not. It no longer hurt him, in fact it was amusing. They were ignorant fools blinded by hatred. He would be a fool too if he cared for what ignorant fools say and do with their time. It was better to let the fools amuse themselves, for now. Sooner or later he would be the one laughing openly at them. For now he could not tell them they were fools. If he did, they would surely rally up everyone to try to burn and skin him alive for insulting them. Naruto walked past a lake. He stopped when he saw Sasuke sitting there alone. Sasuke noticed Naruto and stared at him with cold, uncaring eyes before looking away from the blonde. Naruto shrugged off Sasuke's cold stare and continued walking in the direction of his apartment. Sasuke chose to be distant from other people. No one chose for him. He chose to take the path of revenge. Revenge was never a pretty thing. It destroys you from the inside out, until there is nothing left. What would be left would be a body that used to be a person, a shadow and memories that would soon be forgotten. Naruto walked inside of his apartment. He breathed in the air inside of his apartment. He had missed his cold and lonely home. It has not been home to him for the past 2 years. Naruto smiled at himself and went to his small bedroom. He took off his jumpsuit and jumped into bed. It might have been too early for him to sleep, but he had nothing to do. Konoha was not like his grandfather's hideout where he could do so many things without getting bored. His mind seemed to agree with him. It did not take long for him to drift into unconscious bliss. A few days later, the Forest of Death. Today Naruto had been strolling around the training ground. He was bored and decided to take a walk within the forest. Only a select few used the training ground. It was a good place for one to be alone. He could not walk around the streets of Konoha because there was always a pair of Byakugan eyes watching him. It made him feel uncomfortable to think that a girl, not just any girl, a Hyuga heiress was stalking him. Ever since he returned, he had noticed that most of the time the girl was following him around the village. The girl was weird indeed. Naruto came to a conclusion that his clone had been unable to sense her, because it was a copy of the untrained him. Now he sensed chakra better. The girl was just not good at hiding her position. He had been able to know she was following him rather easily. He climbed on top of a tree and sat on a branch. He still had a lot to do with his training. He was wasting time sitting around doing nothing. The academy had nothing to give him, but in order for him to be a ninja he had to attend and pass. Zetsu's head formed beside him. It was only the white part that appeared. Zetsu had 2 personalities. Madara called them Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Zetsu was originally all white, but his grandfather had planted his nature and memories on him. But it resulted in creating Black Zetsu, which was smart, serious and strong. Black Zetsu became Madara's will. It could do Mokuton Jutsu as Zetsu had been created from Hashirama's cells. White Zetsu was weak, often playful and never was serious. It hated being reminded that it was weak. The beings could split away from one another. They could function without the other half. Naruto looked at White Zetsu. If he came here alone, it must mean Black Zetsu was somewhere else. Zetsu smiled at Naruto. "You look bored." His voice was not as deep as Black Zetsu's. Naruto nodded. "There is nothing to do here other than going to the damn academy." He paused for a moment. "What brings you here?" "Your grandfather wants to see you." "Do you know why?" Naruto asked. He hoped that the old man was okay. "If I told you, then you wouldn't have to go back to the hideout and see your grandfather. I guess you're right," Naruto said. Making a hand sign, Naruto made a wood clone to replace him while he went away. A wood clone was strong, but did not transfer back its memories to the original. Naruto did not want another headache. A wood clone had been something his grandfather had taught him. "You stay here for now, return to the apartment later on, don't miss a day of the academy, and never forget to keep your cover persona," Naruto said, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The only way he could go to the hideout without his grandfather was to use the teleportation seal in his apartment, which could only be activated by his blood and chakra. Zetsu sank back to the tree branch after Naruto had disappeared. Unknown location. Naruto looked at his grandfather's face. He looked a lot more serious than he had ever seen him before. But he was happy. That seemed fine. It seemed that he had solved his problems. He sighed in relief. "Naruto, I'm going to tell you some important things, and I need you to listen carefully." Naruto nodded. "Do you remember the room where I keep information? I told you I had tablets that contained valuable information on them that only an Uchiha and those with the Rinnegan could read?" Naruto nodded. "The information that is in there is the history of the Rikudo Sennin, chakra and the Biju along with village secrets. I want you to spend as much time as you like making sure that the information in those tablets is in your head." Naruto could only nod. His grandfather never asked him to do something unless it was important. "In my years of being a shinobi, I came to hate the shinobi system. I devised a plan that would allow me to rule the world, to be God. But by the time I had all the necessary tools to do that plan, I was already old, and could no longer carry out that plan. During the Third Great Ninja World War, I found a young Uchiha boy. His name was Uchiha Obito. He was nearly dead when I found him. The right side of his body was crushed. I took the boy and brought him back to the hideout, and fixed up his body. I did that using Hashirama's cells. When he had recovered, he chose to return back to Konoha. I allowed him to go, but he returned shortly afterwards to stay with me. I told him of my plan. He liked the plan and agreed to take part in it. I used a very powerful genjutsu on him to tell him the knowledge I had, that would help him with the plan. I knew that I was going to die soon and I needed to give him what he needed to be successful in the plan. I trained him as best as I could so that he could be strong and told him to use my name once I had died. But he betrayed me to rule the world himself, and he is out there gathering the strongest shinobi to see that the plan succeeds. He uses my name to recruit the strongest shinobi. He uses the name Uchiha Madara to those he wants to recruit and Tobi while doing other things. Naruto absorbed all the information his grandfather gave him. He was a little mad that someone would betray his grandfather. What was this plan, grandfather? How did you plan to rule the world? Madara smiled slightly. I engraved the whole plan in the tablets. You will read more about it in detail when you read the tablets. For now I will tell you what the plan needed to be a success. He paused for a moment, catching his breath. For the plan to succeed I had to collect all the biju and seal them into the Gedo Mazo. The Gedo Mazo is a vessel. It can only be controlled by someone who has the Rinnegan. Obito created an organization called Akatsuki. I know their purpose is to collect all biju once they know all their locations and strengths. The group is comprised of S-rank criminals only. There are 10 of them. Grandfather, you said someone with the Rinnegan could control the vessel in which the bijus are sealed into. Does this mean that Obito awakened the Rinnegan? Madara shook his head. No, Obito can't awaken the Rinnegan despite having both Uchiha and Senju powers. His body is not perfect like yours. I did tell you that I had awakened the Rinnegan and transplanted it to someone else, correct? Naruto nodded. That was before I had taken in Obito. The name of the child I transplanted my Rinnegan into is Nagato Uzumaki. Uzumaki, thought Naruto to himself. Obito, by using my name and his knowledge of the Rinnegan, managed to get Nagato to work with him. Nagato controls the vessel, and is the figurehead leader of the Akatsuki while Obito operates behind the scenes. When he is not operating behind the scene, he uses the name Tobi, keeping the name of Madara a secret to those in the group who aren't aware of it. Naruto now understood that since he was a Jinchuriki, it meant he was in danger of being captured too. His grandfather had thought of a plan to rule the world by capturing the biju. He figured the bijus were needed for their power. From what his grandfather had told him, the bijus had large amounts of chakra that not everyone could have. The Kyuubi was said to have almost an infinite chakra supply, being the strongest of the biju. He did not know if his grandfather still wanted to rule the world or if he wanted him to rule the world once he became powerful enough to do so. He had no intention of ruling the world. He did not know what he would say if his grandfather was to ask him to rule the world. Grandfather, isn't Tobi afraid that you will tell the world that he is not Madara? He did leave you alive. No, he has no such fears. He knows that I can't do anything. Look at me, I'm old. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. He would have been fearful if he knew about you, but he doesn't, for now that is. Naruto did not need to know that the fool left him alive just so he could watch him take over the world using his name. Naruto nodded. I guess Zetsu has everything to do with why you know everything he is planning. Yes, Zetsu is quite useful when it comes to gathering information. What is it that you want me to do, grandfather? Do you still plan on ruling the world? Madara shook his head. I no longer have such plans. I don't care what happens to the world. I'm going to die soon. But what I plan for you is to take back everything that belongs to me. Naruto waited for his fate. With the secrets of your body you can become powerful, even more powerful than I was at my prime. You will restore the Uchiha and take Konoha back from the fools that rule it. If they don't make you Hokage, you can do it by force. Just make sure that you rule Konoha. Naruto smiled slightly. At least his fate was not that bad as he had thought it would be. What about Tobi and the Rinnegan? Kill the fool and you can do whatever you want with the Rinnegan. Naruto nodded. Is Tobi the one who ripped the Kyuubi out of Mother the day I was born? Madara nodded. Well, I guess I have more reasons to want him dead. Madara smiled. Things were going according to plan. He was still surprised that Naruto did not argue with him over becoming the leader of Konoha, a village he hates. Still, what worried him was what would happen when time came for him to die. When he said he no longer cared for what happened to the world because he was going to die, he saw a flicker of emotion in Naruto's eyes. It seemed that Naruto had still not come to accept that he was going to die in a couple of years. Grandfather, this means I have to train harder than I have been. Madara nodded. Yes, it is why I had given you some time off, because in a month you will no longer be going back to Konoha until your clone graduates from the academy. Are you saying that I'm going to stop hiding after I graduate? No, when you graduate, it will be risky to let a clone be in your place since you will be doing missions. You will still keep your secrets. I told you before that you will only reveal some of them after I die. He saw it again when he said, die, but said nothing. Naruto nodded. Who was he to deny his grandfather's wishes? Naruto, I want you to return to Konoha. Zetsu will come and fetch you in a month to continue your training. Hi, Gigi. Madara smiled as Naruto went away to his room so he could teleport back to Konoha. Zetsu appeared from behind him. That went well, Black Zetsu said in his deep voice. Yes, he took everything far better than I had expected. At least now he can train harder knowing what his goals are. You really are serious about this, aren't you? What I do now, I do for him. Once he awakens the Rinnegan, he will become God. Other villagers will fight him in fear of his power. But none will be able to defeat him. Once that happens, it will be easy for him to influence the elemental nations. Madara replied, not directly answering Zetsu's question, but Zetsu understood. Madara no longer wanted to rule the world. He wanted his grandchild to live a better life and change the shinobi world with the power of God he would come to gain once he awakened the Rinnegan. A change in the shinobi world was what Madara wanted. That was why he wanted to rule it. Konoha. Naruto sat down in his kitchen. He had a lot on his mind. He now knew what he lived for, his dream that his grandfather had set for him. He would make his grandfather proud by achieving his goals. He had been lost living without a sound goal. He had only been living, training just so he could protect himself, so that he could survive. But now he had a goal, an ambition that he would make a reality, and there was no one who would step in his way. Tobi's plans still troubled him, but his grandfather's words that he could be stronger than him soothed his worries. But still he was worried. It did not make him feel good knowing that there was a group that was only focused on hunting people like him down. He was sure that no one in the village knew of the Akatsuki. His grandfather knew things that no one knew of. At the moment he just had to focus on getting strong so he could defend himself and defeat his enemies. His grandfather had assured him that Tobi did not know about his relations with him. That was a positive. He could surprise the Uchiha when he does find out about his relations with Madara. With his dreams he now had to accept that he was an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was his clan. He was part of the clan. It was no longer his grandfather's, Itachi, or Sasuke's clan only, but it was also his clan. He was one of the few remaining Uchihas in the world. Thinking of it, Naruto smiled. It meant that he was going to have to use Uchiha as his name. He wouldn't drop Uzumaki, he would use those two names for now since he had more love for his mother than father. When ready to reveal his secrets he would use Uchiha. He did not have to use that cursed Namikaze's name, which was a good thing for him. Uchiha Uzumaki Naruto, he thought with a smile. The villagers were going to surely die when they came to find out that he was an Uchiha. He could almost see the looks on their faces when they heard of it. Even when he hated his father, he would let the village know that Namikaze was his father just to make them feel worse about themselves. He could almost see them begging for forgiveness, not that he would care about their apologies. He would just let them know of his heritage just to see that look on their faces. It would be priceless. Even his grandfather would laugh. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a knock on the door. He figured it was the Sandame. He had been expecting the old man for his monthly visits. He went to open the door and led the old man back to the kitchen. The Sandame smiled softly while he took a seat. It's good to see you again, my boy. Naruto smiled and nodded. It's good to see you too, Gigi. I'm glad you are still lively as always. I brought you your allowance, he said, giving Naruto an envelope. Naruto took it with a wide grin. How are things at the academy? Are your senseis still sabotaging your academics? Naruto shook his head. Iruka-sensei no longer glares at me, and sometimes he even smiles at me. Naruto replied. He was surprised when the Chunin stopped glaring at him and started being nice to him. He was no longer kicked out of the academy. Iruka would even go as far as to have him woken up should he be sleeping in class, just so that he could listen to the lecture. Although he had been able to see traces of hatred in the Chunin's eyes, he knew that the Chunin was trying to get over his hatred and not hide it. The Sandaime smiled brightly upon hearing Naruto's answer. Good, I expect you to get good results now that your sensei is being fair with you. Naruto grinned. He had expected the Sandaime to say something like that. I will try my best, Gigi. Sarutobi smiled, getting up. I will hear from Iruka about your progress. I will be going now. I have some paperwork to finish. Naruto nodded. Goodbye, Gigi. The Sandaime walked away, leaving Naruto alone. The Sandaime spoke Iruka's sensei like he was familiar with it. He guessed the Sandaime was responsible for the Chunin teacher's change of heart. The old man, despite his lies, never stopped trying to make his life better. 1 month later, unknown location. Naruto walked inside his grandfather's hideout with his sharingan activated. A month had passed and he had returned to continue with his training. His grandfather was waiting for him beside Zetsu. Naruto stopped in front of them. Let's get going, Madara said, walking away. Naruto said nothing and just followed behind the two. They walked throughout the hideout until they came upon a room that Naruto was unfamiliar with. Upon arrival, Madara spoke. This is a special training room created by your grandmother through the use of fuinjutsu. I had her make it for me long ago when I first came here. Madara opened the door to reveal a big open landscape that was like a training ground. The landscape had trees, small hills and large rocks that gave a feel of authenticity. Naruto had noticed that this training ground was also many times bigger than the one he had previously been using. The land stretched for acres. This is my training ground, Madara spoke once they were all inside. I will be training you here for the remaining 3 years. Madara noticed that look again in Naruto's eyes at his words of his impending departure, but as soon as he saw it, the look disappeared. Since you shared some of the Kyuubi's chakra with me, I can now be a little more mobile. It won't prolong my death, it just gave me some juice to move around on my own a little more. Naruto gave a nod. So what will you train me in, Gigi? Asked Naruto to his grandfather. I will train you in the sharingan, of course, genjutsu, ninjutsu and a little kinjutsu along with taijutsu and bukajutsu. I want you to be a well-rounded shinobi. The sharingan is just a tool, you should never solely rely on it. Naruto gave a stiff nod at his grandfather's words. He fully understood that relying solely on the sharingan is the greatest mistake one could make. Madara spoke again, snapping Naruto from his thoughts. This training will be more brutal, but it's only because I want you to be strong, Madara stated. I will be personally training you myself for these last 3 years. Zetsu, bring some dummy training clones, Madara ordered, to which Zetsu nodded and went away. Now let's begin, Madara spoke and activated his sharingan. 3 long years later. A forehead protector, it symbolizes that one is a shinobi of a village. Each shinobi village has its own headband. Once one wears it, it shows where one's loyalties lie. Naruto held the forehead protector with his right hand. He had been given it after passing the academy exam. His passing was a surprise to everyone in his class. Even the senseis seemed surprised that he had passed. No one had thought that he was going to pass the exams. He was the dead last after all. So it was expected for the dead last to be the one that fails the exam that everyone passes. Naruto did enough to pass the exam. He did not have to fail since everyone his age was going to pass. He had already spent too much time in the academy. It was time to get out of the academy and become a shinobi. It had been just a day now since he got the forehead protector. The Sandaime had been pleased upon knowing that Naruto had succeeded in becoming a genin. Naruto saw it in the old man's eyes, the proud smile he had on his face. Anyone who had looked at the old man that day would have seen that he was truly happy. Naruto had never seen the old man give him a proud smile like that before. Naruto had returned today from his hard training. His grandfather had told him to come back to the village and replace with the clone. It was no longer needed. They had planned to dispel it after graduation. He had also told Naruto to return after he had done so. In 6 days they would be meeting their senseis. They were already assigned to their teams. Naruto was placed in Team 7 along with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. They had said that Naruto was placed on the team to balance the scales. Sasuke and Sakura were top students and Naruto was the dead last. He made a perfect member of the team. They were not yet informed of their sensei's name. They would meet them in 7 days at the academy. Naruto placed the forehead protector on his forehead. He looked at himself and smiled. It felt good to wear the forehead protector. Wearing it meant that he would have more things to do now. No longer would he be worried about training only, he would also have to place missions and team meetings into his daily activities. Right now he needed to meet with his grandfather. Madara had made it clear that he came back to the hideout after dispelling the clone and taking the forehead protector. He did not want to make his grandfather wait any longer. He entered his bathroom and placed his hand on the floor next to his mirror. A seal appeared on the floor. Naruto bit his thumb, letting blood leak. He wiped the blood on the seal and then disappeared. Unknown location. Madara held his gunbai with both his hands. He looked at it, remembering the good days when he was still at his prime. Remembering those days made him wish he was young again. He wanted to give the gunbai to Naruto as a gift for becoming a shinobi. It would also prove useful in future battles. He had used it many times when he fought, thus he knew its value. He also wanted Naruto to be like him. Wielding a gunbai made Naruto like him. He had succeeded in making Naruto think a lot like him, though not completely. Naruto looked at the war fan with an impassive gaze. His eyes were studying the war fan his grandfather held. It was wide with tomos on it and had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base, and a chain attached to it. It had a purple tint with a black border. "Take this, it is my gift to you," Madara said. Naruto brought out both his hands accepting the gunbai. It was a little large for him. He could not use it at his current height. "Thank you, Gigi." Madara smiled slightly. "Naruto, I want you to know that I am proud of you. If you continue to train as hard as you have been, I have no doubt you will one day surpass me and even Hashirama." Naruto did not react at first. It was unusual for his grandfather to say things like that. He brushed off his worries. His grandfather did say a lot of unusual things. Madara continued speaking, "Never forget what I taught you, and keep my words in your heart." Now Naruto was beginning to worry, again. It seemed like his grandfather was saying goodbye to him. He could not accept something like that. He still needed his grandfather alive. "What's wrong, grandfather?" "There is nothing wrong, all is well." He lied. Naruto did not see it, even with his sharingan active. "Do I still have to act weak now that I have become a ninja?" he asked, wishing his grandfather would allow him to stop acting weak and stupid. Madara smiled at Naruto and replied, "Patience, child." Naruto sighed. It seemed that he was not going to get his wish. "Okay. I should return to Konoha since I did not leave a clone behind and I have to meet up with my team in a few days," Naruto said. Madara nodded. "You can go, I have no other reasons to keep you here," he said. Naruto smiled slightly before going to his room. He did not need to take the gunbai with him to Konoha. He was not going to be using it for now after all. He needed to learn how to use it first before he could carry it around. Also, taking the gunbai back to Konoha would get him asked questions that he did not wish to answer. Later that night at Naruto's apartment, a figure in a black attire sneaked into Naruto's room. He looked at Naruto, who was sleeping peacefully. The blonde was unaware of the presence inside his room. He slowly made his way towards Naruto. He did not want to be heard. If he made noise, the blonde would hear him and wake up. He reached Naruto's bed and stared at the sleeping blonde for a moment. He moved both his hands quickly. His left grabbed Naruto's neck, squeezing it. The other he firmly placed on Naruto's face, blocking his eyes so that he may not be able to see. With his neck being squeezed, he would not be able to scream. Naruto woke from his sleep due to the difficulty in breathing. His neck was pressed tightly and his eyes could not open because there was a hand that was making it impossible for him to open them. He kicked a few times and moved both his hands to try and stop the person from killing him. His kicking and his struggle were proven pointless as the person did not let go of him. Even if he were to scream, no one would come and save him. People would probably just come and watch him suffocate. They would certainly enjoy the show. He was not going to die like this. It had been long since he had allowed the villagers to do what they pleased with him. He was no longer going to allow it, especially since the person had just broken into his apartment to try to kill him. His grandfather had told him to never allow foolish people to do as they pleased with him. He would certainly not allow anyone to take his life, not inside of his own apartment. He was too young to die and he still had dreams that needed to be achieved. He could not die and leave his grandfather alone. Naruto reached under his pillow while struggling to get loose from the tight grip on his neck. His eyes could not see. He took a kunai under his pillow and held it firmly. Because he could not see with his eyes, he relied on his other senses to try and stab the person on his shoulder so that the person could loosen up the grip on his neck. He moved the kunai quickly and felt it connect with something. The contact gave him the assurance that he had stabbed his attacker. The hands pressing him down on the bed no longer had the power they had. He was able to get loose from the grip. He opened up his eyes and looked at his attacker. Naruto sat frozen on his bed looking at his attacker. His attacker was now falling down because of the wound on his neck. The blood leaked out even though the kunai that pierced him was still in his neck. Naruto was still frozen when his attacker hit the floor with a thud. Grandfather. He managed to stutter out at his grandfather. Naruto felt his words crumble down, his heart breaking into pieces. Tears started to wet his cheeks as he cried in regret. He had committed the greatest sin he could have ever done. He had killed his own grandfather. The man who took care of him when nobody wanted to do it. The man who taught him everything he knows about shinobi. The man he cared for more than anyone he knew, the only person who was closest to him. He had killed that man. He crawled trembling towards his grandfather. The old man had a smile on his face. Madara looked at Naruto with a small smile before he breathed his last breath. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw his grandfather's eyes close. No, grandfather, don't die, I didn't mean to kill you. I did not know it was you. Come back, grandfather. He cried out holding his grandfather's arms. His grandfather did not respond. Naruto felt the guilt and regret overwhelming him. He had killed his only family in the world. Tears showered down like water flowing off a broken water tap. His hands shook with guilt and regret, while his heart was torn apart. He felt as though he was standing between Earth and a large meteor, each pressing him against the other. His sharingan activated unconsciously and morphed into a new form. The new form had a small black ring in the middle of the eye. 6 black blades that were slightly curved back, all going the same direction and connected from the ring. They stretched to the border of the eye. Naruto felt his head pounding as if it was smashed against a hammer. The pain along with the regret and guilt was too much for him. It caused him to fall into unconsciousness. The moment Naruto fell down, Zetsu appeared within the room. He separated into 2, white Zetsu and black Zetsu. You clean up the mess. I will take them to the hideout, Black Zetsu said to White Zetsu in his deep voice. White Zetsu nodded. Black Zetsu took Naruto and placed him on his left shoulder. He did the same with Madara's corpse, placing it on his right shoulder. He left White Zetsu cleaning up Madara's blood on the floor. Unknown location, hideout. Black Zetsu watched as Naruto's body began to stir. Naruto had slept all night peacefully. Zetsu had thought he might have nightmares, but nothing had happened all night. Naruto slept like a baby. Naruto rose up from the bed and looked around at his surroundings. He saw that he was in his room within the hideout. He did not remember coming to the hideout. He saw Zetsu and the events of last night began to play in his head. He looked down in guilt. Tears started to leak out again, his hands clenched tightly. I am sorry I killed him. I did not see it was him, he said to Zetsu. It did not matter that Madara was the one to have tried to kill him first. What mattered was that he had killed his own grandfather. Zetsu did not like the situation he was currently in. Seeing Naruto cry was unpleasant. It was not your fault. Madara wanted to die by your hands. Zetsu said, confusing Naruto. Why would he want me to kill him? He was going to die anytime soon. He decided it was best if he died by your hands. Your experience of killing him would awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan. He said it was the greatest power he could leave you with. Zetsu replied. Naruto's eyes widened. He had killed his grandfather just to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. It was the same when he awakened the Sharingan. Couldn't he have found another way for me to awaken the Mangekyo? Zetsu shook his head. No, he was going to die anytime soon. It was either he died on his own and leave you as you are, or die by your hands and leave you with a Mangekyo Sharingan. The Sharingan was a cursed dojutsu. The things one had to do to evolve it were horrible. Is this the price of power? Naruto asked himself. He continued to cry. Even if his grandfather wanted him to kill him and did not feel betrayed by him, he still could not forgive himself for killing him. Naruto, it is either you accept that Madara wished to die or you continue to drown yourself in guilt. I won't watch over you if you are like this. He shook his head. Your grandfather would be disappointed seeing you like this. I should know that. I am his will after all, he said and disappeared from Naruto's view. Naruto felt conflicted. He knew his grandfather would not be pleased seeing him crying. Madara hated any weakness. At the moment he was in a moment of weakness. If an enemy was to come at him, he would surely be killed because he could not fight in his condition. Zetsu was right, but he could not help but feel guilty for ending his grandfather's life. The next day, Naruto had just finished burying his grandfather. He had spent the whole of yesterday locked up in his room thinking. He did not eat anything the whole day, he only ate this morning. He had told himself that if killing his grandfather was the price of power, then he would accept it. But it does not mean he liked it. It was just that there was nothing he could do about it, and when it was done, he could not change it. His grandfather would not have come back if he had continued crying. He had told himself when he was just 6 that crying did not solve anything. He was walking calmly inside the hideout with a serious look and his Mangekyo activated. He suddenly stopped walking. I will be returning back to Konoha. The Sandaime will certainly be looking for me, as he would not have been able to see me through his crystal ball. He paused for a moment. In 3 days I should be meeting my teammates. Some of my secrets will be revealed, he said to no one in particular. Zetsu stepped from the shadows. Which secrets are you going to reveal? That I'm not an idiot. I will release the genjutsu Madara placed around me and some of my power. But my Kekkei Genkai and full power will remain hidden for now, he said, walking away. Zetsu nodded and disappeared. He was a little surprised that Naruto called his grandfather by his name. He had always called him his grandfather, never Madara. He guessed it was because Madara was dead now, and the manner in which he died. Naruto was not going to reveal his dojutsu and his Mokuton bloodline. It was still going to be fun for Zetsu watching the looks on Konoha's face when they realized that Naruto was not the idiot they thought he was. A few days later, Academy. The whole class was quiet. No one was saying anything, they all just looked at a single person. Some looked at him with wide eyes, some in disbelief, one with indifference. They were speaking within their thoughts because what they were seeing was something that they thought they could never see, and something that they thought could never happen. The subject of their thoughts was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was not in his Kill Me orange jumpsuit. He was different, he looked different. No more was the foxy grin that had always been ever present on his features. Naruto was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with a red Uzumaki swirl on his front and back. The one on the back was small, but the one in the front was large, it covered his chest. He also wore black shinobi pants, black shinobi boots and black gloves, each with an Uzumaki swirl at the back of his hand. His blonde hair was long, they reached his shoulders, and 2 large bangs covered a bit of his face. The bang on his right made his eye barely visible. Naruto had not cut his hair ever since he was 7. He let his hair grow for 6 long years. He wanted it to be like Madara's when he grew older. Naruto's whisker marks were still there on his cheeks, but seemed to be disappearing. His face looked mature and his eyes were more serious. A minute passed and everyone got over their shock. Is that Naruto? A random girl asked, still in disbelief. Yes, that's him, and he looks kind of hot. A Sasuke Uchiha fangirl did not like hearing that. He might have changed his clothes, but he is still a dead last. Who cares if he is the dead last? He graduated and what matters most is that he is hot. Maybe, but he is not as hot as Sasuke-kun. That might be true, but it does not change the fact that he is hot and you just admitted it. The Uchiha fangirl huffed and looked away. Today they would not be meeting with Iruka. He had already given his final speech the day he announced the teams. They were told to come here and their Jonin senseis would come and fetch them. A few moments later the doors opened. A group of Jonins walked inside the class. When they all saw him they eyed him suspiciously and curiously. The Naruto they all knew was not like that. They did not dwell on it though, they went on to collect their students. Only 2 Jonins were interested in Naruto because they had genins that he was familiar with that were their students. Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His team was Team 9 and consisted of Ino Yamanaka, Akamichi Choji, and Nara Shikamaru. The 3 were friends, so Naruto was not surprised that they were grouped together. He knew that Shikamaru would be the brains of the team, Choji the muscle of the team. He could not figure out what use Ino would be for the team since the girl showed no ninja skills. Well, her clan techniques could be quite useful if she did learn them. As far as he knew the girl did not train at all. Yuhi Kurenai, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. She was the Jonin sensei of Team 8. The team was composed of Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Trackers, Naruto thought while looking at the team. Inuzuka are tracking specialist in Konoha. Their noses were blessed in tracking a person's scent. Hinata with her Byakugan could be useful in the fronts since the Byakugan could see through anything. Shino could also operate like Kiba with his bugs. The class cleared and Team 7 was left alone in the class. They waited for more than 2 hours for their sensei to arrive. Naruto did not like the time it was taking for the Jonin of Team 7 to arrive. He was displeased. He did not like people who wasted his time. Team 7's Jonin was wasting his time by being late. 2 hours was a bit too much for Naruto to tolerate. Over the time Sasuke had been stealing glances at Naruto, who had been quiet ever since he entered the class. Sasuke was curious about the changes in Naruto, but his pride stood in the way of asking about it or displaying his curiosity. Sakura was being Sakura, though she never did try to say anything to Naruto. It was because of the serious look on Naruto's face. It was different from Sasuke's. With Naruto's she was not used to it and it gave her a bad vibe every time she looked at Naruto. Her focus was on trying to impress Sasuke. As always Sasuke ignored her attempts. A few minutes later, a man with spiky silver hair, a mask that covered most of his face, the only part not covered was around his right eye. He held a small orange book in his hand, and had a bored expression on his face. His eye looked lazily at the genins before going back to his book. Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi. I should have known he would be selected to be Team 7's sensei, Naruto thought, looking at the famed Sharingan no Kakashi. At least I did not get a weak sensei, he thought. Kakashi narrowed his lone visible eye on Naruto. The blonde was a different person from the one he had seen in the past months and different from the reports he got. He looked like he had gone through a transformation. You must be Team 7, Kakashi said lazily. Meet me at the roof in 5 minutes, he said and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto too disappeared into thin air. Sasuke stared at where Naruto had been sitting before clenching his fists. He walked away with Sakura following him behind with a confused look on her face. She was confused because Sasuke seemed angry at something. She could only guess it was because Naruto had just disappeared into thin air. But she questioned herself as she could not understand how it would make Sasuke angry. On the roof, Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously. This was certainly not the Naruto he was expecting to see. What surprised him the most was that Naruto appeared on the roof just after he did. He could not have done it with pure speed, he had to have used a shunshin. It surprised him because Naruto was not supposed to be able to do that kind of jutsu. The jutsu was a Chunin level jutsu. From what he had heard Naruto had struggled to even do the Bunshin no jutsu. He shrugged off his thoughts when he saw the rest of his team appear. He looked at them lazily. Sakura seemed out of breath, while Sasuke, well, was Sasuke. Looking at Sakura, Kakashi could tell that the girl lacked physical training, meaning she was physically weak. By the looks of things, it seemed that the girl did not train at all if she lost her breath by climbing a few stairs. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a moment before going to take a seat beside the blonde. Naruto did not spare Sasuke a glance. He just sat there as if Sasuke was not there, something which seemed to trouble him greatly. He hated being ignored, especially by Adobe. Kakashi never took his eyes off his book as he spoke. "Alright, now that everyone is here, I want you to introduce yourself by telling us your name, likes and dislikes," he said in a bored tone. Sakura did not seem to get it. "Sensei, why don't you go first to give us an example on how we should introduce ourselves?" Kakashi took his eye off his book and stared at the girl for a moment. She was supposed to be smart. He could not understand why she would say something like that. He did say how they were supposed to introduce themselves. He sighed, "I am Hitaki Kakashi. I have no intentions of telling you my likes and dislikes. As for my dream, I have a few hobbies." He introduced himself, his eye off Sakura and back on his book again. "All he gave us was his name," two of the genins thought with a sweat drop. Naruto gave no reaction to it. He just stared impassively into the blue sky. "You are next," Kakashi said, looking at Sakura. Sakura nodded. "Hi, I'm Haruno Sakura. My likes are..." She looked at Sasuke with a blush. "My dreams are..." She looked at Sasuke again with a blush and a soft giggle. Sasuke ignored her. He just went on with his brooding. "My dislikes are Ino Pig and..." She paused for a moment looking at Naruto. She sighed in relief when she saw that he was not looking at her. His serious face kind of scared her, but since he was not looking, she could say whatever she wanted. "Naruto Baka," she said loudly. Naruto ignored her. He could care less if the girl hated him or liked him. It did not matter either way, she was weak and useless. Naruto mentally shook his head, and to think I actually liked her at one point of time, he thought. "I'm glad I have woken up to reality." Kakashi looked at her with a raised brow. "Fangirl," he thought with a sweat drop. Things were going to be rough for him with Team 7. He hated dealing with fangirls, they annoyed him. Especially since they did not take their ninja careers seriously. They rather spent their time on trying to look good. He looked at Sasuke. "You are next. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, no, it is a reality. I am going to restore my clan and kill a certain man." Sasuke introduced himself darkly. "Sasuke is so cool," Sakura thought with a dreamy look on her face. Naruto glanced at Sasuke for a moment before looking away. The Uchiha was stuck in his path for revenge. He was surely going into a darker path. "I should have expected that much," Kakashi thought, while looking at Sasuke. He had a lot of work to do with the team. Sakura's fangirl attitude and Sasuke's dark path. He had to do what he could to ensure that Sasuke stayed out of the dark path he was currently in and develop bonds with his teammates. He looked at Naruto, giving him a nod to introduce himself. "Uzumaki Naruto." No one was expecting that kind of introduction. Even Sasuke was not expecting it. Yes, Naruto seemed quiet and calm, but he did not expect him to introduce himself like that. Sakura was kind of fuming, thinking that Naruto was trying to be cool. She did not like anyone trying to be better than Sasuke. Even the Sandame almost fell off his chair within his office as he was watching the meeting with his crystal ball. Kakashi looked at Naruto. There was something wrong with the kind of picture he was seeing. First, the change in appearance after graduation, and Naruto's body seemed strong physically. He looked like he trained hard as his eternal rival, Maida Guy. And then the change in attitude. One could not change the way Naruto did in a few days. Unless he was always like this but hiding it behind that mask of happiness. But his hair, last time he saw Naruto his hair was short, that is unless he was hiding it too. Genjutsu, he thought with his one eye slightly wide. He had to be a Genjutsu master to be able to cast a Genjutsu that could fool the whole village, even the Sandame. Things were certainly going to be hard for him. Fangirl. Avenger and the mystery genin in a single team was going to consume much of his time. Why does the Sandaime hate me? He thought to himself. He sighed and looked at the academy graduates. Now that we are done with the introductions, tomorrow we are going to be doing a survival test. There are too many graduates this year, thus we will do the tests to determine those are ready to be genins. Out of the 27 academy graduates, only 9 will become genin and the rest will be sent back to the academy. He paused and looked at their reactions. But sensei, we have already passed the academy test and graduated, which made us genins. Sakura said. Kakashi shook his head. You passed the academy exams. To be a genin you have to pass a genin test. He paused. Your chances of failing are 66%. We will meet at 6 in the morning, training ground 7. I suggest that you don't eat breakfast. If you do, you will puke. He said, before leaving in a swirl of leaves, but not before glancing at Naruto. Naruto got up to leave but was stopped by Sasuke. Dobi, what is with the change? He asked. No, he demanded. Yay, why are you trying to look cool? Sakura added loudly. Naruto's face remained impassive. I did not change. I was always like this. You were just too blind to see it, he said as he disappeared into thin air. Sasuke felt offended by Naruto's reply, but he could not do anything since the blonde was already gone. At least he was not annoying as he was in the academy, which was a good thing. But inside of him was begging to be wary of the blonde. There was this feeling he was getting off the blonde that was not anything good. He started to retreat. Sakura spoke. Sasuke-kun, do you want to get something to eat? She asked happily with a blush. No. Sasuke replied coldly. Hokage's office. The Sandaime was looking at Kakashi. What he had seen with his crystal had been a shock to him. Never had he suspected that Naruto was hiding under that happy mask he always had. But what troubled him were the physical changes in Naruto's body. The only word that came to his mind when he saw the blonde was genjutsu. That word alone troubled him greatly. If Naruto was able to hide in a genjutsu while he was around him, it meant that he had to be a master of the art. He was not just a kage, he could detect even S-rank genjutsu. But he could not detect that Naruto had a genjutsu placed around him that he or anyone in the village could not detect. It troubled him greatly. I'm guessing you saw everything, Kakashi said. The Sandaime nodded. Yes, and it troubles me. Kakashi nodded. I never thought I'd see him like that. With the way he currently looks at the moment, he looks exactly like his father. You have to know that not everyone in the village is ignorant. They will start to suspect that he might be related to the Yondaime. Yes, but let us just be grateful that the majority of the village would never think something like that because they are consumed by hatred, the Sandaime said. You did tell me that I was not supposed to fail the team tomorrow. This means that he will be taking missions outside of the village. Once he sees him, they will think he is the Yondaime's son. Anyone who thinks logically will be able to tell. The Sandaime nodded. For now we won't do anything. But bring Naruto to me after the test when you see his skill level. Hi Hokage-sama, Kakashi said before disappearing from the office. The Hokage leaned back to his chair. He was definitely getting too old to be dealing with this kind of issue. His biggest fear was what Naruto might know. He would have a lot to deal with if Naruto did know things he was supposed to be the one to tell him. He just hoped that Naruto was not hiding more things that would be a threat to the village. Training Ground 7. Naruto was relaxing on a tree branch. He had arrived at the training ground before anyone did. He did not want to listen to Sakura's voice, thus he chose to relax on the tree. His teammates could not sense him. They were not good at sensing chakra, and he was good at hiding his chakra signature. Someone like Kakashi would be able to detect him. His teammates had arrived just after he had. Sakura took the time she was alone with Sasuke as an opportunity to impress him. Thus she was fawning over him. Sasuke was blissfully ignoring her. Zetsu's head appeared from the tree. Naruto looked at him. Do you have something to tell me? No, Zetsu replied. So you were bored then? You no longer have Madara to converse with. Zetsu just nodded. How goes the information gathering? It has been rather difficult lately. I have not been able to find anything useful, he said. I'm curious, which of your skills are you going to show today? Taijutsu. I have trained in taijutsu ever since I was 7. It is my best option. I can fight without looking weak with just taijutsu. I will not be using any ninjutsu, for now that is. Naruto responded. Taijutsu was a good option for him since he would have to answer fewer questions. If he did ninjutsu, they would ask him where he learned the jutsus and who taught them to him. With taijutsu, he could simply say that he trained on his own. No one would question him further. It looks like your sensei has not yet arrived. Zetsu said, I will be taking a look around the village, he said, disappearing. It had been 45 minutes after 6 and Kakashi had yet to appear. Naruto was getting impatient. Kakashi was just too laid back to arrive on time at a meeting he set up. He had to wait yesterday and now he was waiting today. He hated that Kakashi did not respect other people's time. At 8, Naruto's patience finally ran out. He jumped out of the tree. His teammates noticed him. You are late, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei said we could come here at 6. Sakura yelled out. Naruto had no words for her. She was not going to believe anything he told her anyway. It was best for him to just ignore her. He started walking away from the training ground. Sasuke finally spoke. Where are you going, Dobi? Home, Naruto responded without looking back at Sasuke. But we have a test to take. Sakura said. I am aware of that, but I do not have the patience to deal with our sensei's tardiness. When he does get here, tell him I will be in my apartment. If he is really serious about the test, he will come and fetch me. Naruto said and disappeared. About an hour and a half later. Yo! Kakashi greeted with an eye smile as he appeared in a puff of smoke. You are late, Sakura screeched, making Kakashi wince, but he blissfully ignored her. He looked around because he could not see or sense Naruto. Where is Naruto? He left about an hour ago because you were late, Sasuke said with a glare directed towards the Jonin. He was furious. He did not like being kept waiting. He could have left with Naruto but chose not to because to get stronger he needed to pass the test for him to be a ninja. Kakashi brushed Sasuke's glare aside. Did he tell you where he was going? Sakura nodded. He said he was going back to his apartment. I will be back in 10 minutes with him, so don't go anywhere, he said as he puffed away. Naruto's apartment. Kakashi arrived at Naruto's apartment. He found the apartment's door slightly opened and decided to enter. Naruto, he called out, entering the blonde's home. He got no reply. He was surprised when he found the apartment looking empty. There was no furniture in and there were things packed inside boxes. It seemed like the blonde was moving out or moving things out to make space for new furniture. No, he is moving out, Kakashi thought to himself. Naruto walked in front of Kakashi. You are moving out? Kakashi asked curiously. Naruto nodded. This place is degrading. It's a rundown apartment, something not suitable for a shinobi. It was indeed degrading, but it was not the reason he felt he needed to move out now anyway. The apartment reminded of the good days he had with Madara, and his bedroom made it difficult for him to sleep since it was the place he had killed Madara. He could have gotten over that in time, but he needed to find a suitable place for him to live in. Where are you going to live now? The Shinobi District, Naruto replied. Kakashi just nodded, but he had questions. Naruto was definitely not getting help from the Sandame. If he was the Sandame would have told him about it. That begged the question, where did Naruto get the money to rent an apartment in the Shinobi District? He knew that someone like Naruto, who was not yet a ninja and lived off the allowance the Sandame gave him every month, should not be able to afford an apartment on his own. He would get answers when the Sandame spoke with Naruto later on. Come on, let's go, the others are waiting for us, he said. Naruto nodded and went on to close the door while Kakashi disappeared. Training Ground 7. Kakashi remembered something that he wanted to tell Naruto. He had forgotten about it after he had reached the blonde's apartment. Naruto, don't do what you did again in the future if you pass the test I'm going to give you. Naruto stared at Kakashi for a moment before responding. Give me that lecture again when you learn to respect other people's time, he said. Kakashi was not expecting Naruto to give that kind of reply. He could not argue, but he could give a good reason as to why he had been late today. Well, you see, a black cat crossed my path and I had to take the long way around. You did not have to leave since it was not my intention to be late. Naruto just looked at him with indifference. Kakashi shrugged and looked at the rest of the team. Now that everyone is here, we can begin with the test, he said. Your objective is to get a bell from me before noon, he said, taking out 2 bells. If you do not get a bell, you will be sent back to the academy. But sensei, there is only 2 bells and there are 3 of us. Does this mean that only 2 of us will become genins? Sakura asked confusedly. Should have expected that from her, Kakashi thought. That is if you do get the bells. Now come at me with the intent to kill. Begin. The 3 genins dashed off to the trees to hide their positions, making Kakashi smile. It was a good sign that they did listen to the academy lectures and understood some of Shinobi's rules. Never show your location to your enemy. They did just that by hiding from him. It was not that they could actually hide from him, they were just genins and he was an elite jonin. They were merely trying, and he could give points for their attempts. Kakashi made his way to the trees to look for the genin. He was in no hurry because he knew that sooner or later one would come after him and try to get the bells. He was able to detect Sakura rather easily. A few seconds later he detected Sasuke hiding in a tree, but Naruto, he was unable to find. He stretched out his senses. He smiled as he found Naruto sitting comfortably on a tree branch. The blonde looked comfortable and was observing him. He looked at Sakura's direction and decided to start with her. She was the weakest of the 3, no doubt about that. She was no challenge in taijutsu, so he decided genjutsu would be a better test for her. The girl had a great mind and genjutsu should be a good challenge for her. Sakura felt a bit dizzy, her vision was blurry. She could not understand what was happening to her. The last minute she was perfectly fine hiding away from Kakashi while she was also looking for Sasuke. She wanted to hide where Sasuke was hiding. She needed to be near her Sasuke-kun so he could get a better look at her. But now she suddenly did not feel well. Sakura. She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard a voice calling her name. She could now see clearly and the weird feeling she was feeling in her head was gone. She looked up to see Sasuke coming into view. She beamed suddenly upon seeing that it was Sasuke who was calling her. Help me. Sakura looked closely at her Sasuke-kun. Her eyes opened wide as she watched Sasuke struggle his way towards her, the horror. His body was battered and bruised, it was also pierced with several kunais. She rushed over him trembling. Her heart was beating faster than normal. Sasuke dropped to the ground. Sasuke-kun, she thought as she stopped in her tracks as tears began to rush off her eyes. She felt as though her heart had stopped beating. She screamed loudly at the thought that Sasuke was dead and fainted. Kakashi, looking from a distance, could only sweat drop. The girl had just fallen to an easy D-rank genjutsu. She was supposed to be smart, and should have detected the genjutsu easily. Maybe I should have used an E-rank genjutsu, he thought. Kakashi shrugged and went away to find his next victim. Sasuke did not spare the girl a second glance. He really did not care what happened. She was a nuisance and annoying. With her out of the way he could have a better chance of getting a bell. If she was still active she would no doubt get in his way and become a burden to him. He wanted to get the bell and pass the test. His quest could only be fulfilled if he became a shinobi. No one was going to stand in the way of his quest. Pathetic, Naruto thought looking at the fallen girl. It was clear that the girl was caught in a simple genjutsu that she had been unable to detect. Naruto could only guess what the girl had seen to make her faint. Whatever it was, it had something to do with Sasuke. Sakura was not fit to be a ninja. She was book smart, but that did not make a shinobi. Skills and dedication made a ninja, Sakura had none. All she cared for was looking good in the eyes of her Sasuke-kun. If the girl ended up being a genin with her current mindset, she would certainly be killed in her first mission if her teammates don't carry her over their shoulders. Naruto jumped off the tree he was in and made his way towards Kakashi. There was something about the test that was hidden. A genin team in Konoha was composed of 3 genins and a jonin. There was no team in Konoha that was a group of 3. Even the Anbu squads were made out of 4 members, one being captain. Konoha preached teamwork to their shinobi. The objective of the test was in contrast to that motto. Despite them not being an official team, they were still a team, and fighting for themselves to get the bell did not promote teamwork. Also, it was not possible for academy graduates to defeat a jonin. A thought came to his mind. They were not expected to defeat the Jonin, but work together as a team. They were a team and were expected to work with one another in missions. Sasuke and Sakura would never agree to work with him. He wanted to have some fun, and he would have his fun by fighting with Kakashi. He still could not beat Kakashi, but the Jonin was surely going to underestimate him. He also had the element of surprise. He would take advantage of that. He was stopped from going after Kakashi because Sasuke beat him to it. Naruto leaned back on the tree again so he could see what the last faithful Uchiha could do. It would certainly prove interesting if the Uchiha was just not full of arrogance. Sasuke made his way towards Kakashi. He had a confident look on his face. He felt confident about his chances of getting the bells. He was different from the others. He was an Uchiha and the best in the academy class. He was considered a prodigy at his age. "I'm going to get those bells," he said arrogantly. Kakashi looked at him once, then looked back at his book. His response to the proclamation annoyed the hell out of the Uchiha. It was like the Jonin was taking his challenge as if it was nothing, not worth his time. He hated anyone who felt as though they were superior to him. He rushed towards the Jonin at his full speed. Kakashi was slightly surprised by the speed the young Uchiha was showing. He did not put away his book though. He waited for Sasuke to come to him. Sasuke jumped and brought his right fist trying to punch Kakashi in the face. Kakashi blocked with his free hand. Sasuke was quick to use his other hand. He forced Kakashi to dodge his punch. Sasuke engaged the Jonin again. He attempted to side-kick the Jonin, but Kakashi blocked his attack. Sasuke did not stop. He brought out his other leg trying to kick the Jonin. Kakashi was again quick to block again. "Shit, I can't read my book like this," Kakashi thought. Sasuke brought out his left hand trying to punch Kakashi in the chest, but the Jonin blocked again, frustrating Sasuke. But he did not give up. His left leg moved faster than before, heading straight at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi caught Sasuke's leg, but was not given the chance to do anything as Sasuke moved with impressive flexibility. He tried gutting the Jonin with his left hand. Kakashi was up to the challenge. He caught Sasuke's hand with his other hand. Sasuke had expected as much. His free hand moved for the bells hanging on Kakashi's belt. He did enough to almost get them, but Kakashi let go of him and jumped back a bit. He looked at Sasuke. The boy was certainly good for an academy graduate. With his taijutsu, he could actually beat seasoned genin. He rushed at Sasuke, catching Sasuke off guard by his superior speed. He spun around and kicked Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke flew back but recovered quickly and landed on his feet. "You certainly are good, better than most genins." Kakashi commented on Sasuke's skills in taijutsu. He was certainly skilled and Kakashi was impressed by the young Uchiha. Sasuke did not react to Kakashi's words. He was a little angry that he was not able to get the bells. What was more troubling was that he was unable to land a hit on the Jonin. Jonins were really strong, they were unlike any other shinobi. But he still had an ace in his pocket. He smirked and inhaled large amounts of wind. He held his hands together near his mouth as he muttered his jutsu. Fire style. Great fireball no jutsu. He breathed out a large fireball that sped toward Kakashi. This was his ace. The Jonin wouldn't have been expecting him to do that. He would certainly burn the Jonin with his jutsu and get the bells. Kakashi had wide eyes as he looked at the jutsu. An academy graduate should not have that much chakra to do that jutsu, he thought. It was a surprise to him that Sasuke could do the jutsu at such a young age. He quickly replaced himself with a log to avoid him being burned. Sasuke smirked in victory seeing his sensei burned. He ended his jutsu. He looked at where Kakashi was standing to see a burned log. Replacement, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Earth style. Projection fish style no jutsu. Kakashi did his jutsu while he was underground. He pulled Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke cursed as he felt his feet being dragged down to the ground. He was unable to stop being dragged into the pit. Kakashi got out from the ground and appeared in front of the buried Uchiha. Sasuke was buried with only his head being the only part of his body left on the surface. He glared at Kakashi angrily. Get me out of here, he demanded. He felt embarrassed by being caught so easily. He was stuck in the pit and could not move his feet or legs. Sasuke-kun, a screeching voice of Sakura stopped Kakashi from responding. Kakashi looked at the pink-haired girl wondering when she had woken up. Sakura ran towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, she cried out trying to pull Sasuke from the pit. She was unable to do anything, as she was weak to do anything to begin with. Kakashi just watched the girl struggle, his face showing a bit of amusement at what his eye was seeing. Sakura got up tiredly and glared at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, get Sasuke-kun out of here now, she yelled at her sensei. Kakashi raised a brow. He did not think that the girl could be capable of doing something like that, standing up for Sasuke even if it was against someone stronger than both of them. She could not do anything to him, but here she was demanding that he pull Sasuke from the ground. Sakura saw that Kakashi was not going to do anything and sighed dejectedly. She sat down next to Sasuke. Don't worry Sasuke-kun, I will get you out of here, she said, trying to make Sasuke happy. Sasuke did not bother to look at the girl, he just continued glaring daggers at Kakashi, who blissfully ignored all the daggers. Kakashi realized that one of the genins was missing. Naruto was watching from afar. Sasuke was not that bad for a genin, but he expected to see more from an Uchiha. What a disappointment, he thought to himself. He jumped from the tree and walked calmly towards the others. Kakashi noticed him and looked back at the blonde. Naruto still had his impassive gaze on. Sakura was the first to say something. Naruto, come and help me free Sasuke. Naruto ignored her and looked at Kakashi. He took a taijutsu stance which Kakashi noticed was similar to the Uchiha interceptor style. Shall we dance, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said impassively. Kakashi raised a brow but nonetheless continued reading his book. He had taken it out after he had subdued Sasuke. To anyone he might not look like he was ready, but Kakashi was paying attention to Naruto. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Kakashi. Fast, Kakashi thought with wide eyes. Naruto had moved at high genin to low chunin speed. He had never seen an academy graduate move that fast, never in his life. He expected Naruto to surprise him, but this was too much for a surprise. Naruto's right hand rushed at Kakashi, but Kakashi was quick to get over his shock, he was fast to react. He blocked the blow. He felt a tiny bit of the power behind the punch. He hits like Guy but at a smaller scale, Kakashi thought. Naruto brought out his right leg and attempted to kick Kakashi on his left side. Kakashi raised his knee to block the attack. He quickly put away his book because he now knew he would get embarrassed by a genin if he continued reading the book. Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto was moving far faster than himself and seemed better than he was. Kakashi brought his right leg out trying to hit Naruto. His foot connected with Naruto's hand. He retrieved his leg and brought it back again at Naruto. This time he spun around for more speed and power. Naruto brought out both his hands to block the attack. The power behind the kick was enough to force him back a foot away from Kakashi. This dance should be entertaining. Naruto said just enough for Kakashi to hear him. Kakashi looked at Naruto straight in his eyes. He seems to be happy, and calls a fight a dance. He must really love the thrill of a good fight, Kakashi said looking at the blonde. There was no smile but he could see a bit of excitement in Naruto's eyes. Kakashi got into his own stance. Naruto seemed to be good at taijutsu and his speed was impressive. He had to seriously fight if he was going to evaluate Naruto's strength. Naruto got back into his stance. He knew he had no chance of beating Kakashi, especially since he was greatly holding back, but fighting against someone who could match and surpass your every move was something he could not miss. Both he and Kakashi disappeared from view and clashed in a taijutsu fight. Naruto attempted to kick Kakashi in the face, but Kakashi bent back to avoid being hit. Naruto spun around balancing himself and not giving Kakashi enough time to attack him. Spinning around he brought his right foot trying to gut the Jonin. Kakashi caught the blow and held Naruto's foot firmly with both his hands. His right foot moved fast and crashed into Naruto's stomach, sending the blonde flying away. Kakashi did not give Naruto the time to recover. Within seconds he was already in front of Naruto. He attempted a right hook which Naruto was quick enough to block. Naruto jumped away from the Jonin. He rushed at Kakashi again. He tried crashing his foot into Kakashi's ribs but the Jonin jumped back. Naruto did not stop. He dashed at Kakashi and jumped up. He appeared above Kakashi, his right foot was crashing down with speed and power. Kakashi did not attempt to block, he replaced himself with a log. Naruto's foot connected with the log, breaking it in half. Sasuke was now feeling jealousy towards Naruto. Naruto was faring well against a Jonin, while he could not do anything. He could not even get the Jonin to fight him seriously, but Naruto was able to. Naruto was just a dead last. What could have changed for the blonde to be better? Naruto landed on the ground and stood still. His eyes narrowed to where Kakashi was. The Jonin was within the trees. He disappeared off to the trees. Sasuke and Sakura could not see anything since their teammate and sensei were fighting within the trees. But they could feel that the fight was still going on. A few seconds later both saw their sensei flying back into the clearing. A second later Naruto appeared above the Jonin and attempted to pummel the Jonin to the ground. Kakashi could not dodge but was able to bring out both his hands to block Naruto's punch. The power of the attack was enough to send Kakashi crashing down to the ground even though he had blocked the attack. A small crater was formed where Kakashi had crashed. Naruto jumped away from Kakashi, allowing the Jonin to recover. Kakashi got out of the crater and rushed at Naruto in speeds that should make him invincible to a genin. He appeared in front. Naruto was not fast enough to react as Kakashi's fist crashed into his gut, making him grunt at the effects of the powerful punch. Kakashi did hand seals and held his hands together close to his mouth, doing the same jutsu Sasuke had used on him earlier, albeit bigger than Sasuke's. Fire style. Great Fireball no Jutsu. Naruto disappeared fast to avoid being hit by the jutsu. Kakashi ended his jutsu, having sensed that Naruto had been able to dodge. Naruto was now a distance away from where he was previously. You are far better than I thought, far better than Sasuke. I don't think there is a genin in Konoha that can beat you. But I must end this now, Kakashi said, but before he could do anything the alarm rang, signifying it was noon. Kakashi sighed and motioned for Naruto to follow him to the rest of Team 7. Kakashi freed Sasuke, who could not stop glaring at Naruto with clear jealousy. Naruto had been able to hit a Jonin while he had been unable to. Kakashi gathered them and looked at each of them disappointedly. You did not get the bells, thus you failed the test. Naruto took out both bells from his pocket, making Kakashi look at his belt and then at Naruto with wide eyes. When did you get them? The time I pummeled you to the ground. Before I jumped back I had already taken the bells. You were so focused on testing my power that you forgot about the test and you were thinking I had no interest in the bells. I just wanted to fight. That made it easy for me to get them. Naruto responded. Kakashi nodded. So what are you going to do about the bells? The aim of the test was not to get the bells but to test if we could work together as a team, as 3 genins cannot defeat an elite jonin. I'm surprised that Sakura with all her brains couldn't figure that out. Sakura glared at Naruto for the jab. It seemed like one, but Naruto was just pointing out that someone smart like Sakura should have been able to figure out the meaning of the test. Kakashi noticed that fact because Naruto's face remained stoic and calm and there was no amusement in his voice. If you knew that, why did you not try to work with your teammates? Isn't it obvious? None of them would have been willing to work with me. Sakura's only concern is Sasuke, while Sasuke thinks he does not need help and can do everything on his own, and his pride would not allow him to accept help from anyone. Kakashi had to agree with Naruto. But Naruto should have tried to talk to them. Naruto is right, the purpose of the test was teamwork. I could give you another chance to work together, but since Naruto has the bells and I was not supposed to fail you, I guess I will pass you, he said, making Sakura and Sasuke sigh in relief. Naruto threw the bells back at Kakashi. Kakashi caught the bells. You can go now except for you, Naruto. We will meet tomorrow at 9 AM for a team meeting. Both Sakura and Sasuke left, but not before Sasuke glanced at Naruto. The Hokage's office, I presume, Naruto said, to which Kakashi nodded. Hokage's office. The Sandame stared deep into Naruto's blue eyes. He found nothing from the blonde. His eyes had nothing, they were just devoid of any emotion. He never thought he would see Naruto's eyes like that. Naruto knew that the Sandame wanted to ask questions about the transformation. He was not going to answer any questions he did not want to answer. No one forced him to do anything he did not like. Naruto, what happened to you? The Sandame asked, breaking the silence within the room. I don't understand the question, Naruto said. He certainly did not understand what the Hokage meant. He could only guess, but guessing was not the right way to go if the person who asked the question was there to clear the question. The Sandame narrowed his eyes on Naruto. This was not the same Naruto he knew. Last week you were not like this, he said, not really wanting to say what exactly had changed in Naruto. My physical appearance and attitude, you mean? The Sandame nodded. I am afraid I cannot answer that question. For now anyway, he responded coolly. Why? Because Hokage-sama, it is something I don't want to reveal. Naruto, why don't you want to reveal such information? What are you hiding? Don't you trust me? It is not a matter of trust, and it is that I just don't want to tell you, and I think I am entitled to my secrets. The Sandame stared at Naruto sternly, but Naruto was not affected by it. Naruto, I don't understand why you are being like this, but I don't like you keeping things from me. You are an important part of the village, and everything you do I must know of it. Ironic, isn't it? You don't like me keeping things from you while you have been doing just that my whole life. Naruto said, sounding almost amused, but he was far from being amused. The Sandame and Kakashi tensed just when Naruto uttered those words. Naruto saw them tense. You thought I would not find out? I know everything, Hokage-sama. The Sandame looked at Naruto with shame and guilt. Naruto was used to seeing the look of the old man. It was like the old man wanted him to see the guilt and shame. He did not understand if it was that the old man wanted him to see, or he just felt guilty. The Sandame could be two-faced sometimes. He brushed off his thoughts. The Sandame had to know he knew things that he had been keeping from him. It was not going to do anyone any good if he just kept it to himself. He did not hate the old man for keeping things from him, but he hated that when the old man found that he too was keeping things from him, he was quick to show that he was displeased. You know of the Kyuubi? It sounded like a question, but it was not. Yes, and about my mother and father. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Naruto, I'm sorry for not telling you about your parents. Your father had so many enemies, we feared that they would come after you to kill you, as you are a namikaze. The Sandame said sadly. Your reasons are nothing but excuses. You know full well that it was either I was killed by the villagers or the assassins. Have you forgotten what they used to do to me on my birthdays? The Sandame failed to meet Naruto's gaze. How could he argue with what Naruto was saying? His life was already in danger by the villagers. It was a miracle that he had survived all the brutal beatings he had received at the hands of the villagers. I still am sorry, Naruto, for failing to protect you. Also, I know that my mother was the previous nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto saw Hiruzen slightly twitch upon those words as he looked back up at Naruto. Even though my mother housed the nine tails, she lived a normal life because her Jinchuriki status remained a secret from everyone. Even now the village doesn't know, only a select few. But it is the fact that you decided to make my Jinchuriki status public is what bothered me. I question your motives on that. Let me guess, you wanted to give the people an object to rally their hatred and anger on, to answer questions. No, that's not true, Naruto, said Hiruzen in a sad tone. It hurt him seeing the cold look from Naruto. Naruto held his hand up, stopping Hiruzen from continuing. I don't care about your excuse, and I don't want your apology. I never hated you, Naruto said. I don't believe there is anything more that needs to be discussed now. I will be taking my leave, he said, disappearing from the office. Well, that went well, Kakashi said. The Sandame shook his head. No, nothing went well for us anyway. Everything went the way Naruto wanted it to go. He never answered any of my questions. We don't know who trained him and who told him about his heritage and the Kyuubi. And I believe he has more secrets. You have to keep an eye on him, Kakashi. Find out what he is hiding. Kakashi looked at the Sandame. I thought you were going to leave it as it is. Won't he tell his secrets when he is ready? Maybe he might, but we cannot wait for that. Naruto was able to fool the whole village, even me, for the past few years. Who knows what kind of secrets he is hiding? You do know that if he finds out that you sent me to spy on him, he might never forgive you. That is something I am willing to accept for the good of the village. The Sandame replied, lighting up his tobacco pipe. If Naruto was hiding things that could make him a threat to the village, they had to be found out soon. He was also not sure if Naruto was loyal to the village with all that he had gone through in his life, and the transformation only made him more suspicious of Naruto. While the two talked, they never noticed a pair of yellow eyes recording their conversation. Shinobi District. Naruto walked calmly inside an apartment block. He was looking for apartment number 38. It was the apartment he had rented and was going to move into. He climbed stairs looking for the apartment until he found it. He entered his new home and breathed in the fresh air within the apartment. He could almost smile, but at the moment he had to unpack and put in the furniture he had bought outside the village from one of his travels with Zetsu. Naruto took out several storage scrolls from a small bag he had been carrying. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, kitchen and a sitting room. He had all the furniture for all the rooms. He made 10 wood clones to help him unseal his things. He started unsealing the couch for his sitting room and the large flat screen. By the time he finished putting everything in his sitting room, his clones were finished with their duties. Naruto had them dispel. He heard a knock on the door. He went to open, wondering who it might have been. No one for now knew where he was living. Naruto opened the door and looked at a purple-haired woman, her hair reaching down her waist, brown eyes and a shade of red lipstick. She was with another woman he recognized as Yuhi Kurenai. What can I do for you? Naruto asked calmly. Naruto, the purple-haired woman said, looking at him with slightly wide eyes. Naruto recognized the voice. Neko, he thought. She was an Anbu who had been once assigned to watch over him. Are you familiar with him, Yugao? Kurenai asked. Yugao smiled slightly. Sort of, she said. Sorry for disturbing you. We heard noises of things being moved and decided to check what it was since no one lives in this apartment. Naruto nodded. The noise must have been me. I was putting my furniture in order. You are going to be living here? Yugao asked. Naruto nodded. What happened to your previous home? Nothing, he said dismissively. Yugao nodded. Kurenai smiled at Naruto. Well, it seems you and I will be neighbors, she said as she and Yugao turned away from his door. Naruto closed his door and walked back to his sitting room. He found Zetsu already sitting on the couch. It appears you were right, Zetsu said. Naruto had sent Zetsu to spy on the Sandame, knowing full well that the old man was capable of anything he set his mind on. He does not trust you. I expected as much from him. He may feel guilty for lying to me, but he will see that I get dealt with should I be a threat to the village. The Sandame might be old, but he can be cold, cunning and manipulative when he wants to be. Naruto said. Who did he send then? Your sensei. Naruto nodded. We will see what Kakashi will discover about me, he said. I have to admit the old man is truly brave, to have someone spy on me just after the talk I had with him. Naruto said. What are you going to do about it? Nothing, they can look all they want but can never find out my secrets unless I want them to, Naruto said confidently. 6 months later. Team 7. Naruto never felt at peace within the team. There was always someone watching over him, a pair of eyes that always stared at him. It annoyed him to no end. There were a few times that he had even thought of killing someone because of the constant watchful eyes that always tailed him like his own shadow. It felt like he was a criminal by being always watched. It was not just Team 7, it was everywhere he went within the village. There was always someone watching him like a hawk. Konoha did not trust him. He was seen as a flight risk. Naruto figured that the council had taken notice of his transformation, and were not going to take any chances with him. It was clear that no one trusted him because he refused to tell them anything. Even when they had tried to force him to talk, he still had no fears. They could not touch him. The feeling he was having now was the same his grandfather felt when Konoha had been formed and Hashirama was made Hokage. His grandfather was not trusted. They could never make him leader. Without the trust of the village, even from a clan he led, Madara was forced to defect from the village. It was now the same with him. Konoha refused to trust him, because he kept things from it. His skills in taijutsu were not what they feared. No, they feared the things he was hiding. They came to a conclusion that he was hiding his true strength. That conclusion made them even more suspicious of him. They could not understand why he would hide his true strength. They thought he was hiding his true strength because he was planning something. They could not believe that it was for the good of the village, because if it was for the good of the village he would not have to hide it. That was what they thought. Naruto had no intentions of harming the village in any way unless forced. His grandfather had founded the village along with Hashirama. His grandfather was the one to have named the village. Naruto hated the village. He hated it even more after learning some dark truths about it that the village hid. But even though he hated the village and most of the villagers, he also understood that not everyone in the village was bad. Ichiraku was one of them. When he was smaller they always cared for him. They would give him free food to help, since they knew everyone hated him and he respected them for that. Another was Yugao. She was one of the Anbu who would always watch him and save him from the villagers when they got physical with him. The woman truly cared for him despite what everyone would say about him. She understood that he wasn't the demon, he wasn't the Kyuubi, he was just its jailer. Another was Shikamaru and Choji. Naruto knew that they befriended him to help with how lonely he used to be. They saw him as just Naruto, nothing and nobody else. People like them would always have a small place in his heart no matter how cold he had gotten. But besides that, the village was truly rotten at its core. It was rotten due to the people who held power in the village, mainly the elders and Danzo. From what he heard from his grandfather about Hashirama, the man desired peace and prosperity. Naruto just shook his head. He was sure if Hashirama could see how the village turned out he would surely hang his head in shame. But despite the constant watch he was under, Naruto had no fears of his secrets ever being discovered by someone. The only reason Naruto did not have any fears was because he knew that they would never find anything from him unless he was careless. But with the constant watch he could not train anywhere or do anything private outside of his own apartment. His apartment was the only place that gave him the privacy he needed. But he was sure that sooner or later they would bypass his security seals. He was by no means a seal master. The security seals are what he had been taught by his grandfather. They were not perfect, but they did their job. He could converse with Zetsu and even at times leave a clone while he goes away to the hideout to train. With Team 7, he had to worry about Kakashi, who always had his eyes on him. Even when they were on missions, the Jonin paid too much attention to him than his other students. Kakashi was taking his job more seriously than Naruto had thought the Jonin would. He never made the mistake of leaving Naruto alone. No, if he was going somewhere and it was during Team 7 activities, the Jonin would leave a shadow clone with Naruto. But the Jonin was friendly and valued his team as part of his family. These values made Naruto question why Kakashi would choose to spy on one of his comrades. When the Sandaime had told him to spy on Naruto, Kakashi spied, but not as seriously as he was doing now. Naruto thought that the council had taken part in that change. The fools were capable of anything, especially Danzo and the two advisors. If there were people to kill, it would be 3 elders. There was also Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. The two just annoyed him to no end. Sasuke was obsessed with fighting with him. Every time he got the chance, he would demand that Naruto fight with him. Naruto never fought with the young Uchiha. He always refused to fight the Uchiha. Naruto hated fighting pointless battles. There was nothing he would gain from fighting the Uchiha. Despite his love for a good fight, Sasuke was not worth his time. His refusals always infuriated Sasuke, and he would always attempt to hit Naruto whenever he was not looking. Naruto had better reflexes and would always dodge the attacks without hitting the young Uchiha back. Another person that caused him headaches was Sakura. Despite his attempts to ignore the girl, she would not just stop talking. Naruto was sometimes tempted to put the girl in a genjutsu. He would make the girl kill herself and she would be gone from his life. She hated him because he was better than Sasuke. No, she refused to believe that he was better than Sasuke. What she did was yell at him for trying to be cool and better than Sasuke. She would always tell him to stop trying to make Sasuke look bad. Despite all the problems in Team 7, the team was almost perfect when it came to teamwork. It was all that Kakashi taught them and they were better at it than any other genin team. They did their missions better than any other rookie genins. Over the past months they had done a lot of missions. But only two stood out, the mission in the Wave Country and the mission in which they were to protect Koyuki Kazahama. The Wave mission had been their first mission, and ended up being an A-rank mission because they had encountered an A-rank missing nin, Zabuza Momochi and his accomplice Haku. Sakura had been a burden in the mission and basically did nothing useful. What she did was tremble in fear at the thought of dying in her first real mission. They were protecting a bridge builder from a man named Gato. Team 7 did succeed in the mission and managed to get Gato killed despite the odds being against them. Sasuke had awakened his sharingan during the battle on the bridge. It made him even more arrogant now that he had finally awakened the Uchiha clan bloodline. It made the Uchiha feel superior to anyone, thinking that no one could match the power of the Uchiha eyes. The mission to protect Kuyoki was also a success. They went to the snow country on the mission and found out that Kuyoki was a real princess. The team had thought she just played a princess in movies. Her country was being controlled by her uncle who had killed her father to take over the country. The woman at first had been refusing to accept her role as princess of the country, but after her uncle was killed she finally decided to become ruler of the snow country. But after Gato was killed, Naruto had ordered Zetsu to take the man's businesses and gold mines and any other source of wealth the man had and make him the new owner. Gato was a real piece of shit and the worst kind of human. He didn't deserve such wealth. Naruto had instructed Zetsu to leave a few million ryo for the land of waves to get back on their feet. The country had truly been brought to its knees all because of Gato. It would be wrong to take it all and not leave them with at least something. A few million ryo wasn't a lot for Wave Country, which was a small nation compared to the Great Five, but it was enough for them to get a better start towards a brighter future. Recently Naruto had been thinking of a better way to reveal some of his secrets to Konoha to get them off his back. Revealing some secrets would get them to lessen the number of shinobi they have following him. They would not need to have him watched 24/7 since they would have found out what he had been hiding from them. He would have more space to breathe and more privacy than he currently has. He was patient and would wait for the right time. Rushing into things had its consequences. He would rather not have to deal with those if he could just wait a little more. Naruto was walking calmly towards Training Ground 7 alone. Looking around the village, he had come to notice that some of the villagers had stopped glaring at him. They had lost their hateful looks, but not all of them had done so. Some still did glare at him, but they had lost the intensity they used to have before he was a genin. The kind of change surprised him. He did not understand what had made them stop glaring at him. He did not think that it was because he looked like their dead precious Yondaime. Naruto was so consumed by his thoughts that he was not paying attention to where he was going. He ended up bumping into someone who also seemed to have been lost in thoughts. Likely no one was hurt since they were not moving at a fast pace. Naruto gathered himself and looked at who he had hit. He noticed that there were 3 people in front of him. The one he had bumped into was glaring at him. He was a boy in his teens. "Watch where you are going, brat." The boy who Naruto had bumped into yelled. He wore a black bodysuit and black shinobi sandals. His face was painted with face paint. He wore a Sanagakure forehead protector. He had something strapped behind his back, but Naruto couldn't tell what it was. It did not seem like a weapon or anything he had seen before. Naruto was not going to apologize to the boy. The Suna shinobi was glaring at him like he could actually beat him. He was underestimating him because he was younger than him. Naruto ignored the Suna shinobi's words and looked at the other 2 in front of him. The blonde and the red-haired just looked at him while the black-haired in a black bodysuit was enraged that Naruto had ignored him. He brought out his right hand and grabbed Naruto by his shirt. "Don't ignore me when I'm talking to you, you little shit." Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously at the teen. This was something he could not forgive. One did not touch him like this and got away with it. Yes, he did hit the teen, but it was not intentional. He was lost in his thoughts and so was the teen. "Kankuro, what are you doing?" the blonde-haired girl barked. The now identified Kankuro did not even bother to look at her. He just grinned. "I am trying to teach this brat to respect those older than him," he said. Before anyone could do anything, Naruto drove his fist into Kankuro's stomach. Kankuro let go of Naruto and clutched his stomach while gritting his teeth. "That hurt," he said under his breath. "That is what happens when you act like a fool, and now you are embarrassing our village by your foolishness." A cold voice of the red-haired spoke, making the blonde and Kankuro tense. Looking at Kankuro, he seemed scared of something, and it was like he had forgotten the presence of the red-haired boy. "Sorry, Gaara," Kankuro said. Naruto wondered why he was apologizing. Even the girl seemed to get nervous when Gaara spoke. But the name Gaara brought those thoughts to a halt. He knew the name. "Sand siblings, I should have recognized the children of the Yondaime Cage," Naruto said impassively. "Subaku no Gaara. Jinchuriki of the Ichibi," he said, making the eyes of two of the sand shinobi go wide. "Subaku no Kankuro and Subaku no Tamari, the eldest of the sand siblings," he said, and narrowed his eyes at Kankuro. Gaara smiled. It was a creepy smile. It was as if he was imagining Kankuro being fed his own hand. "Next time you touch me like that, I will cut off your hand and feed it to you," he said darkly, making Kankuro gulp at the threat. "If it was not that you are a guest to the village, I would have killed you for your foolishness. You don't try to attack someone without even evaluating their strengths," he lectured while walking away. "What is your name?" Gaara asked in his emotionless voice. Naruto stopped and looked at the Jinchuriki. "Uzumaki Naruto. I shall see you at the exams, Subaku no Gaara," he said, and disappeared from their view, but not before sending a wink at Tamari, making the girl slightly blush. Gaara grinned madly, making his siblings look at him fearfully. They knew that kind of smile. It was the kind of grin he always wore when he was thinking of crushing someone with his sand. They feared that kind of smile. They could only feel sorry for the blonde should he meet Gaara in the battlefield. Training Ground 7. Chunin exams, Naruto thought. He had forgotten about them. Zetsu had informed him about them. He thought that it was why Kakashi had called them today. They had been on a break from their previous missions. It was not yet over. With the exams coming, it would prove difficult for him to hide his secrets from everyone. That is, if he meets someone he could not defeat in a taijutsu fight. Though he knew that no mere genin or chunin could defeat him in a taijutsu fight. Villagers could always send jonins in the chunin exams. Naruto brushed off his thoughts. His taijutsu was superior to most. Even some jonin's taijutsu was inferior to his. His speed gave him a great advantage against most opponents. Sasuke and Sakura walked side by side towards the training ground. Looking at them, they always came together at the training ground. Well, not always together, but most of the time. It was like they lived in the same house or were neighbors, but they were none of that. It was a mystery how they could arrive at the same time at the training ground most of the time, whereas they did not live together. They could only make it together if Sakura knew which route Sasuke took to the training ground, but knowing Sasuke, he would have changed the road he took upon seeing that Sakura knew the way he used for the training ground. Sakura always knew where Sasuke was. It was like the girl had sensing abilities that only worked on Sasuke. Sasuke glared at Naruto before looking away. It was nothing new to Naruto. It was either Sasuke demanded that he fight with him or he just glared at him and looked away. Naruto preferred to be glared at than having Sasuke demand that they fight. That way he did not have to deal with the Uchiha. They did not wait for too long in the silence because Kakashi had decided to make it in time, for the first time. Not even the fact that Naruto would leave the training ground after waiting for an hour for the Jonin had probed him to arrive in time for team meetings. It was a surprise to the whole team. "Yo!" Kakashi greeted his students with his eye smile in place and the ever-present orange book present in his right hand. "What is wrong, Kakashi-sensei? Why are you not late?" Sakura said in a low tone. Kakashi smiled. "Nothing is wrong. Is it that surprising that I am on time?" No one answered the question. Sasuke got down to business. "Why did you bring us here, Kakashi-sensei? I thought we were still having time off. Can't I just bring you here so that we can get together? We are a team after all," Kakashi said, flipping a page in his book. Sasuke glared at him. Kakashi sighed at the Uchiha's attitude. Fine, I brought you here because I have some good and important news that I want to tell you, he said, taking his eye off his book. Sasuke stopped glaring at him, wanting to know the important news the sensei had for them. Then let's hear it. Naruto spoke for the first time since Kakashi appeared. Kakashi gave them a wide-eyed smile. I have nominated you for the Chunin selection exams, he said. Sasuke smiled at the news. It was a great opportunity for him to test his powers against other strong genins he would surely meet at the exams. Naruto's face remained impassive while Sakura looked unsure. Kakashi took out 3 pieces of papers and handed one to each of his students. If you want to enter the exams, the choice is yours. But if you do decide to take the exams, take the forms with you to the academy at room 301, tomorrow at 8 a.m. He said. Kakashi-sensei, are you sure we are ready to take the exams? Sakura said, not sure if she really wanted to take the exams. She knew she was not strong enough to take the exams. Kakashi nodded. If I did not believe you were ready to take the exams, I would never have nominated you. I believe that you are ready, you just have to believe in yourselves. He said, smiling. Remember, it is a personal choice. No one will force you to take the exams if you decide not to take them. But I must warn you, if you do decide to take the exams, you might find yourself facing strong genins like Naruto or someone strong like Haku. I'm sure you do remember him, well, Yane, he said, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sakura paled at the thought of facing someone strong like Haku. Haku had almost killed Sasuke. She could not possibly go against someone who was able to defeat Sasuke. Sasuke was strong and cool. If she was to face someone stronger than him, she would certainly be killed. She looked at Sasuke, who was smiling. It was a true happy smile. She did not want to disappoint him. She could enter and finally show him that she was strong and not weak as he always said she was. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a small smile. I hope you enter the exams because I really want to fight you, Naruto, he said, going away with his smile still in place. He was holding the form firmly as he did not want to lose it. The Chunin selection exam was a good chance for him to test the power of the Uchiha. Sakura also walked away with a lot in her mind. Naruto looked at the form and sighed. The exams were going to be nothing but troublesome for him. He sighed and walked away to clear his thoughts. Hokage Monument. It was sunset and Naruto was enjoying the view up in the Hokage Monument. He had managed to get the shadows that always followed him to follow a clone while he got some breathing space. He did need the time sometimes, time where nobody was watching him, recording everything he did. He felt annoyed when he sensed someone coming to him. He did not want to talk to someone at this time. He turned around to see an old man with a cane. His right hand was wrapped up in bandages, and his left eye was also bandaged. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. Shimura Danzo, Naruto said, I was wondering when you would appear before me. Looking at the bandages, he felt disgusted knowing what the old man was hiding under those bandages. Danzo was another person on his hit list. But he was going to be patient and let the old man play for now. Danzo's face was impassive as he studied Naruto. Kyuubi, he thought. He did not see a person when looking at Naruto. No, he saw the Kyuubi, a weapon that must be under his control. He only could make it powerful and program it to fight for the village. The Sandaime had been a fool in refusing to let him take the boy. He could have trained the boy so that he could become a loyal weapon for the village, not someone who was a flight risk. The village seems peaceful looking at it from here, isn't it? He said, trying to see how the blonde would respond. He could not get into serious business without having an idea of the kind of person the blonde was. He had reports from his rude Anbu, but to confirm everything he needed to see it himself. It is lovely, but get to the point. I do not think you came here to talk of such trivial things, Naruto said. Danzo nodded. I have a proposition for you, he said. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the old man. Danzo was looking at him with cold and calculating eyes. I have no interest in joining your root forces, Danzo. In fact, I have no interest in associating myself with you, he said firmly. If Naruto knew of his root, which was a secret that only those in Anbu knew, the boy must know some more secrets. His root was an S-rank secret, not even some Jana knew of it. His route is thought to have been disbanded, but it was still operating underground. In official reports it was, but he was still running his division. I see our suspicions were right about you. How do you know about my root division? He asked curiously, wanting to see if the boy would give him something. Your root is not really a secret, but what you do with your root is what is the secret that no one outside your division knows. He said, but Danzo, I am not a threat to the village as you people perceive me to be. Danzo now saw a threat in Naruto. The boy spoke of his root activities like he knew what they did. It was not good for him that Naruto did not agree with his ideals. He is a threat to him and his goals. What troubled him most was that he did not know the capabilities of the blonde. The fact that Naruto was a Jinchuriki made him a threat if he was not working with him. But he was a patient man. Naruto was still young, he was bound to make crucial mistakes that would cost him. He would be ready to capitalize and get the boy to work with him. The power of the Kyuubi was needed to further his plans. If all else failed, then he would have to eliminate the boy. Danzo turned around to leave. My offer to join my cause still stands. I can make you great and teach you how to control the power of the Kyuubi should you join me, he said and disappeared. Naruto sighed. It went better than he had thought it would. He did not reveal much to the old warhawk. Danzo was capable of doing anything. He would not be surprised he sent his root to capture him. The old warhawk had a way of controlling people. But he did not fear that, because of his grandfather's training and his sharingan, he could resist any hypnosis. No one could control him with a sharingan. Naruto thought back to the times he trained with his grandfather. Flashback. Gah! A 12-year-old Naruto shouted in agony as he fell to his knees. He was undergoing his Jiji's harsh training. Naruto was placed in a genjutsu that felt way too real to be an illusion. Pain shot throughout his body as he failed to dodge a sword strike to his back. Naruto's body hit the cold hard floor as the genjutsu was dispelled. Naruto bit his lip as he suppressed the urge to scream again. His Jiji would see him as weak, and that was something he couldn't allow. Although this sentiment didn't stop him from rolling in pain. Good, you survived for 3 days in my genjutsu. Not even Obito could last that long at your age. I hate this. Why do I have to go through all of this pain? Naruto shouted. His mind was almost shattered in that hellish genjutsu. Madara just frowned. It doesn't matter what you want. In order for you to get stronger, this is required. Madara replied in a tone that left no room for argument. End of flashback. Because of Madara and his harsh training, Naruto was really adept with genjutsu and could resist any kind of brainwash tried on him with a sharingan. Naruto smirked at the times when his grandfather trained him. Zetsu appeared from the ground, breaking him from his thoughts. It was just his head only. Naruto looked at him. How long have you been here? Long enough to hear everything you said to Danzo. Zetsu replied. Since you were here, have you had a white Zetsu spore attached to Danzo? Naruto asked. He thought that Zetsu might have just done that, knowing that Danzo was a threat. Yes, I figured that you might want me to do something like that. Good, that man is slippery. You can never know what he will do next. With Zetsu's spore on him, I will know everything he does, what he says, and who he meets. I do not want that old man to surprise me. Naruto said. When are you going to make a move against him? In time. Right now I am not strong enough to start with my plans. Everything will be in motion once I get strong enough. Naruto said. Staying the way you are and in the village is not helping you become strong. Zetsu pointed out. Naruto nodded, agreeing with Zetsu. I know that. I will think of something soon though. The academy. Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for Naruto at the academy entrance. Sasuke had no doubt that Naruto would show up. Sakura was the one who they thought would never show up for the exams. The girl was weak. Yesterday she did not seem too sure of herself that she would enter. It did not take long for Naruto to appear. The blonde was still in his black attire, but had a sword strapped behind him. Sasuke looked at him curiously. You know how to use a sword? He asked. Yes, it is just useful in dealing with annoyances. Both his teammates knew that he meant weak people by annoyances. Naruto had brought a sword because he refused to get his hands dirty with bloodstains of weaklings. A sword could do the job for him without dirtying him. Sasuke shrugged. Let's go inside. he said, turning around to face the academy doors. Both his teammates followed him from behind. The academy was full of activities. Naruto was not interested in anything, though he just wanted to get it over with. The only person that interested him was the sand Jinchuriku and a little curious about the blonde Tamari. The others would just be annoyances that talked more than what was necessary. At least he did bring his sword with him. The team walked inside the academy, ignoring everything else that was taking place. They wanted to get to the room they were told to go to by their sensei. It was of no benefit to them to get into other people's business. They were stopped when a green blur appeared in front of them. The boy in front of them wore a green jumpsuit. His forehead protector was worn as a belt on his waist, and black shinobi sandals. He had thick eyebrows and shiny black hair. He looked at the boys, then at Sakura. He smiled at her and gave her a thumbs up. "You must be Haruno Sakura, I am Rock Lee," he introduced himself to the pink-haired girl. Then he blushed slightly. "Will you go out with me? I will protect you with my life," he said. Sakura was quick to speak. The boy was lame, his jumpsuit, hair and everything about just seemed wrong. "Ew, no," she said. "I belong to Sasuke," she thought to herself. Sasuke seemed disappointed at her answer. He had hoped that the girl would accept Lee's proposition and leave him the heck alone, but it seems that it was not to be. Lee seemed disappointed at the rejection and brightened up slightly. He looked straight into Naruto's eyes. "You are Uzumaki Naruto, correct?" Naruto nodded. "Guy-sensei told me that you are the best taijutsu user out of all the genins," he said. "Fight with me, I would like to see if you really are good. I'm a taijutsu specialist. If I want to be the best, I must beat what is considered the best." Naruto looked at the genin in front of him for a moment before speaking. "As much as I love to dance, I have no interest in taking part in a pointless dance." "Dance?" Lee said confusedly. Sakura sighed. Naruto referred to fighting as a dance. Never has she once heard him say the word, fight. It was always a dance with him. He means to fight. She answered Lee, seeing his confusion. When it sank in his head, Lee took a taijutsu stance. "I'm afraid I must insist," he said. Naruto knew the boy was not going to take no for an answer. He really hated being dragged into a fight he did not wish to take part in. He looked at Lee for a second, then disappeared in a burst of speed. Despite Lee being in a taijutsu stance, he was not expecting Naruto to attack him. He was also not expecting Naruto to move at the speed he moved at. He could only move at that kind of speed without his weights. Naruto wore no weights, he only wore them when he was training. Now Lee found himself wide-eyed. Naruto's sword was on his neck, poised to pierce it. He could not do anything at the situation he was in. Naruto's knee was down on the ground as he needed to get low to get into the position he was in. He was in front of Lee with his sword raised. Everyone who saw him was shocked at his speed. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He hated seeing Naruto look strong. He hated admitting that Naruto was faster and stronger than him. Even with his sharingan activated, he had only increased his strength by a few miles, but it was nothing compared to Naruto. "I refuse," Naruto said firmly. Lee nodded slowly. "Good," Naruto said, retrieving his sword. He sheathed it and walked past Lee, causing his teammates to follow behind him. They had an exam to take. Sasuke glared at Naruto's back with his fist clenched. He had tried so many ways to surpass Naruto, but he still failed to do that. He needed more power to surpass Naruto. If he could not defeat Naruto, then there was no way he was going to be able to defeat Itachi. He needed to beat Naruto first, then he would be able to defeat Itachi. Team 7 walked towards room 301 in silence. They reached the doors and were stopped from opening the door when Kakashi appeared between them and the door. Kakashi's eye smile was in place, as well as his orange book, Make Out Paradise. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Sakura asked, looking at her sensei. Kakashi was a little surprised that Sakura had decided to enter the exams. He looked at Sasuke. Sasuke was the reason the girl entered the exams. If Sasuke was not in her team, she would never have entered the exams. With the look he saw on her face yesterday, it was truly a surprise that she decided to come. I should not be surprised, Kakashi thought to himself. There was really nothing that Sakura would not do for Sasuke. He sighed and closed his book. I'm glad that you all decided to take part in the exams, he said, but to be honest with you, the Chunin selection exams can only be taken by a team of 3. For example, if Sakura had decided against taking part in the exams, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't have been eligible to take part in the exams. Sakura felt relieved that she had decided to take part in the exams, or she would surely have disappointed Sasuke. She had no doubt that Naruto was going to participate, but that would not have mattered had she decided against participating in the exams. Sasuke would have been upset with her had she stood in the way of him taking part in the exams. She looked at her sensei. Why didn't you tell us that yesterday? I wanted everyone to participate in their own choices, not because they were forced to. If you had decided not to take part in the exams, Sasuke would have forced you to enter. He replied, earning a nod from Sakura. She knew it too well. Sasuke would have forced her to enter the exams. She was not sure how Naruto would react if she had chosen not to enter, but thinking of it, Naruto might have not cared either way. Sakura, don't allow yourself to be a burden to your teammates, Kakashi said firmly. Sakura nodded. She had always needed her teammates to carry her. Even Naruto did look out for her at times, even though she knew he didn't give a damn about what happened to her. Well then, good luck, Yane, Kakashi said as he disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Even though Sakura was weak, he was not a bit worried about her, for he knew that her teammates would look out for her. Naruto stepped forward and opened the door, and his teammates followed him as he entered room 301. The moment they entered the room, they were greeted by killing intent from different directions. Sasuke shrugged it off, even though it made him a bit uncomfortable. He had come across killing intents that made him want to kill himself, so this was nothing. Sakura held her hands together. She was a bit scared now because the killing intents were too much for her. Pathetic, Naruto thought. Killing intents of such level did not move him. Madara had trained to withstand killing intents even from something such as the Kyuubi. Madara might have been old at the time, but he still had made Naruto afraid of the old man with his killing intent. The first time he had experienced a dose of it, he had fainted because it had been pressing him down like nothing he had ever felt before. Such things had made his killing intent frightening for mere genins. Another thing that had made it frightening was his grandfather's DNA. Naruto possessed a bit of Madara's chakra. He did not let it leak because he did not want to scare anyone. There were a lot of genins in the room. They had not expected the participants to be in the exams. There sure are a lot of them, Sakura commented, earning a nod from Sasuke. It did not matter to Sasuke though. He was happy. So many participants meant he would have more competition. Sasuke-kun, you are late, Ino yelled as she jumped on Sasuke's back, placing her head on his shoulder. It was obvious that Sasuke was annoyed by the girl's actions. One would see it because the Uchiha's eyes were twitching. He was not the only one who was annoyed by Ino's actions. Sakura was displeased as she grew a tick mark on her forehead. Ino did not see Sakura. She was busy with her Sasuke. It has been long since we last saw each other, Sasuke-kun. How have you been? Ino asked. If Sasuke was going to respond, he never got the chance to do so. Get away from Sasuke-kun, Ino pig. She yelled angrily as she marched to get Ino off Sasuke. There was only one girl for Sasuke, and that girl was not Ino. Ino took notice of Sakura's presence in the room. She had not seen the pink-haired banshee. Her eyes were only on Sasuke. She looked around and saw Naruto with arms crossed on his chest and a bored look on his face. He is kind of hot, she thought with a blush. She looked back at Sakura and smirked. If it isn't a big ugly forehead, Sakura. I thought you would be at home playing makeup, she said. Sakura grew another tick mark on her forehead. Ino was making her look bad in front of Sasuke. She could not tolerate something like that. No, it was unacceptable. You guys are taking the troublesome exams too. This is so troublesome. The lazy voice of Nara Shikamaru spoke, knocking Sakura off her thoughts. Naruto looked at the genin and did something that shocked both Sasuke and Sakura. He smiled at Shikamaru. It was a small, genuine smile, but a smile nonetheless. They had never seen him smile since the formation of Team 7. His face was always impassive or with a bored expression. Sakura stared at Naruto. "Sasuke-kun, did Naruto just smile?" she asked. Surprisingly, Sasuke responded with a nod. Ino looked at them confusedly. "Is it that surprising to see Naruto smile?" she asked, looking at the two. Both ignored her as they got over their shock. Shikamaru gave a small nod to Naruto before answering Ino. I guess it is shocking to them because they had never seen Naruto smile during their time in Team 7. He said, earning a nod from Ino. "I found you," Kiba yelled as he made his way to the group. "Looks like everyone has assembled," he said as his teammates joined the group from behind the genin. Shino still had his impassive expression while Hinata was like, "Well, Hinata." She greeted the group and started to poke her fingers as soon as she laid her eyes on Naruto. A pink tint appeared on her cheeks. Naruto noticed but shrugged it off. He was not the only one who noticed in the group. "Not you guys too, this has become too troublesome," Shikamaru said with a sigh as he looked at Team 8. "Yeah, we are. And guess what?" Kiba said. "Together we make the Rookie 9 of Konoha," he yelled, not hiding his excitement. Akamaru barked in agreement to his master's words. "This is the first time in years that rookies took part in the Chunin selection exams, and we are the ones to do it," he said, showing that he did read a bit of history. "You seem rather confident, Kiba," Sasuke said with a smirk on his face. Kiba snorted. "Of course I am confident," he said. "We did a lot of training since we became genin and we won't lose to the likes of you, like we did in the academy," he said, confident that he could beat someone like Sasuke. Sasuke snorted. There was no way someone like Kiba would take him down. Kiba was saying what he was saying because he had a mouth to speak. Naruto looked away from the group as he sensed someone coming close to the group. "You guys should be quiet. Aren't you the rookie genin?" a silver-haired genin said as he approached the group. The group took a look at him. The genin had silver hair. His eyes were small and black in color. He also wore large round glasses. He had a Konoha forehead protector tied on his forehead, signifying that he was a shinobi from Konoha. He wore dark purple pants with a shuriken holster on his right hip, dark purple shirt and black shinobi sandals. He looked to be in his early 20s if not late teens. "You are screaming like schoolgirls. This is not a picnic," he said, earning glares from some of the genins. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Sasuke said, feeling insulted by the genin's remark. It was damning to his pride to be called a schoolgirl. "Me?" the elder genin asked, half surprised. "I'm Kabuto, but I'm not the one you should be worried about." "Look behind you," he said. The rookies looked behind them to see pissed-off genins staring at them. Naruto did not bother to look around. They could stare at him all they liked and he would not care. It was not like they could do anything to him. Most of the genins felt nervous because of the glares that they were receiving from the other participants. It was like the whole room was against them. Ino and Sakura paled, seeing the glares. If there was a bed somewhere in the room they would rush over to it and hide under it. Hinata was quick to get behind Kiba. She was using Kiba as her shield. Naruto looked at Kabuto with an unreadable expression. There was definitely something suspicious about Kabuto. Those guys are from the village hidden in rain, they have short tempers. You may want to keep your voices down to avoid making them angry, Kabuto said, looking at the rain genins. The rookies looked at the rain genins, they indeed looked like trouble. Their glares were enough to make the female rookies shudder. "Well, I guess I can't blame you. You're clueless rookies after all," he said as he glanced at Sasuke. Naruto noticed that it was not the first time Kabuto looked at Sasuke with interest. Sasuke was unaware of the glances Kabuto was giving him. But Naruto could tell that Kabuto took interest in Sasuke. "Well, I guess you guys do remind me of myself," Kabuto said in mirth. "So this is your second time taking part in the exams?" Sakura asked with a bit of hesitant. "No, this is my 7th time actually. The Chunin selection exams are held twice a year, so this also makes it my 4th year taking the exams," Kabuto replied with a small smile. Kiba whistled. The exams must be hard if a person can fail them 6 times. Naruto raised a brow. 7 times taking the exams, he thought. He could not have failed so many times unless he was doing it intentionally. He could not see how anyone would fail the Chunin exams 7 times. Even someone with half a brain could not fail the exams so many times. Since you guys remind me of me, I will show you what I have gathered for the exams. He said, taking out a deck of cards from his pouch. These are Nin info cards. I have gathered information on every participant in the exams. Do you have information on individuals? Sasuke asked, clearly interested. You are worried about someone? Kabuto asked with a smirk, looking at Sasuke. My info is not perfect, but it is not the same as having nothing, he said. Just tell me the name of the person and I will tell you what I know about the person. Kabuto said, pushing his glasses up, something that seemed to be a habit of his. Give me information on Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke said. The other genins were clearly interested in learning something about this transformed Naruto. Naruto looked at Kabuto, wondering what Kabuto had on him. Kabuto nodded and began to read one of his cards. Uzumaki Naruto, genin from Konoha. He graduated as a dead last but changed afterwards. Nobody really knows what happened. He is in Team 7 along with Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke, their Jonin sensei being Hitaki Kakashi. Naruto has completed 15 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission, and 2 A-rank missions along with his teammates. He specializes in taijutsu. His speed is said to rival that of a Jonin and can defeat some Jonins in a pure taijutsu fight. Kabuto read, Hey, when did you guys get to do A-rank missions? Kiba asked. Of all what Kabuto had read to them, the fact that Team 7 had done A-rank missions was more important to him than info on Naruto. No one in Team 7 answered his questions. His information is accurate, Naruto thought. The info Kabuto had on him was the same as the one that Konoha had on him in their records. Can you give me information of Subaku no Gaara? Naruto spoke for the first time since he entered the room. He had all the information he needed on Gaara. He just wanted to see what Kabuto had on the Jinchuriki. Kabuto nodded. Subaku no Gaara, genin from Sanagakure. His sensei is Baki, teammates are his siblings Subaku no Tamari and Kankuro. Gaara has done 15 D-rank missions, 7 C-rank missions, 5 B-rank missions, 3 A-rank missions. In all his missions he has never been hurt, he comes back without an injury. He has a sand defense that protects him. It is said that his sand defense is the ultimate defense. His ninjutsu is based on sand only, his taijutsu is poor, and genjutsu. Kabuto read out, looking the expressions of the genins. Most of them were sweating cold. A genin who goes on an A-rank mission and comes back without an injury was someone they did not expect to come across. Kabuto smirked at their reactions. Even Sasuke seemed a little over the edge by the information he read. He looked at Naruto. Naruto showed no reaction to what he had read, like the blonde already knew everything. Nothing I don't already know, Naruto thought. He had information on every Jinchuriki. It was important for him to know all the information as he would have to deal with them one day as his years progressed. For him to get Tobi to come after him, he would have to disrupt the man's plans. Getting to the Jinchuriki before Tobi was the best option he could take. Thinking of Gaara, the Jinchuriki could prove to be a good challenge for him. He would surely like to test this so-called ultimate defense that Jinchuriki is said to have. I will tell you the contestants you should avoid in the... Kabuto spoke but was cut off by Naruto. There are no other strong contestants, the rest are weak, they are nothing but annoyances. Naruto said a little too loud. All the contestants heard him, but Naruto did not care if they did. A team of sound genins did not take Naruto's words kindly. They were going to show Naruto who was weak. Let's show the blonde that we are not weak. One said in a rough voice, earning nods from his teammates. They were about to charge at Naruto when a puff of smoke was born within the room. I will not accept that kind of behavior here. A figure that was in the smoke that had appeared within the room said sternly, glaring at the students. He leaked out a dose of his killing intent to make his point. The killing intent prompted the genins to nod vigorously. The figure smiled. Alright, you maggots, take your seats now, he said in a firm voice, making the genins hurry up to take their seats. The genins took each of their assigned seats and looked back at the man in front of the room. I am Morino Ibiki. I am the proctor of the first test of the Chunin selection exams. The proctor introduced himself to the genins. Those who do not follow my rules will automatically fail, he said as he released a burst of ki, scaring some genins in the room. The first test will be a written test, he said as Chunin began to drop papers in front of each seated genin. The rules of exams are as follows and there will be no questions asked, he said with a commanding tone, releasing his ki to make it clear that he was serious. He tapped the chalkboard in front of the genins and the rules appeared. Chunin Selection Exam Test Rules. Rule 1. Test takers start off holding a perfect test score of 10 points. The test itself has 10 points for each question answered incorrectly, a point is deducted. Rule 2. The test is a team event. The passing score of each team is calculated by adding the scores of each team member all together. Rule 3. Those caught cheating will have 2 points deducted for each offense. Rule 4. Those who lose all their points or do not answer any question correctly will fail along with their teammates. All genins read from the board. Some looked at their teammates to see if they were prepared. If Naruto was still stupid, Sakura would have been worrying about Naruto. But she had nothing to worry about, he was smart enough to pass the test. She did not have to worry about Sasuke either. I expect nothing but the best from genins trying to become Chunin. He paused, looking at every genin in the room. You will only answer questions 1 to 9. The 10th question will be answered after we finish the first 9. The exam would be for 45 minutes. Begin. He yelled the last part as the genins flipped their papers. Naruto looked at the questions and raised an eyebrow. Had he not been reading different books and scrolls ever since he was 6, he would never be able to answer any of the questions. He was thankful that Madara had brought him all those books he had brought for him to read. The questions were difficult, but he could answer them. He was sure that not even some Chunin could answer the type of questions that are within the papers. It only meant that they did not expect all of them to pass. Naruto thought for a moment before narrowing his eyes around the room. Sasuke had his sharingan activated to copy others' movements. He was doing well. If it was not for the fact that he had been hiding his dojutsu, he would have surely been doing the same as Sasuke just to make things interesting. He looked around the room and seemed like most were cheating. Information gathering, Naruto thought, looking at the genins who were cheating. He concluded that they are accepting the genins to cheat without getting caught. It was a test to see if one had information gathering skills. Such skills were useful for missions. Naruto did not have to worry about having to acquire such skills, he had Zetsu to do it for him. But that did not mean he did not learn a thing or two from him. He did learn a few things so that he could look for information himself whenever Zetsu was unavailable to do it for him. Because gathering information would involve breaking into offices and private buildings, one has to be discreet. Such acts would get one killed should they be caught in the act. The Hyugas had their Byakugans activated. The Byakugan was a useful tool for something such as gathering information because of its ability to see through solid objects. They did call it the all-seeing eye. Hinata looked to be checking him out. He figured the girl might have been looking to see if she could help him since he had not yet answered any questions. He sighed and began to answer the questions. A few genins got caught cheating, which resulted in them being thrown out of the room. They were thrown out because they had been denying that they were cheating on the exams. If one teammate got caught, it meant it was all over for the whole team. Something like this could break or make a team. The others could blame the one who got caught for their failure. Which would be true. Had he not been caught, they would never have failed the exam. But some would help each other seeing that their teammate lacks information gathering skills. The 45 minutes were over and Ibiki stopped them from answering any more questions. We will now begin with the 10th and final question, he announced, making everyone look up to him. Now before we begin, I should tell you that there is an added rule to the question. Now this rule is of desperation. He paused to let the words sink into their heads. The first rule is whether or not you will take the question, he said, making the genins look at him confusedly. Tamari, Naruto recognized, asked a question for everyone. What will happen if we choose not to take the question? She asked curiously. If you choose not to take it, your points will be dropped to 0 and you will fail along with your teammates. He spoke. Then we take the question. A genin yelled out, standing up from position. The other genins nodded in agreement with him. Another rule is associated with this question. If you take the question and answer it incorrectly, that person will lose the right to become Chunin ever again. Ibiki stated, with a serious tone making them believe that he was dead serious. Well, apparently Kiba did not get it. He shouted his thoughts. What kind of stupid rule is that? There are people who have taken the exam multiple times, right here. He shouted, pointing at Kabuto, who had told the Rookie 9 that he had been taking the exams for the 4th year in a row now. Ibiki smirked. You guys are just unlucky, this is this year's rule. Some genins began to look at their teammates trying to figure out what they were going to do. Whether to take the question and risk being unable to become a Chunin should they fail. Naruto just sat there looking calm as always. But I am a nice guy, he said, getting the attention of the murmuring genins. I am giving you a chance to choose whether to take the question or not. He paused for a moment to let them think. I have to stay calm and follow the lead teammates, Sakura thought to herself as she eyed Sasuke and Naruto, who both looked calm. Ibiki continued, now let's begin with the 10th question. Those who do not wish to take the question may raise their hands, and once their numbers have been confirmed they may leave. Silence engulfed the room as everyone was in their thoughts. I can't take it, a random genin said as he stood up and began to leave the room. His teammates were behind him. Some also raised their hands. There were quite a number of them who left because of fear. Naruto just shook his head at their actions. Fear was really strong to use. The numbers died down and almost half of the participants had left. And then people stopped raising their hands. Naruto looked at Sakura. She seemed to be calm, which was good. He would have hated it if she was to raise up her hand and get them disqualified. He needed to test the Ichibi's Jinchuriki's power. I will repeat this once, your whole life is riding on this, and this is your last chance, he said, giving the genins a last chance to quit the test. None raised their hands, they just looked at the proctor with confident looks. He looked around at all the ones that were left and sighed. 27 teams, Anko was not going to be happy about it. Good decision. To everyone still remaining here, I would like to congratulate you on passing the first test of the Chunin selection exams, Ibiki said with a small smile. Silence engulfed the room. They were shocked at what the man had just said. What about the 10th question? Tamari shouted. There is no 10th question, Ibiki said as he began to explain what he had done. It's because Chunin captains have a responsibility to take missions, when facing the decision on which mission to take. You might get a mission you have no info about. You would have to gather information. You also cannot refuse a mission simply because it is too dangerous. The type of thinking, we will do it again next year, was not a mentality of a Chunin. Naruto sensed someone approaching the window fast. By the looks of things, the person was going to crash into the window. The windows shattered and the genin looked to see a banner that read, the sexy second exam Proctor Mitarashi Anko. All right brats, there is no time for celebrations. I am the second exam proctor, now follow me, the female standing beside the banner yelled. She had violet hair, her eyes were brown. She wore an overcoat, with a fitted mesh body that stretched from her neck to her thighs and a dark orange miniskirt. The genins got from their seats and followed her. They followed her till they reached a fence. Behind the fence was the forest. It gave all bad vibes to the genin. They were signs of danger, all over fences. It signified that it was a dangerous place. Anko had a sweet smile upon seeing the forest, as if she was familiar with it. Naruto knew the woman was always in the forest of death playing with her snakes. It was creepy. This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It will be the stage of the second Chunin selection exam, Anko said with a grin. This place gives me the creeps, Sakura said. She had never been to the place, but the weird feeling she was feeling about it was enough to creep her out. Naruto was beginning to get bored now. They should have just let them go into the forest without telling them anything. Those who did not know the forest would see what the forest was like with their own eyes. He really did not have to listen to someone explain to him something that he already knew. You will find out soon why this place is called the Forest of Death, she said with a smirk. The genins gulped, some shuddered. They did not hope to find out why the place was called the Forest of Death. Naruto could tell that Anko liked to plant seeds of fear within the hearts of other people. Before we start, I would like you to sign these papers, she said as she held a paper in her hand. The genins looked at her curiously. In this test there will be killings. And I don't want to be responsible for your deaths, so you have to sign these waivers. The genins looked at her, some thinking they should quit. They were going to do the second test in a place called a forest of death, and now there was going to be some killings in the forest. It was too much for some genins. I will explain the test before you sign the waivers. This test will be a survival test. The training ground 44 has locked gates, a river, forest and a tower at the center. From each gate there is about 10 kilometers until the tower. She paused for a moment to let them digest her words. In this training ground you will compete in an all-out, no-rules scroll battle. Each team will be given one heaven or earth scroll. For a team to pass you have to present both heaven and earth scrolls to the tower in the center of the training ground. There is a time limit. You have only 5 days to get into the tower with both scrolls to pass the test. If you arrive after 120 hours you will fail the test. There is no quitting once you enter the training ground. You will be in there for 5 days, she said to the listening genin. What about food? Choji asked while eating snacks. He was worried that he would have to be trapped in the training ground without barbecue and chips. The forest is full of food. All you have to do is avoid man-eating bugs, poisonous insects and plants. The genin shuddered at the thought of being eaten by bugs. The forest was indeed a scary place. The forest will be full of enemies, so if you get to the tower faster with both scrolls you will avoid enemies. She paused for a moment before going on. Now let's get on to who gets disqualified. The first I have already told you, which is not being able to get to the tower with both scrolls and in time, she said as the genin nodded. Second is those who lose a teammate or a teammate gets killed. Lastly, you must not open the scroll before you reach the tower. As a chunin you are expected to carry important documents. This will be a test to your trustworthiness. She finished her explanation to the genins. Come on now and take the waivers and sign them, she said as the genins went over to her and took the waivers to sign. Some were hesitant to do so, but everyone signed them and handed them to Anko. She had given each team their scroll, but did it in a way that no team would know which team held an earth or heaven scroll. This would avoid a team going to a specific team. It would also cut down numbers because a team would take a scroll from another team they have defeated even though it is the same as theirs. She did not tell them that. They did not need to know it. Final word of advice, don't get killed, she said with a maniacal grin that had the genin think that she wanted them to kill each other. Each team went away to their assigned gate and got ready for the second test. The Forest of Death. Team 7 entered the welcoming mouth of Training Ground 44. Death and all its friends sang songs that boomed inside their heads. Darkness ate all the light within the forest. One could only imagine the horrors the trees have had to witness within the forest. The breath within the forest was cold as it invaded Sakura's body, causing the girl to shiver. She could only hope that Sasuke felt the same way as she did and give in to the temptations that the cold air brought forward. She would surely love having to heat her body with Sasuke's, she would surely cherish the moment. She looked at her teammates and sighed disappointedly. Both her teammates seemed to not feel the cold air that the forest breathed into her. She was sort of hoping that Sasuke would be feeling it so she could get close to him and feel the warmth of his skin. It was not going to happen, though she could only dream. Because her teammates were walking as if the forest was not scary, she was forced to banish the coldness that had invaded her body. As the coldness obeyed her command, she felt a bit sad that a chance to get close to Sasuke had just passed away. The wide eyes of the forest stared at him, trying to intimidate him. He could almost laugh at the pitiful attempt to make him give birth to fear. He had gone through a lot of horrifying things in his 13 years of life. Such a thing as a forest that was associated with death did not scare him. Even death itself did not scare him. The only thing he feared was failing to achieve his dreams. Naruto looked at his teammates as they slowly walked within the forest. Sasuke seemed fine, but Naruto could see a bit of excitement from the Uchiha. The atmosphere of the forest could make anyone who enjoyed a good challenge feel a tingle of excitement invading their bodies. Sakura, on the other hand, didn't seem too sure of herself. They had yet to make plans on how they should proceed in the forest. Ever since they touched the belly of the forest, they had yet to speak. Naruto did not mind the silence. He would rather have the silence than to have Sakura spouting nonsense. Sasuke stopped walking, getting his teammates to follow his lead. He seemed to have lost all his excitement, and the cold, emotionless gaze that seemed to be a part of his face had returned from its vacation. "We should make plans here, before we go any further into the forest," he said, looking at both his teammates. "We should stay together as a team and not split up. I can take care of myself, but if I were to separate myself from you and you happen to come across another team, Sasuke won't be able to protect himself and you," he said, looking at Sakura straight in her eyes. "We should just go straight to the tower. I am sure we will come across a team while we head to the tower." Sakura had no objections to what Naruto had said. They would have to be together till they reach the tower. She felt a little sad that Naruto had pointed out that she needed to be protected by her teammates. She was not that weak. Sasuke nodded, but still, "What if we reach the tower without coming across another team?" he asked. "Then we'll hunt a team to get what we want. Now let us move on," Naruto said. His teammates followed him behind. The plan was simple, and it would have them get to the tower faster. They were given a maximum of 5 nights to get to the tower, but one could get to the tower on the second day of the exams. Sasuke wanted to fight someone. He had yet to fight anyone since the exams. But this test gave birth to a chance for him to fight someone. He would have to make sure that he did not leave the forest without testing his power against genins from other villages. The team walked for a few hours. Day was already calling for night to take over its reign. They had to clash with another team. They had been walking at a rather relaxed pace. It was something that was done with the thought of Sakura in mind. The girl had low stamina, running for an hour, and she would have forced them to take a break. It was better to just walk for the day, and tomorrow they would quicken their pace to ensure that by the end of the day they would reach the tower. They could worry about getting the scroll they needed while they made their way to the tower. Naruto, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped and motioned for his teammates to do the same. He looked at his left side. There were 3 dark shadows that had been following them for the past hour. He had sensed them the moment they started to shadow them. He thought they would go away, seeing that Team 7 had its guard up always. He knew they had been waiting for an opportunity to present themselves, and they would try them. "What is it, Naruto?" Sakura asked the blonde. "Some annoyances that won't go away have been following us," he said. "They should come out of the shadows now that they have seen that we have stopped," he said, his eyes at the girl. Despite the fact that they have only been walking, the girl looked like she would not last 2 minutes in a fight. "What's the plan?" Sasuke asked with a smile. They always got together well when they planned against their enemies. Everyone cooperated. Even Sakura valued Naruto's opinion. But after the mission was over, they would be a completely different team. "Sakura should stay behind. You and I will remove the annoyances." It was not a plan. Naruto never made a plan against someone he knew he could beat without much trouble. Sasuke nodded. Sakura was not a fighter in their team. It was best to let her stay behind so that she does not become a burden while they fight. It would be troublesome to let her fight, as they would have to constantly check if she was faring well in her fight. It was something Sasuke would rather not have to do. They did not wait for too long as 3 shadows dropped from the trees and stepped closer to them. The one in the middle had a huge grin on his face. Judging by their forehead protectors, the 3 were genin from Omegakure, the village hidden in rain. "I see you have finally noticed us," the boy in the middle said, clearly the leader. He looked like he was amused by the fact that they had been noticed. Sasuke scoffed. "We knew you were following us all along," he said. Well, he did not know they were following, but Naruto did know, and that was what mattered the most. Naruto was part of their team, so if Naruto knew, they all knew about it. The smirks on the aimed genins did not falter. They stayed in place, like the news did not surprise them. "Oh, it does not matter though, surrender the scroll and hand us the girl," the leader of the aimed genins said with a malicious grin, looking at Sakura. Sakura shuddered at the grin. She brought her hands over her chest, trying to comfort herself. She was thinking of what would happen to her if she got taken by the aimed genins. They would surely do unspeakable things to her body. A body she so cherished and has been taking care of, so that Sasuke would do whatever he pleased with. Sasuke smirked and got into a stance. "We will be the ones taking your scroll, and if you want to get to Sakura, you have to go through us first," he said. Naruto sighed in annoyance. he really hated fighting people he would beat. But since the aimed genin seemed serious about fighting, he would play with them. He did not bother to take his taijutsu stance. He walked towards the aimed genins, getting Sasuke to follow him. "Who wants to dance with me first?" They did not answer as quickly than Naruto wanted them to. "Forget it," he said and dashed forward at Chunin speeds. The aimed genins stood in their positions as if Earth had brought out her hands and held them firmly. Naruto appeared in front of the genins, so did Sasuke. He kicked the leader in the face, sending him flying away and turning his attention to the other. Sasuke stared at his opponent with a smirk. He felt excited about the challenge that had presented itself to him. His opponent charged at him foolishly. The genin tried to make his fist one with his face, but Sasuke dodged and landed a kick on the genin's right shoulder, sending him flying. He took giant steps towards his opponent. He felt excited. He could try his best to enjoy this fight. His opponent recovered quickly and took a stance as he got ready for the coming Uchiha. With Naruto looked at the genin in front of him with an unreadable expression. The aimed genin did not waste time. He quickly tried to hit Naruto. He threw his right punch at Naruto. Naruto dodged like he was not even trying. The genin threw his right again and Naruto dodged easily. The aimed genin jumped back and stared at Naruto and smacked. He disappeared in a burst of speed that made Naruto raise a brow. But it was not a speed that could trouble him nonetheless. The genin appeared in front of him and tried kicking him on his chest. Naruto bent down to avoid the kick. The aimed genin seemed to have been expecting Naruto to do that. With admirable flexibility, he spun around in quick motion while bending down. He attempted a leg sweep on Naruto. Naruto was still bending but quickly pushed him down to the ground as support and pushed his lower body upwards, dodging the kick. He sensed someone coming from behind him and was quick to get up from his position. The boy he had kicked first stared at him a glare, but it was quickly replaced by a smirk. "You got lucky with that kick, but I will make you regret it," he said, confident that he would make Naruto regret it. The boy he had been fighting took the opportunity where his eyes were at the other genin and charged at him. Naruto still had his other senses working. He spun around with fluidity and gripped the boy's face. He lifted the boy up in the air. The leader of the aimed genins rushed at Naruto, seeing that he was busy with someone. Naruto sensed him and spun around while his right hand was firmly placed on his other opponent's face. He threw the genin at the other, making them hit each other. Both grunted as they got up. With Sasuke's sharingan was active as his opponent rushed at him with surprising speed. He tried to kick Sasuke at his shoulder, but Sasuke blocked the attack with both hands. The aimed genin, seeing that Sasuke's hands were occupied, tried to punch Sasuke in the gut with his left hand, but Sasuke jumped back to avoid being hit. Sasuke smirked and rushed at his opponent. His right hand headed straight to the genin's chest, but the aimed genin blocked the attack with both his hands. Sasuke followed up with his left, hitting the genin in the face. He did not let his opponent recover. He kicked the genin hard at his waist, sending him flying away. The aimed genin gritted his teeth as he felt Sasuke's foot crash into him. The kick hurt really badly. He was not given more time to dwell on his pain as Sasuke appeared before him. Sasuke gutted the genin hard with his fist. The genin clutched his chest in pain. Sasuke did not stop with his assault. He let loose another punch that connected with his opponent's ribs. A hard kick to the temple followed his punch. His opponent was sent crashing into the trees. The aimed genin tried to get up, and felt winded due to the attacks he had received from Sasuke. Sasuke still had his smirk. "Are you going to give up?" With his sharingan activated, his opponent could not land a hit on him as he would be able to predict the movements. He deactivated it. It was no longer needed. "Never," his opponent yelled as he charged at him with his right hand raised. Sasuke sidestepped the attempt to punch him. He kicked the genin on his stomach, making him cough out blood. He did not let him fly away as he quickly grabbed his hand and punched him in the chest, making the genin cough more blood. Sasuke slammed his opponent down the ground, creating a small crater. His opponent was not yet out cold but looked to be barely conscious. He sighed and gave his opponent a knockout punch. He felt slightly out of breath. with Naruto. His opponents stared at him for a while before deciding to charge at him with their kunai at hand. A kunai was swung trying to slice his cheeks. Naruto dodged a kunai and brought out his sword. He did not want to get cut when he could have done something to ensure that he did not get cut. His opponents continued trying to pierce him with their kunais while Naruto blocked and dodged their attempts. He finally got tired of playing and knocked out the genin's kunais from their hands. His sword sliced through one of his opponent's chest, and blood gushed from his wound. The wound was not deep but enough to make him bleed and cause him pain. The genin hissed in pain. Naruto moved closer to him and gripped the boy's neck before slamming him into the ground, creating a crater where the genin hit. The power of the slam was enough to knock the genin out cold. Naruto looked at his other opponent. "Do you wish to continue dancing?" The genin shook his head vigorously. Naruto disappeared from view and appeared behind the genin. He hit the genin at the back of his head before he could react, knocking him out cold. He sheathed his sword but not before wiping off the blood that had stained it. Not taking care of your weapon will make it dull. He always cleaned it whenever he used it. He was not much of a kenjutsu fighter at the moment, but a sword would have to do for him until he got used to carrying his gunbai. Sakura joined him looking relieved. She did not get to fight and both her teammates had defeated their enemies without difficulty. That pleased her mind. She would have hated it if one of her teammates had gotten hurt. She might not like Naruto, but at times she thanked Kami that he was on her team. Without his help, they would never have completed some of their missions. He had also saved her life more than once. She was thankful for it even though she has never said thank you for it. She does know that Naruto did not care for her, and if they were not teammates he would have let her die whenever her life was in danger. Sasuke did the same a minute later. He searched the genin's pockets and found an earth scroll. They needed a heaven scroll. Sasuke grunted. He was expecting an earth scroll. He took the scroll and placed it in his pocket. It would prove useful in exchange for a scroll that they want. Naruto looked at both his teammates and sighed. "We should camp here for the night. We will move out tomorrow morning," he said. They could not really travel for the night. Whenever it was night the forest became a twin to darkness even when there was a full moon. It was a better choice to camp for the night. Sakura looked at him. "Where are we going to sleep? We have no water to bathe and no food to eat," she said in a loud voice. She could not believe that Naruto would suggest that they sleep in the middle of nowhere without shelter. They had not even eaten anything and she was a girl who could not go to sleep without taking a bath. Naruto looked at the girl as if she was crazy. How can she think of bathing while they are stuck in a forest, Naruto thought. He looked away from the girl. He had no problems. He could stay up all night or spend the whole week without sleeping. As long as they reached the tower tomorrow he had no problems with starving himself either. But his teammates were not the same as him, that much he understood. He had to think of a better way to get his teammates food or he would have to carry them to the tower. "Stay here, I will be back in 20 minutes or less with food," he said after a long pause. "Wasn't you the one who said we should not separate?" Sakura asked. Naruto ignored her and blurred out his teammates' view. If they did not separate he would have been forced to carry them tomorrow because they would be hungry and tired. He had no intentions of doing something like that. Getting them food so that they could walk themselves was the best thing he could do. Sasuke could probably walk even if he was hungry, but would not be in a condition to fight. It was not that he would have problems fighting a team of genins. "Where do you think he went, Sasuke?" Sakura asked, looking at her precious Uchiha. Sasuke just shrugged and walked away from Sakura. He walked towards a tree, prompting Sakura to follow him. Sakura sat beside a tree next to Sasuke. She had never thought she would one day be stuck in a forest with Sasuke like she was at the moment. Never in her wildest imaginations had she thought this moment would occur. If Sasuke-kun was not so shy, who knows what we would have been doing, she thought, eyeing Sasuke, with her cheeks giving birth to a blush. "Sasuke-kun, do you want to go out on a date after we complete this test?" Sakura asked. She had always been the one to take the initiative and asked Sasuke out. "No," Sasuke replied coldly. The girl annoyed him because he had no intentions of going out on a date with her. He only cared about getting strong at the moment. Sakura felt as though her heart was just chewed and spat out. Sasuke always rejected her attempts to get him to go on a date with her. He had always shut the door in her face. Her mind could not tell why Sasuke had found her annoying. She had thought it was because her beauty did not attract his eyes. She had always looked at her twin who resided in her mirror to see if she looked good. And each time she saw her twin she thought she looked beautiful. But Sasuke's eyes seemed to have something that shadowed her beauty from him. She smiled sadly and looked down at her feet. She loved Sasuke and would never stop trying to win his affection. 17 minutes later Naruto walked towards his teammates carrying a small bag. He went over to them and sat down. He opened the bag and withdrew 2 scrolls. He threw one at Sasuke who caught it. "What is it?" "Storage seal, you do know how to use it, right?" Sasuke felt offended by Naruto's question. How could he be a Uchiha and not know how to use a simple storage seal? Luckily Sakura spoke for him, of course he knows how to use it. Naruto ignored her and continued looking at Sasuke. Sasuke opened the scroll and a seal appeared on it. He channeled chakra into the seal. A puff of smoke gave birth to 2 tents. He smiled along with Sakura. Sakura was quick to point out something, there are only 2 tents. The logical solution would be that Sasuke shares a tent with Naruto since both were boys. But Sakura would not mind having to share a tent with Sasuke. In fact, if she was not shy to say it, she would have suggested it. "You two will use the tents, I will keep watch while you sleep," Naruto said. Sakura had no complaints with what Naruto had just said. But Sasuke did. "Naruto, why don't you sleep in the tent? I will take the first watch and wake you up after some time," he suggested. Naruto just shrugged. If Sasuke wanted to keep watch he could keep watch. But that did not mean he was going to sleep in the tent. He opened his scroll and it was the same as Sasuke's. He channeled chakra into the seal and his puff of smoke gave birth to 3 food containers and 3 bottles of water. Sakura's stomach growled as she looked at the food. She had only eaten this morning. She did not wait for Naruto to give her the food. She crawled over to a container and took it. She retreated to her spot and began to eat the fish and bread Naruto had brought. She ate with manners. Despite her hunger she refused to eat like a pig in front of Sasuke. Sasuke took his container and ate his food peacefully. Naruto did the same. He was glad that he had Zetsu to count on. They stayed in silence as night reigned over Earth. Sakura was the first to sleep. With all the walking they had done today she needed to sleep to replenish her stamina. Naruto stayed up with Sasuke. It was before midnight that Sasuke became sleepy. The tent was singing soothing songs to him that had him sleepy. He tried to resist but his will was not strong enough. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "Wake me up in 3 hours so I can take the watch and you can sleep," he said before crawling into his tent. Morning. Naruto woke up his teammates as it was time to move on towards the tower. They could not waste any more time sleeping. They had already wasted enough time already. Sasuke looked at Naruto. "Why didn't you wake me up? Did I tell you I would wake you up?" Naruto replied with a question earning him a small glare from Sasuke. They were about to hit the road when Sakura spoke. "Hey guys, what about the tents? Aren't we going to need them if we don't get to the tower before the end of the day?" "We will make it," Naruto said, looking at the tents and then at Sasuke. "Burn them with a fire jutsu." Sasuke, though not like taking orders from Naruto, he nodded and did a fire jutsu burning the tents. They hopped onto the trees and made their way to the tower. A few hours later. They had been traveling for 3 hours. It was not non-stop. They had to take a few breaks to allow Sakura to regain her strength. Had it not been for the girl they would have covered a lot of ground by now. It annoyed both Naruto and Sasuke and the number of breaks they had to take because Sakura always got tired after running for a few minutes. Sakura was by no means a stamina freak like Naruto. Naruto had more stamina than Kakashi, so she could not compare herself with him. She had only seen him slightly winded once. But even when he was winded he would still push further like he was not tired. She did not understand where he got his energy from. He always seems to have more energy than anyone. Even at the academy he always seemed energetic. Naruto stopped suddenly, causing his teammates to do the same. "Someone strong is following us." After those words left Naruto's mouth, gusts of winds hit the genins, sending them flying. Even Naruto was caught. He had not been fast enough to react after sensing the chakra build up. The gusts of wind were strong, but other than sending Team 7 crashing towards the trees, there were no injuries suffered. A nin wearing a Kusagakure forehead protector appeared in front of the genin. The Kusa nin was a woman. She unleashed her murderous killing intent. She enjoyed the look of fear her killing intent brought to her prey. She could never pass up a chance to plant a seed of fear in her prey. It was always fun watching them cower in fear, it soothed her soul. The genins froze in their places. The killing intent had put them under an illusion. They watched themselves being killed in many ways. It was horrifying watching your own death. None was affected more than Sakura. The girl was on her knees shuddering with eyes wide. The experience she was having now was far worse than what she had experienced at the Wave mission when Zabuza had unleashed his killing intent. It was unbearable. She wished nothing more than death to make her one with it. Sasuke had thought it was genjutsu at first when he was seeing his death. But he had come to a realization that it was not an illusion, it was just the effects of a killing intent by the Kusa nin. His body failed to obey any command of his mind. His mind was screaming for his legs to carry him and run away. But all it got was silence from the feet. The pressure of the killing intent was so much that he too was forced to his knees. But he was not shuddering like Sakura. This time he could not blame the girl for shuddering in fear. Even he was doing his best to keep fluids from escaping his body. Naruto had experienced such a level of killing intent. He had been exposed to his grandfather's intent so much that he had become resilient to fall for the horrors a strong killing intent brought. But it did not make him invincible to killing intents, nor did it allow him to shake off the effects of a killing intent. But judging by the pressure of the killing intent, he could tell whoever the person was in front of them was strong, so strong that he knew he could not defeat. After sweating a few bullets, he shrugged off the killing intent and looked at the Kusa nin with an unreadable expression. The Kusa nin seemed amused by seeing Naruto shake off her killing intent. She could do worse than she was doing at the moment. But she chose not to. Her tongue escaped from her mouth and extended into a length that no human tongue should. The tongue kissed the frames of her mouth as she got ready to play with her prey. The Kusa nin dashed forward at Sasuke, who was still suffering from the pressure of the killing intent. To him it felt like Earth had brought out her hands and gripped him tightly. Upon seeing the Kusa nin charging at him, Sasuke took out a kunai, stabbing himself to wear off the killing intent. His plan worked as he recovered and jumped away in time to avoid being hit by the Kusa nin. He jumped on a tree branch and stared back at the Kusa nin. Naruto found himself staring at the yellow silted eyes of a large snake. The snake could chew him to bits without breaking a sweat. Its eyes shined with a glint of malice as its fangs extended from its mouth. The snake rushed at him at fast speeds. His attention was taken away from the Kusa nin and Sasuke. He jumped up to avoid the snake's mouth. The snake followed him, its head crashed into a tree he was on, breaking it. Naruto wondered what a snake was doing here. Of all the times, it just chose to attack him while his team was being attacked at the same time. It was too much of a coincidence. He unsheathed his sword and rushed at the snake. Naruto jumped up onto the snake's head. The snake tried shaking him off its head, but Naruto held firmly. He channeled wind chakra to his blade and stabbed the snake's head. The snake hissed and shook violently. Naruto jumped off the snake and landed on the ground. He really should not be dragged into a fight with a snake. The snake rushed at him at fast speeds. Naruto rushed at it too. He threw his wind-enhanced blade straight into the snake's right eye, piercing it. The snake hissed in pain. Naruto rushed at the snake and jumped onto its head again. He withdrew his blade from the snake's eye. He punched the snake on its head. But his attempt did not do much damage to the snake. He jumped away from the snake. The snake opened its mouth and rushed at Naruto. Its fangs seemed to be attracted to his flesh as the fangs got close to him, looking to be one with him. Naruto looked at the welcoming mouth of the snake and jumped away. The snake missed him and kissed the welcoming ground. Naruto stretched out his senses, Finding that the Kusa-nen was still fighting with Sasuke and there was no other person other than Sakura near the place, he looked into the snake's eyes and activated his sharingan. He refused to fight the snake further. His sharingan morphed into his six-bladed Mangekyo. Naruto closed his right eye and concentrated his left eye on the snake. Amaterasu, he muttered as black flames engulfed the snake. The snake hissed in pain inflicted on it by the black flames. The snake began to roll uncontrollably on the ground while the black flames ate it. Naruto looked away from the snake and wiped off the blood leaking from his left eye. He was glad that for the exams he had no shadows following him. He blurred away but not before deactivating his sharingan. Had he stayed a bit longer he would have seen the snake burst into a puff of smoke. With Sasuke, Sasuke stared at the Kusa-nen and then at Sakura. She seemed to have been doing fine. He saw a snake chasing after Naruto. He did not have to worry about Naruto because he knew that he could take care of himself. Right now he needs to worry about himself. His opponent was strong and he could feel that. The Kusa-nen chuckled looking at her prey. Sasuke could see the Kusa-nen's eyes were the eyes of a predator. He was the prey and the predator was staring at him in its glory. "Come at me with all you got, Sasuke-kun." The Kusa-nen spoke with a grin. Sasuke did not want to be told twice. He charged at the Kusa-nen. The Kusa-nen blocked a kick that was directed to her temple by Sasuke. Sasuke tried to kick the Kusa-nen again but his attempt was blocked again. Sasuke jumped back from the predator and activated his sharingan. The Kusa-nen seemed to like seeing the sharingan being activated. "Yes, that's it, Sasuke-kun, show me what you can do," she thought as she continued to chuckle mirthlessly, unnerving Sasuke. He dashed forward at her and attempted to punch her on the face. But the Kusa-nen leaned back to avoid his attack. Sasuke leaned forward and tried another punch at her gut but the Kusa-nen jumped to avoid being hit. Sasuke dashed forward, not giving his opponent rest. He jumped up into the air and attempted to punch the Kusa-nen while earth pulled him down. The Kusa-nen brought out both her hands and blocked Sasuke's attempt. She tried punching Sasuke on his chest but Sasuke was able to see the attack thanks to his sharingan. He jumped back to avoid being hit. The Kusa-nen rushed at Sasuke and tried kicking him but Sasuke blocked the kick with his knee. Sasuke's right fist flew into the Kusa-nen's face, but she bent down to avoid the attack. Sasuke saw an opening and got down attempting a leg sweep, but the Kusa-nen jumped, returning the favor with a kick to the face. He was able to see the kick coming but was not able to neither dodge nor block the attack. It felt like he was being hit twice. Sasuke hit a tree with a grunt that followed after the impact. "Is this all you can do, Sasuke-kun, even with your sharingan?" The Kusa-nen said while chuckling, earning a glare from Sasuke. He was trying to understand just who the person was. He could not land a hit on the person. The Kusa-nen did not wait for Sasuke to clear his thoughts. She dashed forward to the Uchiha. Sasuke was forced to dodge a power punch that shattered the tree branch he was standing at. The Kusa-nen charged at Sasuke again. They engaged in a taijutsu fight. Sasuke smirked as he got a hit at the Kusa-nen face. He did not stop there, he added a kick to the chest that sent the Kusa-nen flying. He continued smirking thinking that it was not hopeless as he had thought at first. Naruto had gotten back a few moments earlier and was watching the fight with interest. The Kusa-nen seemed to have his eyes only on Sasuke because he had yet to make a move on Sakura who had just been watching the fight with worry all over her face. Sasuke did hand seals for his favorite jutsu. Fire release. "Great fireball," he muttered as the fireball sped at the Kusa-nen. His smirk widened when he saw his jutsu hit the Kusa-nen. He ended his jutsu and saw the Kusa-nen standing there with his devilish grin placed on as if nothing had happened. His eyes widened in disbelief. It should not have been possible for someone to take on the jutsu and still stand like nothing had happened. He watched as the Kusa-nen's skin began to peel off revealing a paler skin. The Kusa-nen blurred out of view and appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke was kicked hard on his back and sent crashing towards a tree. "Ah!" he grunted as he hit the tree. He got up panting and looked back at the Kusa-nen. The Kusa-nin looked at Sasuke with calculating eyes. Sasuke was indeed a skilled young boy. He had proven it, and her eyes liked what she had witnessed from Sasuke. Naruto took the time to announce his presence before Sasuke got killed. But he felt that the Kusa-nin was just playing with Sasuke. He felt that if the Kusa-nin wanted to kill Sasuke, she would have done it already. She had many opportunities to inflict serious damage to Sasuke but did not. It was making him wonder a lot of questions. First it was the snake, now it was this. There was only one question that he felt worthy of being asked at the moment. His eyes traveled towards the Kusa-nin. Who are you? Naruto stood still staring at the Kusa-nin, waiting for an answer. He was truly curious as to who the person was. It was not every day that one found such a strong person in the Chunin exams. With the power the Kusa-nin had, he should not have been a genin. And there was also the person's clear interest in Sasuke Uchiha. The Kusa-nin was not the first person to show interest in Sasuke. There was also Kabuto, who showed interest in Sasuke at the first part of the exams. I'm the one who should be asking the questions, Naruto-kun, the Kusa-nin replied, sounding amused by the question. Naruto just stood there staring at the Kusa-nin before sighing. He was not going to get the answer he had requested. By the looks of things, the Kusa-nin just wanted to play around with them. He could always join and have some fun too. Naruto charged at the Kusa-nin, engaging the Kusa-nin in a taijutsu battle. He tried punching the Kusa-nin in the face, but she jumped back to avoid Naruto's punch. Naruto followed her and tried kicking her as a follow-up to his dodged punch. The Kusa-nin caught his attack with little effort. Naruto was expecting something like this, so in quick movement his fist connected with the Kusa-nin's face, sending her flying away from him. Naruto did not stop with his attacks. He dashed toward the Kusa-nin in Jonin speeds. She was worthy of it. Naruto appeared in front of the Kusa-nin and pummeled her to the ground with both his hands. She was sent crashing down and created a crater upon impact. Naruto jumped on a tree branch and looked at the Kusa-nin. She got up from the crater and looked at Naruto with a malicious smile. So the rumors I have heard about you are true, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at the woman carefully. She did not seem to have taken any damage or even bothered by his attacks at all. She looked to have just brushed them off as if it was nothing. He had thought it would cause a bit of damage even if it was little. The Kusa-nin charged at Naruto and tried punching him in his chest, but Naruto blocked her blow with both his hands. She tried kicking him with her right foot. Naruto jumped back to avoid the effort to kick him. The moment he landed on the ground, she was right in front of him. She landed a powerful kick on his chest, sending him crashing towards the trees. Naruto grunted as he hit a tree hard. The Kusa-nin appeared in front of him again. You are far better than Sasuke-kun, but I have no interest in you, at the moment. The Kusa-nin said, punching Naruto hard in the stomach. Naruto grunted as he felt the punch connect with his gut. He coughed up a bit of liquid and fell on his knees while clutching his stomach in pain. The Kusa-nin turned her back on him and looked back at Sasuke. Sasuke stood there watching with wide eyes. He had never seen anyone manhandle Naruto like that. Whenever he had seen Naruto fight with an enemy, he had always won each time. He had never been beaten with ease, like he was some kind of weak genin. He was starting to fear for his life now. If the Kusa-nin could beat Naruto the way she did, what could she do to him? Naruto had always been superior to him, so how could he fight someone who defeated Naruto with ease? Despite him hating that fact, he knew that Naruto was superior to him. The Kusa-nin turned to Naruto again and kicked him hard on the temple, sending him flying away. She looked back at Sasuke. Now Sasuke-kun, shall we continue where we were? The Kusa-nin said, looking at Sasuke with a wide grin that sent chills down Sasuke's spine. Sasuke did not know what to do at that moment. He was overcome with fear. His legs failed to respond to the commands he gave to it. The Kusa-nin rushed at Sasuke, slamming her foot in his gut. Sasuke was sent flying. He held his stomach while he panted. The Kusa-nin was in front of him again. Sasuke reacted quicker by pulling out a kunai from his pouch and stabbed the Kusa-nin on her neck. But the Kusa-nin crumbled down into dust, making Sasuke widen his eyes. He did not even see when she had made a clone even with his sharingan. His time to be shocked was cut short as the Kusa-nen appeared behind him and kicked him, sending him flying away. Sasuke hit a tree and fell down to the ground. He got up panting and tried looking for the Kusa-nen. "Are you looking for me, Sasuke-kun?" The Kusa-nen called out in mirth. Sasuke gritted his teeth in frustration because he was unable to find the Kusa-nen anywhere despite hearing her voice. He was also getting beat up, something that he hated with all his Uchiha pride. Naruto looked from the tree as he had been recovering from the last Kusa-nen's attack that had fallen on him. He replaced himself with a clone and hid somewhere he could not be seen. He did it in a way that no one would see. The clone remained on the tree acting beat up while he hid. He could see where the Kusa-nen was hiding but she could not see or sense him. He had hid himself in the shadows. He activated his sharingan. He had no choice but to do this. His sharingan morphed into the Mangekyo. He concentrated on the Kusa-nen, having finally locked on the target. He muttered, "Amaterasu." The black flames engulfed the Kusa-nen. She was not able to sense the built-up chakra in his left eye to dodge the attack. As the black flames began to eat her body, she fell down from the tree she was concealing her position at. She fell to the ground while she screamed in pain. The black flames burned hotter than any flames in existence and there was no way to extinguish them. Once one was caught in them, they were surely going to die, unless the flames were put off by the one who ignited them. She stopped rolling on the ground and her mouth opened. Another body came from the mouth looking perfectly fine. But the body was different from the Kusa-nen. Naruto deactivated his sharingan and dispelled his clone. If what he was seeing had shocked him, he hid it well. He walked up to the clearing and looked at the black-haired male with pale skin and yellow eyes, Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with his malicious grin firmly in place. The jutsu that had hit him was definitely not an ordinary jutsu. Had it not been for his ability to shed his skin, he would have been surely burned to dust by the black flames. He would never want to get hit by the jutsu again anytime soon. The flames ate his body instead of just burning. A normal fire jutsu would have just given him third-degree burns. It made him curious. If he was not mistaken, the black flame jutsu could only be used by an Uchiha with a Mangekyo sharingan. He had researched everything there was about the sharingan, and thus knew about the jutsu. He looked at Naruto with calculating eyes. It was not Sasuke who had used the jutsu. Sasuke had yet to awaken his Mangekyo. He did not sense any other presence close by. It only meant that it had to be Naruto who did the jutsu. But that only begged a question. How? Naruto was not an Uchiha, and did not have the sharingan. The only special thing about Naruto was that he was a Jinchuriki, nothing more. So he could not understand how Naruto was able to do the Amaterasu. On the outside he may look like he was enjoying something, but inside his head, questions had been triggered and he was unable to find the answers. The only way to get answers was to do it the easy way. An interesting jutsu, Naruto-kun. Can you tell me how you did it? As far as I know, only a person with the Mangekyo sharingan can summon black flames. Naruto was not going to answer the question. The answer he would give Orochimaru would make Orochimaru curious. He was not going to make Orochimaru even more curious about him. Doing something like that would be dangerous for his secrets. As far as he knew, Orochimaru was a very curious person and had an obsession with wanting to know all the secrets of the world. So making Orochimaru curious would only make the snake Sannin come after him with his snakes searching for intel on him. He had already made the snake curious by using Amaterasu. He had been hoping it would end the battle. But seeing Orochimaru shed his skin made him curse. I should have noticed sooner that it was you. It was not a coincidence that a snake attacked me just after you made your presence known. They were your summons, Naruto said. What is an S-rank criminal doing in the Chunin exams? He asked, brushing off Orochimaru's curiosity about his jutsu. Sakura was now shuddering. She heard Naruto say Orochimaru, but she did not recognize the name at first, but when he said S-rank criminal she recognized him. He was one of the 3 legendary ninjas. There was no way they were going to make it out alive with their enemy being a Sannin. Hope had abandoned her with the thought that her enemy was a Sannin. They were a couple of rookies and no match for a Sannin. She did not even feel safe knowing that Sasuke and Naruto were also there. If Naruto did not stand a chance against the Sannin, there was no way Sasuke could stand a chance. Naruto saw Orochimaru's grin falter for a second before it appeared again. Orochimaru was dissatisfied with Naruto's response. He had thought the blonde would be kind enough to answer his question, but it did not seem that his questions were going to be answered. But the fact that Naruto avoided answering his question made him even more curious. "You're proving to be an interesting genin, Naruto-kun. But as I have said before, you are not what I am interested in," Orochimaru said with a dark chuckle while he eyed Sasuke with calculating eyes. Naruto never took his eyes off Orochimaru. "Uchiha Sasuke," Naruto said aloud what Orochimaru was interested in. "What could you, a Sannin, want from Sasuke? His hatred, sharingan, skills, what is it that you find interesting in Sasuke?" Naruto asked, trying to find out why Orochimaru would risk coming to Konoha because of Sasuke. Orochimaru seemed amused by Naruto's questions. He did not respond for a moment though. He narrowed his eyes at Sasuke and looked back at Naruto. He chuckled evilly. He rushed at Naruto at great speeds. Naruto saw the Sannin coming and jumped onto a tree branch. Naruto knew he could not defeat Orochimaru even at his full power. Fighting a Sannin was out of his league. He could fight a few Jonins, but a Sannin was just too much for him at his current level of strength. It just meant he had to do more training till he surpassed all the Sannins. Given that he could not defeat Orochimaru, he was not even afraid of dying. He knew that Orochimaru did not want them dead. He wanted them to live. If he wanted them dead, he would have already killed Sakura by now, or even Sasuke. Orochimaru followed Naruto onto the trees, but this time a little faster than before. He appeared in front of Naruto and tried to level him with an uppercut. Naruto jumped back to avoid being hit. He was just fast enough to react. Had he not been able to dodge the punch, it would have done him no good. The wind that hit his face made him realize that Orochimaru had put a lot of power behind the punch. He sensed that Orochimaru was still holding back his speed. But the power of the punch was strong enough to knock any genin out cold. While Naruto was still jumping away, Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto. "Had it not been Sasuke, I would be certainly interested in you. But don't worry, I will never forget this encounter," Orochimaru whispered to Naruto. He tried kicking Naruto at his waist. But Naruto lifted up his knee and blocked the kick. Orochimaru brought out his left leg and tried to kick Naruto, but Naruto blocked the blow, again with his knee. Naruto wanted his hands to be free so that he would be able to deal with what Orochimaru might try to hit him with. Orochimaru brought his right fist and tried to punch Naruto in the face. But Naruto blocked the attack. Orochimaru was not surprised. He was anticipating the block from Naruto. He moved quickly and kneed Naruto on his gut. Naruto hissed while clutching his stomach. Orochimaru kicked harder than he had anticipated. Orochimaru punched Naruto in the face and spun around for a roundhouse high kick. He kicked Naruto at the temple, sending the blonde crashing towards the trees. He grinned. He had put a lot of power behind the kick. He wanted to get out of the forest before Anbu sensed him within the forest. It would get messy if Anbu were to come to the forest. Orochimaru was not given time to recover from his one-sided battle with Naruto as Sasuke came flying towards him. He sensed the boy charging at him and spun around to face the boy. Sasuke tried punching the Sannin in the face, but Orochimaru caught Sasuke's hand. He held it tightly and began to squeeze it, making Sasuke grunt. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke's eyes with a malicious grin, earning a slight shiver from Sasuke. Orochimaru kneed Sasuke on the gut while holding his arm. It was just more pain to Sasuke, and he was starting to think that there was nothing he could do about it. Orochimaru gripped Sasuke's face and sent him crashing towards the trees. He charged at the Uchiha at Jonin speeds but was stopped on his tracks by a kick to the face that sent him flying backwards. The only reason he was hit was because he had thought Naruto would not be able to wake up anytime soon after the beating he had given to the blonde. Naruto charged at Orochimaru again at great speeds. He was welcomed by a knee on his gut. You did good, Naruto-kun, catching me off guard like that. Orochimaru said with a low chuckle. He grabbed Naruto's face and smashed the blonde down to the ground. The impact formed a crater on the ground. Orochimaru crashed his foot on Naruto's chest while the blonde was still lying down in the crater. Naruto coughed up blood because of the hit. He could feel that he was losing a lot of his energy. It was not good for him to lose his strength the way he was at the moment due to the beating he was receiving from Orochimaru. Orochimaru grabbed Naruto by his foot and swung him around twice before sending him crashing towards the trees. He did not stop there, he rushed at Naruto once more and grabbed him by the neck. He could almost lick the blood that was dripping from the blonde's mouth. But he had other businesses to attend to. Naruto was having a hard time breathing because his body was worn out and Orochimaru's hand that was on his neck was making it difficult for him to breathe. He struggled to get out of Orochimaru's grip but to no avail. Orochimaru slammed Naruto to the ground again. Stay down, Naruto-kun. Sasuke-kun is waiting for me. Orochimaru said. It's hopeless, I'm going to die. Sasuke thought to himself with wide eyes. He had just seen how Naruto was defeated like he was nothing. He knew that if Naruto had been beaten off that easily there was no way he would have a chance against the enemy. The man was a Sannin after all. There was really no hope of a genin winning a fight against a Sannin. Orochimaru appeared a good distance away from Sasuke. Sasuke was leaning against a tree breathing rather heavily. He was tired from all the fighting he had to do since the Sannin had ambushed them. He watched as Orochimaru made his way slowly towards him. Fear began to grip him tightly at each step Orochimaru took towards him. He felt like the fear was draining him of the little energy he had in reserve. The fear rendered him immobile. It brought a chill to his body, making him shudder. Sasuke's body began to tremble uncontrollably as Orochimaru drew closer to him. He was frightened that he was going to die. Death without even getting his revenge. Orochimaru enjoyed watching the terror-stricken Uchiha. He loved seeing his prey cowering in fear. Stay back, don't come any closer. Sasuke stuttered out, seeing Orochimaru making his way to him. Orochimaru did not stop. He slowly made his way over to Sasuke with calculating eyes. Do you want power, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru asked with a wide grin. Sasuke lost his fear and took a confused look on his face. He wanted power, and what confused him was why Orochimaru would ask him that kind of question. Orochimaru stopped in front of Sasuke and spoke again. I know you want power to kill Itachi, Sasuke-kun, and I can give you that power. Sasuke's eyes burned with hatred the moment Itachi's name was registered to his mind. He hated nothing and no one more than Itachi. Orochimaru's eyes widened upon seeing the hatred within Sasuke's eyes. His neck extended in lengths that no human neck should extend. Two large fangs grew from his mouth as his head traveled towards Sasuke's neck. Sasuke just froze, not knowing what to do. Orochimaru's fangs became one with Sasuke's neck before Orochimaru retrieved his head. Sasuke let out a pained scream before falling down. Sasuke-kun! Sakura yelled out while rushing at the fallen form of Sasuke. She had heard his pained scream. It was not healthy. She ran to see if he was okay. Orochimaru looked at Sakura with a wide grin. He chuckled darkly. He had achieved what he had come for and more. It was just a matter of time before Sasuke came to him looking for power. What did you do to Sasuke-kun? Sakura demanded, forgetting that the person in front of her was a Sannin and could kill her in a second. She was just too angry that he had hurt Sasuke. Orochimaru was amused by the girl's bravery. I gave him a gift that will help him avenge his clan. Orochimaru replied as he sank into the ground, but not before eyeing where Naruto was lying. Sakura got down to her knees beside Sasuke. She would deal with what Orochimaru had said later, but right now Sasuke's health was her main priority. Sasuke-kun, she muttered softly. He was out cold and a world of darkness had consumed him. He could not hear any words she could say to him and it made her sad. She wanted to cry, but now was not the time for that. She had to be strong for Sasuke. Sasuke had always protected her, but now it was her time to protect him. With Naruto. Naruto brought out both his hands to his face. He stared at them for a moment. Today he had been embarrassed. No one had beaten him like Orochimaru had done. A Sannin was truly strong, but to be thrown around like a ragged doll was just too damning for his pride. Orochimaru had toyed with him, showing him the difference between their powers. It made him feel weak. He hated feeling weak. To think I would get beaten like this despite all the training I did. Naruto thought aloud. Even though he was still hiding some of his power, it did not change the fact that he was beaten. Taijutsu had been what he trained the most while he was training with his grandfather. I wonder what you would say seeing me like this, Madara. He thought aloud again. His grandfather would surely not have been pleased with his performance despite not going all out. It would not have made much of a difference. Orochimaru was just stronger than he was. When he thought of going all out, Madara had told him that he never went all out unless he was fighting against Hashirama. Madara was strong, but at the moment he was not. This experience only meant he had to train even harder than he had been. For him to surpass his grandfather, he had to focus on training more than he had been after he became a genin. Naruto shook his head and got up. His body was beat, but he could last for a few more hours. He dusted himself off and wiped the blood off his mouth. He walked over to his teammates. Naruto looked over at his teammates. Sakura was kneeling beside Sasuke, who looked like he was unconscious. He walked over to them and inspected Sasuke. Sasuke did not have much damage to his body, unlike him. There was a strange seal on his neck. He figured it must have been Orochimaru's cursed seal of heaven. With Sasuke unconscious, he would have to be carried, if they wanted to get to the tower before night takes its shift. Sakura looked at Naruto. She did not know what to say to him after watching him get beat up. His clothes were torn up, but he looked fine for someone who had just gone through a rough beating. Naruto picked up Sasuke and placed him on his shoulder. He looked at Sakura. Let's head straight to the tower. I don't want to spend another night in this forest, he said. Sakura nodded. She too did not want to spend another night in the forest. And going to the tower now was a good thing since they would take Sasuke to a medic. She felt his body heating up. If he was sick, they needed to take him to a medic for treatment. They also did not know what Orochimaru had done to Sasuke. So getting to the tower, they would surely meet someone who would tell them what had been done to Sasuke. A few hours later, it was already past noon. Naruto and Sakura had been running at fast speeds. It was most surprising that Sakura was keeping up with Naruto without complaining about being tired. Sakura understood that it was not the time for her to be lazy, but a time for her to endure everything and keep on going till they reached the tower. They had only taken 2 breaks since they continued on with their journey to their tower after the encounter with Orochimaru. Nothing interesting had happened in their way. They had just been traveling in comfortable silence. No one was saying a word to the other. Naruto had a lot on his mind and would rather be quiet than having to deal with Sakura. Sakura, on the other hand, was worried about Sasuke and did not know how she could start a conversation with Naruto without Sasuke being active. So she decided to enjoy the silence as much as she could. They had yet to meet another team while on their way to the tower. It was becoming a troubling fact to Sakura since they would fail if they did not get the scroll they needed. But at the moment, while looking at Sasuke, whose temperature seemed to be rising up, she thought the most important thing was getting Sasuke to safety. On the other hand, Naruto was just ready to get this part of the exam over with. He had never expected he would run into Orochimaru in the Forest of Death out of all people. Despite taking a beating from the Sannin, Naruto was healing well, thanks to the Kyuubi and genes. About an hour later, Team 7 had reached the stream. Naruto had placed Sasuke under a tree, allowing Sakura to tend to him. He had yet to wake up from the encounter with Orochimaru. His heat was still rising. Naruto could not tell what was going on with Sasuke's body. But he was certain that his body was heating because of the curse mark Orochimaru had placed on him. He did not understand what the cursed seal did to a person's body as he had no in-depth knowledge about the seal. Naruto and Sakura were currently eating some fish they had caught. They were eating in silence. Sakura seemed to have something to say but had no courage to do so. Finally she brought her courage. Naruto, what is that weird mark on Sasuke-kun's neck? Naruto responded without even looking up to the girl, "It's a cursed seal." Sakura looked confused. She had never heard anything about a cursed seal. What is a cursed seal? Naruto looked at her and replied, "It's a seal created by Orochimaru that gives the wielder power." The look Naruto had given Sakura was one that told the girl to ask no more questions. Naruto got up and turned to the stream. "You should rest, we will move again within an hour," he said, making his way to the stream. He had already cleaned himself up while the fish was cooking. What he needed now before they continued on to the tower was to relax. He was troubled by the realization that he had lost his sword at the place they had encountered Orochimaru. He had cursed upon realizing that he did not have it with him when he was cleaning himself up. It did not cost him much, but having to lose something belonging to him was not something he tolerated or liked. He had lost his sword because of Orochimaru. It served as another reason for him not to like the snake Sanin. It did not take long before the relaxation time was disturbed by a team of genins from Takigakure. There were 3 males, each of the same height. They did not look strong. They were weak, a fact that annoyed Naruto. He was in no mood to deal with weak genins at the moment. Dealing with weak ninjas was an annoyance to him that he would rather avoid. Fighting weak ninjas never challenged him. A fight without being challenged bored him. "Give us the scroll and we won't hurt you," one of the genins said aloud. Naruto got up and walked towards the genins. He stopped midway before he reached them. "No," he said, "but however I will request that you go away and leave your scroll behind. If you refuse I will show you just how much of an annoyance you are," he said in a tone dripping with danger. The danger did not seem to reach the Taki genins. "There are 3 of us. One of your teammates is unconscious," one said pointing at Sasuke, "and the other is a girl who looks really weak. Do you really think you can take us on?" Naruto said nothing for a moment. Numbers did not faze him. The genins were nothing but annoyances that were making his bad day even worse than it already was. "Fools," he said more to himself, but the Takigakure genins heard him. "Who are you, Cal?" One of the genins wanted to retort, but he never finished his sentence as Naruto's powerful fist crashed into his gut. The genin dripped some fluids from his mouth because of the impact of the punch and dropped to his knees. Naruto quickly grabbed the other 2 genins' necks and held them tightly, making it hard for the genins to breathe. "I guess I will take out whatever I'm feeling out on you fools. This will also be a lesson to you that you should never underestimate your opponent," Naruto said impassively. He kicked the genin who was on his knees in the face, sending him flying away. He brought the 2 genins who were struggling to get out of his hold together in front of him. He slammed them both to the ground, creating a small crater. He picked up one and kneed him hard. He followed by a powerful punch to the gut. The knee and the punch caused the genin to cough out blood. Naruto followed his assault with a high roundhouse kick that sent the genin flying away. He picked up the other and repeated the same punishment he gave the other. They were all in the same place lying down. Naruto walked slowly towards them. He had not even released any excess energy yet. Naruto reached the 3 genins and looked down at them. They lost consciousness. He said to himself. He had not even hit them too much, it was just a few blows and they had already lost their consciousness. It was very disappointing. He bent down and searched the genins' pockets looking for their scroll. While he was searching, a malicious burst of chakra washed over the area. The chakra was pregnant with evil intentions. It made Sakura nervous and scared her. The source of the evil chakra was the now awakened Uchiha Sasuke. He was covered with flamed patterns all over his body. His appearance frightened Sakura. Naruto chose to ignore it and continued with his search. Sasuke had just woken up and the power of the cursed seal had activated. He had never felt so powerful before. The power was just great. He felt like he could defeat anyone with the power he had now. He laughed evilly within himself. He needed to test this power and see what he could do with it. He looked around and saw Naruto standing up in the middle of 3 fallen genins. Naruto will prove to be a good test, he thought as he walked over to the blonde. Naruto felt relieved. He had found a heaven and earth scroll. With the scrolls they could go to the tower without taking detours to look for scrolls. They needed both heaven and earth scroll to pass the second test of the Chunin exams. He was curious though as to how the genins had gotten their hands on both scrolls. They were weak, so he could not think that they would have defeated another team of genins. It was unless they had ambushed another team which had separated. He looked over to see Sasuke making his way over to him. With the look the Uchiha was showing off, he knew what was coming and he was not going to give in to it. "Fight me, Naruto," Sasuke demanded, staring at Naruto. Naruto was not given time to respond as Sakura spoke before he could. "Sasuke-kun, don't." Sakura cried out. Sasuke did not bother to look at her. His eyes stayed focused on Naruto. Naruto sighed and replied, "No," he said, "we should go ahead to the tower now since we have all the scrolls." Sasuke gritted his teeth in anger. Naruto always brushed him off every time he challenged him. It was like Naruto saw him as nothing but a nuisance, as someone who was not worth his time. It infuriated him to no end. He activated his sharingan and charged at the blonde. Naruto saw Sasuke coming and dropped the scrolls down. He blocked Sasuke's punch and tried punching Sasuke on his face. Sasuke dodged Naruto's punch. Naruto tried again but Sasuke dodged again. Sasuke smirked, "I can see all your attacks before they reach me," he said, his sharingan blazing proudly. Naruto realized that he was not moving as fast as he usually does. It confused him because he did not understand why he was not moving as fast as he could. He did not have much time to dwell on his thoughts as Sasuke was dashing towards him. Naruto got ready to defend himself. But pain gripped him from all over his body. It felt like his muscles were being grinded. A severe headache attacked him. The headache coupled with the pain all over his body forced him to fall onto his knees. Sasuke did not stop upon seeing Naruto fall to his knees. He continued on with his charge and punched Naruto on his face, following with a kick to the temple. Naruto was sent flying. Sasuke grinned seeing that he was finally beating Naruto. He was actually doing it. It only meant that he was a step away from achieving his grand ambition. Naruto got up but only to fall down to his knees. He coughed a large amount of blood. He was breathing heavily and his body seemed to be sweating heavily. Sakura saw him and could tell that the blood Naruto had coughed had not been because of Sasuke's attack. Naruto was just not well, she could tell. She was about to yell for Sasuke to stop when Sasuke stopped and stared at Naruto. She liked the idea of Sasuke beating Naruto, but she thought it was wrong taking advantage of Naruto while he was in the kind of situation he was in. An hour later, Team 7 had reached the tower just after it had started to get dark. They had traveled comfortably without any other team confronting them. After they had reached the tower, they opened the scrolls. The scrolls had a summoning seal inside them. Their scroll summoned Iruka, who explained to them the meaning of the scrolls and congratulated them on passing the second test. Iruka told them where they ought to be resting. The genins went inside the tower and got inside their room. Naruto went straight to his bed without doing anything else. He jumped onto the bed and was fast asleep. His body needed to rest. Sakura looked at Sasuke. "Hey Sasuke-kun, is he going to be alright?" "HN," was the reply Sasuke gave her. "It's not like I care about him or anything, but he is our teammate," she said, again looking at Naruto. Sasuke said nothing. He looked at Naruto and went to his own bed. He needed to rest as well. What he had done for the day was rewarding for him to get some much needed rest. Sakura saw that Sasuke too had gone to get some sleep. She sighed. They went to sleep without even bathing when there is a shower, she thought to herself. She had slept the previous night without bathing and she was not going to do it again. Not to her precious body. Naruto laid in his bed thinking about what had happened earlier. He had come to a realization that he had been poisoned by the snake Sannin, but even so, for it to put him in such pain, it had to have been a deadly one. Even though he could heal from poison attacks, it didn't mean he wouldn't feel the effects of it. Especially the strong one used by Orochimaru. The snake Sannin was known to be a mad scientist, a genius and prodigy. No doubt he could whip up a powerful poison in one of his labs. But now he was fine. His body had already fought off and killed the poison in his system. A few days later, Naruto looked around, standing inside of a hall. It was in the center of the tower. The deadline had passed and all the genins were all gathered in the room. It was only those who passed the second exam. The only people Naruto found to be interesting were Subaku no Gaara, Yakushi Kabuto, and Rock Lee. The other genins were just annoyances. All the Jonin senseis were all in the room. The Hokage was also there, sitting on his chair. Beside him were Anko and Ninja. Above the balcony behind where the Hokage stood there was a statue that showed arms holding a ram seal. Looking at the balcony and where they stood, Naruto could tell that the floor they stood at was used for fighting while the balcony was for the spectators. Anko stepped forward. "Congratulations on passing the second test of the Chunin exams," she said, looking around the room. Many genins had passed her test. She had not been expecting this many to pass. "The Hokage will now explain the third exam," she said, giving the time to the Sandaime Hokage to address the genins. Everyone looked at the Hokage to hear what he was going to say. The Hokage cleared his throat and spoke, "Before I explain the third exam to you, I would like to tell you the true meaning of this Chunin selection exam. Why do we have allied countries taking the exam at the same time, even some neutral countries?" He paused to let them think before answering his own question. "To promote friendship among countries, to raise the standard of shinobi. Do not be confused. This exam is war." The genin grew confused and the tension rose within the large room. If we were to turn back time at some point, all of us would be fighting the other country over who would rule. This exam is an alternative that allows countries to avoid such wasteful fighting. For the third exam, lords of all the countries as well as leaders of your villages will all be watching your fights. You will fight with your life on the line, not to protect your home's land but its prestige. If your country is seen as weak, you will lose clients. If you are strong, you will gain clients, bolstering your homes. If your country is seen as strong, it will also send a message to all nations." The Hokage paused for a moment to catch his breath. "Isn't there another way to protect the village's prestige without having to risk our lives?" a random genin asked, to which some other genins nodded in agreement with his words. The Sandaime narrowed his eyes on the genin. "The strength of the country is the strength of the village, such as the strength of a village is the strength of a shinobi. A shinobi's strength is only born in life-threatening battle." The Sandaime replied seriously, "This exam only has meaning because there are life-threatening battles. Friendship between countries requires this. We call this friendship exercising," the Hokage said as a man shunshined next to him and bowed in respect. "Allow me to cough explain the third test. Cough, Hokage-sama." The man spoke, looking at the Sandaime Hokage. The Hokage nodded and went back to his seat. The Jonin turned to face the genins. "I am Gecko Hayate, the proctor of the third exam." The Jonin introduced himself. "There is something we must do before the third exam." The genins looked at the man. He looked like he was really sick by the way he was coughing. "There is to be preliminaries to decide who gets to participate in the main event," the third proctor said before coughing. "What the hell preliminaries?" a bored-looking Nara asked the question. "We have too many participants for the third test, thus we have to thin out the numbers under the Chunin exam rules." He paused for a moment before speaking. "Those who wish to withdraw may step forward now. This is individual basis. Should you quit, your team will not be penalized for it." Kabuto raised his hand and stepped forward. "I quit. I'm low on chakra," he said, leaving the hall. Hayate coughed. "Is there anyone else who wants to quit?" he asked, getting the attention of the genins. No one else came forward. They had come this far. They were not going down without a fight. "Okay, we have 22 contestants, which means we will have 11 matches and the winners of each will advance to the finals. The rules are simple, there are no rules. The match continues until one dies or is knocked out. If you wish to give up, you can forfeit. I will step in should you be declared winner and you continue to beat your opponent." He paused, letting the genins absorb his words. "Now let us see who you will be matched against," he said, looking at the black screen. "This electronic screen will randomly select 2 contestants who will fight at a time. Now let us begin." The genin waited for their names to pop up on the screen. Naruto just looked at the screen blankly and wished he did not get someone who would waste his time. 2 names appeared on the screen, Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. Some felt relieved that they weren't going to fight first. Others were disappointed, they wanted it over with. "Will the 2 contestants please step forward?" The rest of you please proceed to the observation platform above. Hayate spoke after coughing. The genins walked away to the observation area. The senseis stood behind their students. Sasuke looked at his opponent with an arrogant smirk on his face. He was fully prepared to fight, he had gotten enough rest. He took out a kunai and got into a stance. Yoroi took out 3 shurikens and held them with both his hands. He threw them at Sasuke. Sasuke waited for the shurikens to block them with his kunai. Yoroi ran at fast speeds towards Sasuke. The shurikens reached Sasuke, he deflected them. He was not able to react fast as Yoroi was in front of him while he was blocking the last shuriken. He had yet to activate his sharingan, thus he was not able to detect the oncoming right hook from his opponent. It connected with the right side of his face and pushed him back. Sasuke cursed himself for making such a stupid mistake and getting hit early. He activated his sharingan. He rushed towards the oncoming genin prepared for a taijutsu battle. He was faster than his opponent, thus he was able to use the advantage of his speed. Yoroi brought his right hand trying to smack Sasuke on the face, but Sasuke saw it coming and easily dodged. He tried to kick Sasuke but the Uchiha caught his leg and landed a hard punch to the face. Sasuke let go of Yoroi's leg and spun around kicking the genin on his shoulder. Yoroi was sent crashing into the wall. He gritted his teeth at the slight pain he felt and quickly recovered, rushing at Sasuke. Sasuke waited for his opponent to arrive. Yoroi jumped up attempting to punch Sasuke with much force. Sasuke sidestepped the attempt and gutted the genin. Yoroi hissed, clutching his stomach. Sasuke was not done. He brought out his right hand and gripped the genin by the neck. He glared at the genin with enough coldness that would make anyone gulp in fear. He was busy formulating a plan on what to do now that he had his opponent. Yoroi suddenly broke free from Sasuke's hold. He held Sasuke by his right hand, sucking out his chakra. Sasuke only realized it when his reserves were starting to empty. He quickly tried to separate himself from Yoroi. What he got from his attempt was a hard kick on the face that sent him flying away. He flipped in mid-air and landed gracefully on the floor. He glared at his opponent who had a grin on his face. Yoroi looked as if he had won the match, but Sasuke was not going to give up easily because his chakra got sucked. He inhaled large amounts of wind and did a few hand seals. Fire style. Great fireball. He exhaled a large fireball that sped towards the grinning Yoroi. Sasuke was positive that his opponent would not be able to dodge since he was not faster than him. He ended the jutsu and fell on one knee, panting. His chakra was running low. He should have not done the jutsu. An insane chuckle invaded his ears. He looked forward to seeing Yoroi standing just away from him unharmed by his jutsu. I see you still had some chakra left. Yoroi spoke with a bit of amusement in his voice. Sasuke just got up and glared at him. Yoroi rushed forward so that he could end the match before the Uchiha came up with a plan to win the match. Sasuke waited till Yoroi was in front of him. He acted fast and brought out his left hand aiming at Yoroi's face. Yoroi saw it coming and grabbed Sasuke's hand. He smirked at the Uchiha but it vanished quickly when he saw a wide smirk on Sasuke's face. Before he could know why Sasuke was smirking, he received a punch to the gut that had him coughing a bit of blood. He let go of Sasuke's hand. Sasuke dropped to the ground and did a leg sweep. Yoroi was falling down when Sasuke grabbed both his legs and spun around twice before throwing him up. Sasuke jumped up, moving faster than his opponent. Yoroi looked up to see Sasuke waiting for him. Sasuke was rocketing down the ground when he mastered all his power in a single kick. The kick connected with Yoroi's chest, sending him down fast. Yoroi crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. Everyone winced at the sound of Yoroi's body hitting the ground. Sasuke landed down and smirked when he looked at Yoroi, he was out cold. Hayate stepped forward and coughed before announcing the winner, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke smiled and tiredly walked to where his team was standing. The medics rushed to take the fallen Yoroi off the floor to clear the space for other competitors. The next match was Kankuro vs Shino. Naruto just watched with a rather bored look. At the beginning one could think that Kankuro was going to lose the match. But Kankuro ended up winning the match without harm. Kankuro was a puppet user. Shino had thought his bugs had sucked out Kankuro's chakra. Too bad for him, the Kankuro the bugs were trying to extract chakra from was just a mere puppet. Shino knew that without his bugs being ineffective he could not win the match, thus he gave up after he had failed to see how he would win. Puppet users dealt with dangerous poison. Haruno Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were next. The match started with them bitching about some nonsense. Then it was the cat fight, more like a pillow fight. It was the most pathetic excuse of a shinobi fight Naruto had ever seen. Both girls ended up knocking each other out cold. Both had no skills of a ninja. They were weak, with no physical strength. Their taijutsu was academy level. They seemed to have never trained after passing the academy. Naruto had not expected much from Sakura. He had seen that the girl does not train. Pathetic, Naruto thought. Naruto looked around the balcony to see that all the others had the same thoughts. The match was pathetic. His eyes narrowed at Gaara. It seemed that the Jinchuriki was getting impatient. Naruto shook his head at the view. Gaara was still his age and yet he was always looking for blood. Will Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba step forward please? Hayate called out. Naruto's face remained impassive as he made his way towards the fighting area. Of all the people he could fight he had been drawn against Kiba. Luck was really not on his side for the exams. He reached the fighting area and crossed his arms on his chest. He looked straight at Kiba's eyes with an impassive gaze. Kiba was grinning, he felt confident in his abilities. With all the training he had been doing he believed that he could defeat Naruto. He did not know how Naruto fought ever since his transformation, but he believed in his own abilities. With Akamaru by his side he could beat anyone. Are both fighters ready? Hayate said. Kiba nodded. Naruto gave no response. Hayate just took the silence as a yes. Begin. I'm going to take you down, Naruto. Kiba spoke aloud with a confident grin. Akamaru barked, agreeing with his master's words. Naruto made no sign that he heard Kiba's words. Hey, did you hear me? Again Naruto did not respond. I'm talking to you, bastard. Kiba yelled out with a bit of anger at being ignored. Will you attack me already and stop annoying me? Naruto finally spoke. Kiba grinned. Let's do this, Akamaru. He said to his dog partner. Akamaru barked in acknowledgement of Kiba's words. Naruto inwardly sighed. He didn't want to waste time indulging in trash talk with Kiba. It was pointless. Kiba was just a cocky weak mutt in his eyes, nothing more. He knew that the Inuzuka clan always fought with their dogs since it was their clan's style. But take away that and they were completely garbage. Clans such as the Inuzuka and Aburame were prime examples of this. The two relied too much on their clan's source of strength instead of their own. He could even bet that Kiba didn't know a single elemental jutsu. He is complacent, only relying on his partner. It made Naruto wonder if the fool even thought about what he would do if he didn't have his dog's help. But it didn't matter, that was a problem on his part. All he was worried about was embarrassing this clown so he could move on and get this over with. With the spectators, Kakashi looked at Naruto as if he was studying him. Naruto was acting differently. He was not told in detail what had happened during the encounter with Orochimaru. He was only interested in the fact that they were alive and the cursed mark Orochimaru had given Sasuke. He had sealed the curse mark but was not sure if it would hold. He shrugged it off for now and looked back at Naruto and Kiba. Hinata felt a bit excited because she was going to see Naruto fight. She had never seen him fight ever since they became genin. He was always the source of her strength. She believed that she would fight bravely in her match should Naruto win his match. Shikamaru and other Konoha genins just watched on. They wanted to see what Naruto was capable of with their own eyes. Their senseis had said he was strong but they had never seen him fight before. This was a good opportunity to see his abilities. Back on the fighting floor, Kiba bent down and placed his hands on the ground. Akamaru jumped in front of him and turned into a clone of Kiba. Both took animalistic features compared to their normal selves. Gatsuga! Kiba yelled as he took the form of a spinning vortex. The spinning vortex sped at Naruto at fast speeds. Naruto just stood at his position with his hands still crossed at his chest. He waited for Kiba's attack to reach him. Kurenai looked at Naruto. What is he thinking standing there like that? If he gets hit the match will be over, she thought to herself, wondering why Naruto was not even trying to dodge Kiba's attack. She knew Kiba's offensive attack was powerful and could cause a lot of damage if it hit. It was almost impossible to block. The only way she had been able to escape the attack was if she dodged. She had never attempted to block the attack. The spinning vortex reached Naruto, and when it looked like it was about to hit him, it missed. Kiba hit the ground and continued to spin furiously as it dug a hole on solid ground. The Gatsuga came out again from the ground and charged at Naruto. It missed him again. The same sequence continued for several times. None of the attempts hit Naruto. Several holes could be seen in the ground. What shocked many who were watching was that Naruto was still in the same position he was in. His hands were still crossed over his chest while he was surrounded by many holes. Kiba stopped his attack and returned to normal. His fruitless attacks seemed to have taken a lot of chakra from him because his breathing was slightly labored. "Stay still, you bastard, so that I can hit you," he yelled in frustration. He tried the Gatsuga again, but still the results were the same. Naruto looked at the genin. "Is that all you can do?" he said. "How disappointing." His hands dropped from his chest and he blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Kiba and kicked the genin at his waist, sending him crashing towards the wall. Akamaru had jumped up and did not fly away with Kiba. Cracks appeared on the wall where Kiba had hit. Akamaru barked as he charged at Naruto, looking to bite him. Naruto caught the small puppy by its hand. He hit its head and knocked it out cold. "Get your hands off Akamaru!" Kiba yelled while charging at Naruto blindly. Naruto turned around to face the genin. Kiba attempted to punch Naruto on the face. But Naruto caught his hand and squeezed it. "Oh!" Kiba cried out as Naruto was crushing his hand. Naruto kneed Kiba on his gut. He let go of Kiba's hand and punched with his left hand. His right hand followed with another powerful punch to the temple that sent Kiba flying away from him. Naruto blurred away and caught Kiba's leg while he was still flying. He slammed the genin to the ground, creating debris. Naruto did not wait for the debris to clear. He gripped Kiba's bleeding face and lifted the genin up. He imparted the genin with a powerful punch at his gut. Kiba coughed out some blood because of the punch. Naruto threw Kiba into the air. When Kiba was coming down towards him, he spun around and kicked Kiba's body. The kick sent Kiba crashing towards the wall once more. Kiba's body partly destroyed the wall. His bleeding body lay broken on the ground. He had lost consciousness. How brutal, some of the genins thought while watching the fight. The only person who smiled was Subaku no Gaara. Naruto stood still waiting for Hayate to call the match. Hayate stepped forward. "Kiba is unable to fight. Winner Uzumaki Naruto," he announced. Naruto walked away as the medics rushed at Kiba to take him away to heal him. When he arrived at the balcony, he found Yuhi Kurenai waiting for him. Kurenai stared at Naruto with a bit of anger in her eyes. She was angry that Naruto had beaten her student roughly. She believed he could have ended the match in a more harmless way. Naruto walked past the woman without sparing her a glance. Kurenai grabbed his hand and held it firmly. She pulled him back in front of her. Naruto didn't try to resist. Kurenai glared at him. "Was it really necessary to beat him like that?" "Of course," replied Naruto. Kiba was arrogant, thinking that he can beat his opponent with a single attack which is easy to dodge. This is a habit he needs to get rid of now, because if not, he won't make it as a ninja. But then again, you are in the same boat as him. You're only good at genjutsu. But when you run across someone that your genjutsu isn't effective on, then what? Your taijutsu, ninjutsu and kinjutsu are bad and nearly non-existent, and you don't truly have any other jutsu in your arsenal besides genjutsu. So I see why Kiba thinks that move is all he needs. Kurenai gritted her teeth in anger. She could not believe that he had just given her that kind of answer. But despite his cold and harsh words, she couldn't deny that he was right. Her hold on Naruto's hand tightened to the extreme. A touch on her shoulder stopped her from doing something to Naruto. She looked around and saw Kakashi giving her one of his eye smiles. "Let it go, Kurenai," He said with a smile, "You are causing a scene." Kurenai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at them. She calmed herself down and let go of Naruto's hand and returned to Hinata's side. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. "You should take it easy on your fellow genins, Naruto." Naruto shrugged and walked past the genin. He did not take the fight easy. Taking it easy against genins would only give them confidence to continue fighting. With confidence the fight would drag on more than he would like. He did not enjoy being dragged into a fight he found annoying. It was why he chose to end it quickly and brutally. Hayate coughed to get everyone's attention. The screen showed the next contestants. Hayate looked at the screen. "Will Subaku no Gaara and Tsuchi Kin step forward to the arena please?" He called out. Gaara entered the arena via sand sunshine while Kin walked down to the arena. Kin looked at Gaara's face. He had something that resembled a smile. His face scared her. He had eyes that were cold and viewed her life as nothing more than another life to be devoured. She could feel the aura of bloodlust radiating from the sand genin. She feared for her life looking at the genin. "Are both fighters ready?" Hayate called out. Both contestants nodded. "Begin." Gaara grinned maliciously as he stared at Kin. Kin shuddered because of the grin. She looked at Hayate. "Proctor, I forfeit," she said, taking a step away from Gaara. Hayate nodded, but before he could announce Gaara as the winner, the genin was already attacking Kin with his sand. He moved quickly and took the girl out of harm's way. "Subaku no Gaara. Your opponent forfeited the match, why do you continue to attack her?" Gaara did not respond. Hayate sighed. "Tsuchi Kin has forfeited the match, winner Subaku no Gaara." Gaara shunshined away from the arena looking disappointed that he did not get to kill his opponent. Kin felt relieved that she had quit the match. The sand would have surely crushed her. Now she just had to deal with her teammates who would not be pleased that she gave up the match without even fighting first. Hayate looked at the screen again. "Will Rock Lee and Kinuta Dosu step forward please?" He called out. Lee jumped up with a huge smile on his face. "Guy-sensei, it's finally my turn to show my flame of youth," he cried out. Guy smiled at his student. "Yosh, go make me proud, Lee. Show everyone how your flames burn brightly." Guy cried with the same enthusiasm as his student. "Yes, Guy-sensei," Lee said as he jumped into the arena. He was excited about finally getting his chance to fight. His sensei would be watching him and he was not going to disappoint his sensei. He was going to show his youthful flames that burned brightly inside of him. Kinuta Dosu stepped in the ring. He had bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye uncovered. He wore a large poncho with long sleeves, a snake-patterned scarf, a straw raincoat protruding from the back of his scarf, and a large amplifier on his right arm. The amplifier was called the Melody Arm. "Are both fighters ready?" Hayate asked as he looked at the genins. He earned a nod from both genins. "Begin," he yelled as he jumped away from the arena. Lee took a taijutsu stance. His face had a serious expression. He charged at Dosu and attempted to kick the genin in the upper body. Dosu brought out his right arm to block the kick. Lee's foot connected with the Melody Arm. Lee retrieved his leg and brought out his right, attempting to kick the genin again. Dosu raised his left arm to block Lee's kick. The power behind the kick pushed him back a bit. Lee smiled a bit before taking a stance again. He waited for his opponent to make a move. Dosu dashed at Lee and attempted to hit him with the Melody Arm on his face, but Lee jumped back to avoid being hit. He moved forward to Lee and swung his left arm, attempting to punch the genin. Lee blocked the attempt and attempted to kick Dosu. Dosu blocked the attempt with his right arm. Lee jumped back, making some distance with his opponent. Despite having only started, the fight was certainly interesting. With the way the genins were exchanging attacks, it was something worth watching other than some one-sided fights they had witnessed. The two continued to exchange blows. Dosu had been unable to land a hit on Lee as Lee was faster than him. Lee had managed to land a few hits, but none had done much damage to the genin. Dosu was getting frustrated because of his lack of penetration through Lee's defense. He was also panting slightly and had a couple of bruises while Lee looked fine. Lee dashed at Dosu and swung his hand attempting to punch the genin, but Dosu blocked the attack. He was unable to block the kick that followed. He was sent flying, but he quickly recovered by flipping in mid-air and landing on the ground. Just when he landed, he rushed at Lee at his full speed. Lee also rushed at the genin. They clashed in the middle. Dosu swung his melody arm at Lee's temple, but Lee did enough to block the attack before it could hit him. But the arm was close to his head. Dosu smirked under his bandages as his melody arm released sound waves. The sound waves infected Lee and caused his vision to become blurry. He could not see properly. Dosu tried punching Lee on the gut, but Lee sensed the attack and jumped back. His vision was still blurry. "What is happening?" he asked, being confused as to why his vision had suddenly become blurry. The only answer he got was a rough chuckle from Dosu. Dosu moved closer to Lee and kicked him on his chest, sending him flying away. Lee flipped in mid-air and landed on the ground gracefully. The moment he landed, Dosu was in front of him. Dosu's right arm crashed into his gut. He spun around and kicked Lee to his temple. Lee hit the wall but recovered quickly. He got up and coughed a bit of blood. His vision was returning to him. He looked at Dosu's right arm. It was doing something to him. It looked like a kind of gauntlet to him. It was very strange, looking at it carefully as he had never seen something of its kind before. He just had to avoid it. "Don't give up, Lee," Guy yelled out to his student. Lee looked at his sensei with a smile. Despite looking like he was losing, his sensei was cheering for him. He smiled at his sensei and gave him a thumbs up. "Hi, Guy sensei. Release your weights and show them your youthful flames, Lee." Guy cried out again. He was not about to let his student lose when he had the power to win his match. Lee nodded and removed the weights on both his legs. The weights landed on the ground and created a large dent on the floor. The ground shook when the weights hit. It shocked many. "What the hell?" some thought upon seeing how heavy the weights were. Lee got into a stance and looked at his opponent. "You have been a worthy opponent, but I must end this," he said seriously. Dosu was about to retort when Lee blurred out of sight. He appeared in front of Dosu. Dosu attempted to punch Lee in the face. But Lee blurred out of his sight again. Lee appeared behind Dosu and kicked the genin with a powerful force on his back. Dosu was sent crashing towards the wall. Lee waited for Dosu to recover. He did not wait for too long as Dosu came charging at him. Dosu swung his right hand and attempted to disrupt Lee's hearing with his melody arm. Lee sidestepped the attack and punched Dosu in the gut. He jumped up and slammed both his hands on Dosu's head, compelling the genin down to the floor. Lee waited for Dosu to get up and kicked him in the chin, sending him up in the air. He did this after opening the first of the 8 chakra gates. He used the shadow of the dancing leaf and appeared behind Dosu while still in the air. He let loose the bandages on his arms and wrapped them around Dosu, restraining him. As they began to fall down the ground head first, they began to rotate at a ferocious speed. Lee pile-drived Dosu to the ground head first. Dosu lay in the small crater he created on the floor unconscious. Lee was on one knee breathing heavily beside Dosu. His body was bruised but not heavily. Hayate stepped forward. "Kinuta Dosu is unable to continue, winner Rock Lee," he announced. Lee grinned brightly and slowly made his way back to the balcony. "You did it, Lee. I'm so proud to be your sensei," Guy cried out. "Guy sensei. Lee, Guy sensei. Lee," Guy cried as he burst into tears and rushed to hug his student with much affection. Lee was also in tears while hugging his sensei. Everyone looked disturbed by the view. No one looked twice at the two hugging men. It was not every day that you saw two men hugging each other with that much affection. It was greatly disturbing to see. Hayate saved everyone by announcing the next match. "Will Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji come down, please?" Hinata shyly made her way down the arena. She was not sure if she could fight against her cousin and win. She eyed Naruto and flustered because he was giving her a smile and a thumbs up. She quickly looked away from him while poking her fingers. Naruto was watching her and she would do her best. A match between two Hyugas, Naruto thought. It would certainly be a match worth watching. Naruto was interested in seeing the two Hyugas fight. He wanted to see what the Byakugan could do against another Byakugan. He did not have much intel on the dojutsu besides the little things Madara had told him what he knew about it. Hayate looked between the two contestants. Are both fighters ready? He earned nods from both Hyugas. Begin. He yelled out. Hinata seemed to be hesitant to take a stance. She did not look like somebody who was ready for a fight. Neji seemed prepared for anything. He had an impassive expression that most of the Hyugas seemed to wear. Neji stared at Hinata coldly. With the look he had given the girl, one could not tell that she was his cousin. Forfeit the match, Hinata-sama. You cannot defeat me, he said coldly. Hinata could not defeat him. They had sparred a few times and she had never come close to defeating him. He had seen her fight several times. With her skills she could not defeat him. Hinata looked down while poking her fingers. You are not fit to be a shinobi because you lack self-confidence. Someone with no self-confidence is fated to lose. Hinata was a bit downed by Neji's cold words. She wanted to fight him and prove that she could compete with him, and also save him from the darkness that was consuming him. She took a stance and had the look of a dedicated kunoichi. Neji shook his head. You don't listen. I will prove to you that you are a loser and will always be a loser, he said as he took a stance. Byakugan. Both Hyugas yelled as veins bulged around their eyes. Both ran towards each other with their dojutsu active. They engaged in their clan's famed taijutsu style, the gentle fist. The battle went on for a few minutes as the two Hyugas traded blows. Their taijutsu style specialized on attacking the chakra networks inside of a person. For damage to be done, they had to use chakra externally in a form of lacing it around their hands. To block the attack, one had to block with a chakra-laced hand to avoid taking damage. Should it hit, one faced the risk of getting their chakra paths closed forcefully. When chakra points are closed in a certain part of the body, that part becomes immobile. Neji suddenly kicked Hinata on her chest, sending her away from him. Hinata was bruised and panting but had nonetheless taken less damage. Neji looked fine. He was not even slightly winded. One could tell that he was used to fighting at such a level while Hinata was not. Neji ran at Hinata and brought out his right hand, trying to connect it with Hinata's chest. Hinata deflected the attack with her own attack and jumped back, creating a breathing space. Neji charged at her again, and exchanged palm attacks with Hinata. Hinata blocked all his attempts, but she did so with difficulty. Neji increased his speed a bit, catching Hinata off guard by his increase of speed. His chakra-laced palm landed in the middle of Hinata's chest. Hinata coughed up blood before going down to her knees. Neji looked at her. I told you that you are a loser and would remain as such. Regardless of how many times you fight to change that, it will never change, you will always be a loser. Fate cannot be changed, he said and turned away from her. Proctor, call the match, she won't be able to continue. Neji said, walking away. Hayate looked at Hinata. The blow to the heart should have ended the match. Hinata did not look like she could continue with the match. Winner Hyu. He stopped when he saw Hinata was standing up, albeit shaking. Hinata looked at Neji, who had stopped walking away after hearing Hayate stop announcing him as the winner. It is true that I lack self-confidence. I don't believe that people cannot change. I have seen many people see change. Why, you are also wrong about something, Neji. It is not I that I am trying to change. What I want to change is you. You have been suffering most of your life and I want to change that. Hinata said. Neji said nothing for a moment before his eyes burned with hidden fury. He ran towards Hinata, looking to end her life with one last attack at her chest. The Jonins knew that should Neji hit Hinata, it would end her life. Hayate, Guy and Kurenai rushed to the arena and stopped Neji from killing his cousin. Neji looked at the Jonins and scoffed. Is this another special treatment for the Hyuga main branch? He said. All the Jonins holding let go of him and allowed him to retreat back to the balcony. Hinata collapsed down to the ground, alarming Kurenai to rush over to her. She carried the girl to the medics so that she could get help before her life became in danger. Winner, Hyuga Neji, Hayate announced. Naruto glared at Neji. Even though Hinata was weird and a stalker, she was really a gentle and sweet soul. The girl was the kind of person that was so sweet you wouldn't want to do any harm to her. But seeing Neji treat her like that made him feel a bit of fire in his heart. But also this was something Hinata needed as well. She was weak mentally and would not succeed in becoming a shinobi. Receiving a beating like that would harden her a bit. He made a note to himself that he would get some get back for Hinata. The remaining contestants did not interest him. He stepped back and stood against the wall. He sat down Indian style and closed his eyes. He held a single hand seal and thought, sleep. The last thing he heard was, Nara Shikamaru vs Akamichi Choji. His mind rested and he fell asleep. Sleep was a kind of medical jutsu that Madara had taught him. It worked like any sleeping pill, but with the jutsu he slept immediately upon the jutsu being cast. He used the chakra inside his body to influence his mind to sleep. Minutes later, Naruto was woken up by Kakashi. He had only slept for 15 minutes. But it was enough to pass the time. The preliminaries are over, Kakashi said. There are others already down there. Kakashi said, pointing at the gathered genin. Naruto nodded and went to the other genins. The Sandaime was making one of his speeches. Time allows for you to know yourself better and your enemy. During this time you will be able to study your opponent's abilities. This month you will have the chance to improve yourselves. The Sandaime said while eyeing Naruto. Now, let us decide who you will face at the finals. Take a piece of paper from the box that Anko-san is holding. He said, pointing at Anko. The genins that had made it to the finals did as told. Naruto was not surprised to see that Shikamaru had won his match against Choji. Shikamaru was smart enough to counter anyone. Each piece of paper they took had a number written on it. They presented their numbers and were drawn of who would face who. Match 1. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. Match 2. Subaku no Gaara vs Rock Lee. Match 3. Subaku no Kankuro vs Uchiha Sasuke. Match 4. Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Tamari. Are there any questions? The Sandaime asked. Since this is a tournament, does it mean that the winner of the tournament will be the only one who becomes Chunin? Shikamaru asked. Different judges judge in the tournament. If someone is judged to possess skills and mentality of the Chunin, she will be promoted to Chunin. It does not matter if they win or lose their matches. There is also a chance that none of you become Chunin, but there is also a chance that you can all become Chunin. It depends on whether you are fit to become a Chunin or not. The Sandaime said, are there any more questions? He waited for the genins to give their answer. Seeing that there were no more questions, he spoke again. Good, you are all dismissed. One by one the genins left the tower. Naruto was stopped by Kakashi from leaving the tower for a moment. Meet me at the training ground tomorrow morning. Kakashi said and disappeared from Naruto's view. Training ground 7 the next day. Naruto sat on top of a tree waiting for Kakashi to appear. The Jonin had called him the previous day to the training ground. He was not the only one who was at the training ground. Sasuke was also there. Sakura was not called to the training ground. Naruto figured that the Jonin wanted to speak about training. Sakura did not make it to the finals, so Kakashi would not have a reason to call her. It was obvious that Kakashi would be forced to train his team since they had made it to the Chunin exam finals. Naruto not only wanted to train during the month before the Chunin finals. He also wanted to clear his thoughts and make plans on what he would do after the exams. Naruto jumped out of the tree and landed on the ground because Kakashi had appeared. Kakashi did not have his book at his hand, but his usual bored expression was still worn. It disappeared for a moment when Kakashi flashed an eye smile to his students. First, I want to congratulate you for making it to the finals. As your sensei, I am very proud of you and I knew that you could do it. Kakashi said. Some could interpret his words as that he knew that Naruto and Sasuke could do it, but he did not believe that Sakura could do it. He had said that he believed that his team could do well in the exams, but Naruto highly doubted that he believed Sakura would make it to the finals if it involved fighting on her own. I called you here today so that I can tell you about your training for the month before the finals, Kakashi said. Unfortunately, Naruto, I won't be able to train you, but I have asked for someone to train you. He will be training you in chakra since I have never seen you use it externally, and I know that you have large amounts of chakra reserves which must also be hard to control. Naruto shook his head. There is no need for that. I will train myself if I see the need to do so," he said. Kakashi looked at Naruto curiously but nodded. "Well then, I will be training Sasuke till the finals." "Do you have a problem with that, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, not wanting to be seen like he was favoring Sasuke. Naruto was his sensei's son. He did not want the blonde to have any reason to resent him. Naruto shook his head. He had no problems with it. Sasuke needed to be trained more than he did. And he was positive that the council had something to do with Kakashi training Sasuke. The reason Kakashi was training Sasuke was because the Sandaime knew that if they wanted to keep Sasuke inside the village they had to train him. Orochimaru had already marked the Uchiha. It was a matter of lack of training that would drive Sasuke towards him. To avoid that, Kakashi had to train Sasuke to make him see that even Konoha wants him to get stronger. Kakashi smiled at Naruto. "I will see you at the finals then," he said as he touched Sasuke's shoulder and disappeared with him and a swirl of leaves. Naruto jumped up into the trees and made his way to his apartment. The following day, Naruto was alone at the Hokage monument. He was also getting bored because he was having nothing better to do. He couldn't truly train the way he wanted to because of the surveillance the counselors had him under. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when a voice sounded beside him. "The village looks lovely from here, doesn't it?" Naruto quickly turned around to see who it was. He had not sensed the person getting beside him. If it was an assassination attempt, he would surely have been killed. He saw a tall man with waist-length, spiky white hair tied to a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs that framed both sides of his face. He also had red lines that ran down from his eyes and wore a horned forehead protector with the kanji for oil. He also had a noticeable wart on the left side of his nose. The man wore a green short shirt kimono and matching pants, under which he wore a mesh armor that showed out of his sleeves and legs of his outfit. His outfit was completed with handguards, a simple black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, a red haori with two simple yellow circles on each side and a scroll on his back. "Jiraiya," Naruto said, looking at the Sannin. Once again he had been bested by a Sannin. He had learned about Jiraiya from Madara. It did not please him. Jiraiya grinned, looking at Naruto. "Oh, you know of me." Naruto looked back to Konoha, taking his eyes off Jiraiya. "What can I do for you, Jiraiya?" "Have some respect, Gaki. I am the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya-sama, one of the three legendary Sannin, and you should address me as Jiraiya-sama," Jiraiya said aloud while trying to pose. Not that Naruto bothered to look at the Sannin. Jiraiya looked down. "Nobody appreciates my greatness," he thought sadly. Silence was born as Naruto waited for Jiraiya to answer his question. While Jiraiya did not know how to start the conversation with Naruto. The Sandaime had told him that Naruto knew about his heritage. He did not know which were the correct words to say to Naruto. He sighed and sat down beside Naruto. "I heard you made it to the finals," Jiraiya finally said while looking at the village. "You heard correct," Naruto responded. He did not like going around the bush, nor did he like people doing it when they wanted to tell him something. But he was going to tolerate it just this once. He had nothing to do anyway. "When do you start preparing for the finals?" "I heard there are some tough competitors." "I'm already prepared for the finals," Naruto responded dismissively. Jiraiya was quiet for a moment before finally getting to the main reason he had come to see Naruto. "The old man told me you are aware of your heritage." "Is that true?" "Yes." "So?" Jiraiya was not expecting the kind of response from Naruto. It was not going to be easy for him. "Then you probably know what I am to you." "Yes, but I don't consider you as such." Jiraiya nodded sadly. He had messed up, but he could try to get involved in Naruto's life. It could not make up for his mistakes, but it was better than nothing. "It is my responsibility to train you and teach you your father's jutsu. I know you said you were already prepared for the finals, but what do you say to training with me? We could make up for lost time," he said with a grin. "I don't need training from you, Jiraiya," Naruto said impassively. "I can teach you ninjutsu. I heard that you were not taught any ninjutsu. You do need to take advantage of the reserves you have. I can be of help in that," Jiraiya argued. "Yes, I'm sure you can be of use in that, but I don't need your help." Jiraiya let loose a sigh of frustration. By the tone Naruto used he knew he was not going anywhere. Naruto was not going to allow him to train him. You know most people would rush at the opportunity of being trained by a Sannin, Jiraiya said. Do you hate me for not being there for you? Is that why you are refusing my help? Naruto shook his head. I bear no fangs for you, Jiraiya. Naruto responded. Then why are you refusing my help? It could do you well than bad. I have my reasons. Jiraiya let loose another sigh, but this time it was a sigh of defeat. Fine, but I'm not going to stop trying to get you to allow me to train you, he said. I'm going to leave you for now. I have to do some research. Jiraiya spoke with a lecherous grin and disappeared in a puff of smoke. That is one obstacle out of the way, Naruto said to himself. With the Jiraiya issue taken care of, he could now think of other things. Naruto got up and disappeared into thin air. Naruto appeared inside of his apartment. He yawned a bit. He would get some sleep before training tomorrow. He had decided for the 1 month he would train back at the hideout since it was the only place where he would have privacy to do so. If he stayed here he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything since every time he was in public he was watched. He wanted to do more physical training and practice more with his sharingan and wood style. Also, another situation he wanted to start working on was the Kyuubi sealed inside him. Madara had suggested back when he was younger to let him put the fox under his genjutsu so he could control it and use its power. Even though Naruto knew that would be easy, he had decided against it, saying that he would come up with another way to use its power. From all that he has learned about the Biju through books and Madara, Naruto knew that Biju were not just mindless beasts. They were capable of their own thoughts and feelings. Which is why he would try to gain a somewhat friendship with the beast if possible. But it was a stretch though. The Kyuubi was a beast that hated humans with all its heart. The beast wouldn't hesitate to slaughter humans if given the chance. But getting the Biju's gratitude and using it instead of controlling him would be better. But if it all failed, Naruto had no problem using his Mangekyo to tame the beast. Even though Naruto prided himself on his power, he couldn't deny that having the Kyuubi as an extra source of strength would be nice. The Nine Tails was able to cause tsunamis with its tails and destroy landscapes. He would be a prideful fool if he didn't take advantage of it. But for now he would get some sleep. He would see how things turn out tomorrow. The next day, Naruto was inside of the hideout sitting in a meditative position with his eyes closed. He had been training hard all day with the help of a few shadow clones. Zetsu, who was a distance away watching Naruto train, spoke to his other half. Hey Black Zetsu, I've been wondering about something, spoke White Zetsu. What is it? Black Zetsu replied in his deep tone. Naruto has had his Mangekyo for a little more than 7 months now. Since then he has trained daily and extensively with it. But despite all that he has shown no signs of blindness yet after having used it so much, Zetsu stated. You fool, you just picked up on that, replied Black Zetsu. You have to remember Naruto isn't your ordinary Uchiha. Naruto being a Jinchuriki, Uzumaki and having Senju DNA changes many things. Naruto possesses an incredibly strong life force. A life force so strong that it is able to slow down the effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, stated Black Zetsu. So you're saying because of his life force Naruto doesn't have to worry about going blind? Asked White Zetsu curiously. Black Zetsu shook his head. No, that's not what I'm saying. Naruto will eventually still go blind, but his powerful life force is able to slow down and negate the effects for a considerable amount of time. Had Naruto been a normal Uchiha and used the Mangekyo the way he does, I have no doubt he would have been completely blind in a week. Hearing everything, White Zetsu nodded. Naruto was indeed very interesting. Back with Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes and saw that he was now in a sewer-like environment. He was already familiar with the setting since he had been here once before when he was younger. Naruto followed the bars that led him deeper towards the Kyuubi's cage. After a minute of walking, Naruto stood in front of a large cage with metal bars, arms crossed over his chest. Beyond the large bars on the cage was nothing but darkness. If someone had not known, one would think that nothing was beyond those bars. But Naruto knew the Kyuubi was sitting somewhere in the darkness. Kyuubi, I know you're there. I'm not foolish enough to walk past those bars, so come out, said Naruto out loud. Suddenly the Kyuubi menacing red eyes showed themselves as the Kyuubi stepped out of the shadows, standing tall with all 9 tails swaying in all their glory. A huge dose of killing intent and bloodlust was released as the huge fox glared down at Naruto, hatred all in its eyes. "You damn Uchiha, grandson of that accursed Madara Uchiha, come closer so I can rip you apart," the Kyuubi roared. "If that's the case, no, I only came to talk and propose a truce." "Lies, and there is nothing I want to discuss with you, just wait till I escape here. I will tear you into a million pieces." The Kyuubi spoke with anger in its tone. Naruto just shook his head at the Kyuubi's response. The Biju was being difficult. "Even though you don't want to talk, I'm going to anyway," stated Naruto firmly, Sharingan looking at the Biju. "I know you are aware of the organization that will soon start collecting Biju for the purpose of reviving the Jubi for the Moon of the Eye plan, my grandfather's plan. I know this because you can see what I see even while in this cage. However, I don't intend to carry out that plan. Over time I realized that the infinite Tsukuyomi was just a fake peace. Everyone would just be in Genjutsu, merely an illusion of peace. You know of my capabilities and my potential, no doubt in the future I will be a monster in power. But I would also like to harness your power but without having to control you." "Lies," shouted the fox angrily as he glared daggers at Naruto, who was not affected by his stare. "You humans say the same thing over and over again. You humans are nothing but scums and liars." Naruto sighed. "Now you are just being difficult, Kyuubi. It should mean something that I'm here discussing this with you, knowing how I could just easily control you with my Mangekyo." The fox glared down at Naruto but did not respond. Inside it knew what Naruto had said was the truth, but his hatred and bitterness wouldn't let him admit that aloud. "My grandfather believed that you needed to be guided by the eyes of Uchiha, but I do not. Just having this little interaction with you, I know for a fact now that you are not some mindless dumb beast. You have speech, thoughts, feelings. Despite them being bad, you still have them." The Kyuubi did not respond. It just settled for glaring at Naruto, but deep inside Naruto's words had reached him. "It would also be better this way because even though you won't admit it, I know you would rather be sealed in me than back in that statue. I also understand how you feel from your perspective. I would be pissed and would hate humans if people always sought me out and sealed me away and used me for my power. I'm not asking you to be my best friend. I'm just asking you to work with me here for the benefit of both of us. I get satisfied because I get to use your power, and you get satisfied because you don't get sealed in the statue and free of being controlled." The Kyuubi just stared at Naruto in thought. Everything the blonde had said was the truth. He could tell if anyone was lying, but the blonde told no lies. Even though he was an Uchiha, he had been the first one to call out what everyone else seemed to miss about the Biju. He understood that he was not a dumb beast with power, and he understood that his hatred was justified due to how humans treated him in the past. And even though Naruto could easily control him with his Sharingan, he did not. No, instead he came here to offer a more positive approach. "How about this?" said Naruto, snapping the fox out of its thoughts. "I will change the scenery in my mindscape since I know you hate this sewer. On top of that, I will get you your other half back so you can be complete again." The fox continued to stare at Naruto, but not with the same intensity and hatred as before. "Fine, it's not like I have anything better to do," said the fox. Naruto smiled slightly. He knew he could reach the fox. No doubt the fox didn't really trust him or like him a lot. He was just tolerable to him. The fox laid down and rested its head on its crossed paws, looking at Naruto. "So when will you get me my other half back, Uchiha?" asked the fox. Naruto noted that the fox tone was more calmer and relaxed, but still had a bit of venom in it. "It will be once I leave the village and begin my true training. I will have Zetsu collect what is needed to restore your other half." "Fine, we will talk when that is done," said the fox, turning away from Naruto. Naruto just left the mindscape so he could continue his training. 1 month later, Konoha was buzzing with a lot of activities. Everyone within the village wore a smile. All problems were forgotten, everyone chose to be happy. It was as if heaven was showering the village with bliss. Business owners were somewhat the happiest of all. People from other villages had been inside the village and were buying a lot of things. More visitors meant more profits for them. Despite it being a profitable time, there was still competition with the businesses. Competition did not go away, it was what drove successful businesses. Most people were making bets. The finals of the Chunin exams had arrived. Some people just wanted to enjoy good fights, while some wanted to enjoy the good fights while making some money off the tournament. No one could be blamed really for making bets, it was what made the tournament worthwhile watching. The streets were full a few hours ago, but now they were all quiet. Only a select few could be seen within the streets of the village. The majority of people were gathered at the stadium where the finals are to be held. The stadium was full of people. There were no empty seats, each seat was taken. To some the stadium was a bit too small since not everybody could get inside the stadium. The Fire Lord as well as other leaders of other countries were also present at the stadium. Even some leaders of small villages were present at the stadium, all in the name of the Chunin finals. They were present to observe the next generation of powerful shinobi and also to see the strength of genins from other villages. Konoha had the most genin in the finals. It was good because it also gave them a chance to see if Konoha was still producing strong shinobi as it had been over the previous years. Naruto and the other contestants stood in the middle of the stadium where all could see them. They were the main attraction of the finals. Everyone had come to watch them battle, to see their prowess as genins, to see if they had what it took to become Chunin. They were also representing their villages. Performing well would bring glory to their villages, at the same time performing below par would surely take a bite on the image of their villages. Potential customers and allies were watching, it was for the benefit of their villages to do well in front of them. Each of them had trained hard for the past month, readying themselves for the finals. Each was determined to win, it was obvious in each of the contestants' faces. Nobody wanted to lose in front of the whole stadium. It would be hurting to a person's pride to lose while everybody was watching. Especially if one bragged about being a victor at the end of the tournament. Naruto stood with his hands crossed on his chest. Nothing much had changed with him, only his hair had grown just an inch longer. Naruto's hair grew at a faster rate while he kept himself hidden at the apartment and at the hideout. His hair still covered his right eye. He had trained a bit during the last few days. What he had been doing most was perfecting his ninjutsu arsenal and better control over his Mangekyo sharingan. He had yet to be a master of the sharingan. He had trained his speed and strength the first 2 weeks and focused on the sharingan and ninjutsu for the rest. Today was one of the days that he would surely remember all his life, the day Konoha became aware of his heritage. It would certainly be worth smiling upon seeing the face of Konoha when it becomes aware of his heritage and power. The Sandaime looked at Naruto with questioning eyes. Beside him was another man who was a cage like him, the Yondaime case cage. 2 men wearing Anbu gear stood behind the case cage, they were his bodyguards. The case cage was present as his genin had reached the finals. Sanagakure was the only great village to have participated in the exams aside from Konoha, who were the hosts. It was understandable, the others did not get along well with Konoha. The look the Sandaime was giving Naruto was pushed because Naruto had not been seen around the village for the whole month after turning down Jiraiya. He was curious as to where Naruto had been and what he had been doing after disappearing. Jiraiya suddenly appeared behind the old Hokage with a grin planted on his face. He was to act as the Sandaime's bodyguard for the duration of the finals. "I told you he would show up," Jiraiya said to his former sensei. The Sandaime nodded. "Good," he said, his eyes focusing on the arena. "It certainly is lively here. Don't you agree, Hokage Dono?" The case cage suddenly spoke. One could not see his face clearly due to the cage robe he wore. The Sandaime looked at the case cage and smiled. "It certainly is." Before the conversation between the 2 cages could go further, a man appeared before the Hokage. He had shoulder-length brown hair which hung about his face with brown eyes. He wore a forehead protector like a bandana, and a standard Jonin outfit and a senbon in his mouth. "Should I start with the finals, Hokage-sama?" the man asked. The Sandaime nodded in approval. All the contestants were already present along with other important people. There was no need to keep the crowd waiting any longer. He was surprised though that Kakashi had brought Sasuke in time for the finals. He had thought that the Jonin would be late along with Sasuke, that was why he had made preparations for Kakashi to be looked for if he did not appear in time. He could not be faulted for that given Kakashi's laid-back attitude. Genma stepped forward and jumped in the middle of the arena just in front of the contestants. He smiled at them before looking back at the crowd, which had become settled. "Welcome everyone," he said loudly for everyone to hear him. "My name is Genma Shiranui, proctor of the finals. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chunin Selection Exam Finals." Genma yelled out to the crowd, who welcomed his words with cheers. "We will now begin with the matches between the contestants that have worked hard and reached the finals of this tournament," Genma said, and made his way over to the proctor's seat. He looked at the contestants of the first match, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. "The rest of the contestants, please go back to the contestants' booth." The rest of the contestants left the arena. Sasuke shot Naruto a glance before leaving. He had trained hard and gotten strong during his time with Kakashi. He wanted to test the power he had attained against Naruto. Genma looked between Naruto and Neji. Naruto still had his impassive expression. Neji had the same expression as Naruto. "The rules are the same as the ones that applied during the preliminaries," Genma said. "First match of the Chunin exam finals. Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji," Genma yelled. "Begin." He yelled, motioning with his hands for the genins to begin the first match. Naruto unfolded both his hands from his chest. Before the exams, Zetsu had told him something he had taken into account. Genins did not give him a match. Only a select few could land a hit on him. He had always ended a match quickly because it annoyed him, dragging himself against someone who can't land a hit on him. Zetsu had told him that if he did not want to get bored with fights, he should at least play with his opponents. Naruto was going to do just that, but also embarrass the arrogant Hyuga for his actions against Hinata. The air in the arena was thick as Neji stared at Naruto blankly. He was confident he could win the match. He was a prodigy after all, and anyone who was fated against him was fated to lose. A clone puffed into existence beside Naruto. He took a few steps back and sat down Indian style with his eyes closed. Zetsu's advice weighed down a bit, but he would test his opponent's strength with a clone before fighting himself. If Neji could defeat his clone easily, he would have his fun just as Zetsu had advised him. Fighting Neji would give him a chance to experiment. The clone Naruto had made was a solid clone. It had little chakra, as Naruto did not want it to drag the fight for too long. Neji seemed insulted by Naruto's actions. Anyone would have been insulted. "What is this, aren't you going to fight me?" Neji asked, looking at the real Naruto. Naruto stayed as he was while his clone spoke. "I will, but that is if you defeat me. I'm just a clone, one hit and I will dispel." The clone stated impassively. The clone's words drew question marks all over the stadium. People were wondering if it was just arrogance to say something like that. Neji was a prodigy and he could surely defeat a mere clone. None felt more insulted than Neji. But the Hyuga was able to contain his anger. He did not think that Naruto would have the guts to do something nor say something like that. He was not expecting it. But he would not be shown up by someone who was once considered a dead last. "Byakugan!" Neji yelled as veins around his white eyes bulged. Neji ran towards the real Naruto, ignoring the clone. He could not waste time with the clone when he could fight the real person. What Naruto had done was an insult to his skills and his pride as a shinobi. To make him look like he was not worth an effort to fight and have him fight a clone instead was degrading. He could not allow anyone to make him sink any lower than that. Naruto stopped Neji in his tracks by standing in his way. If he wanted to make the real one fight, he had to defeat the clone. With the fighting style of the Hyuga clan, his speed would have to keep his distance because a single hit from Neji would destroy him. He was faster than Neji, that would prove to be an advantage to him, but he was not as fast as the real one. Fighting a Hyuga was not a good thing for a clone. The chances of being destroyed in a single direct hit were high. Neji glared at the clone before raising his palm, which was glowing with chakra. He tried to hit the clone Naruto on the chest. The clone jumped back, dodging the blow. Neji wasted no time. He dashed at the clone, making it jump away from him again. Are you going to keep running away from me? Neji asked while getting into his clan's taijutsu style, the gentle fist. The clone responded by charging at Neji. It swung its right leg when it had reached the genin. Neji crouched down to avoid the kick and raised his palm to try hitting the clone. The clone disappeared suddenly and appeared behind Neji. Neji spun around quickly to block the oncoming punch sent towards him by the clone. The Byakugan gives me clear view of the battlefield. I can see your attacks. Neji stated his hands were still blocking Naruto's punch. The clone responded by making a distance between itself and Neji. It looked at the real Naruto for a second. A second was what Neji needed as he suddenly appeared before the clone, hitting it with his palm and sending a chakra pulse at the clone's chest, making it disappear in a puff of smoke. But not before saying something more to itself than to Neji. I let my guard down. Neji smirked and turned around facing Naruto. Naruto was already standing up looking at Neji blankly. I have defeated your clone easily. It did nothing but delay the inevitable. Neji said arrogantly. Naruto gave no response to Neji's words. Neji got back into his taijutsu stance. Fate has deemed that you will lose against me. You were the dead last at the academy, but now you are not. I don't believe that you are no longer a dead last. You are still a dead last running away from his fate, but no one can escape fate, as fate cannot be changed. Neji spoke impassively. What you are now is a mask hiding what you once were called at the academy, a dead last. I will defeat you today and remove that mask, exposing who you truly are, a dead last. Neji said, believing that he could defeat Naruto and remove his mask. Naruto responded by holding a single hand seal. Fire style. Great fireball, Naruto muttered as he breathed out a large fireball that sped at Neji. The fireball was twice as big as that which Sasuke could make. Neji, seeing that if the jutsu hit him he would be toast, literally, made a quick escape without getting hurt. Sasuke had wide eyes upon seeing Naruto do his favorite jutsu with one hand seal. It bothered him greatly that Naruto could do that jutsu better than him. He had never seen Naruto do that jutsu. Naruto had never shown any skill to use ninjutsu before. Performing the fireball jutsu with a single hand seal meant that he was accustomed to doing the jutsu and had mastered it. It infuriated him. He was an Uchiha. All Uchihas were supposed to be masters of the great fireball. The jutsu had originated from the Uchiha clan after all. It was unacceptable to see someone do the jutsu better than he could. So he is going to reveal his true power, the Sandaime thought with a smile. He too was a bit surprised that Naruto could perform the fireball jutsu with a single hand seal. It would not have been surprising had it been an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan had a natural affinity to fire release, so it would not be surprising. This is certainly turning out to be interesting. I heard that Uzumaki did not display any skill in ninjutsu. But seeing him perform a jutsu like that makes me curious. The cage said to the Hokage, curiosity dripping from his tone. He was wondering why Naruto did not use any jutsu in the Forest of Death. Both Jiraiya and the Hokage nodded but offered no words. They just wanted to watch what Naruto could do. Back at the fight, after dodging the fireball, Neji appeared several feet away from the jutsu. Naruto suddenly appeared before Neji. Neji was shocked as he was caught off guard. He had not been expecting Naruto to attack him after sending the fireball jutsu at him. He had not even seen Naruto move. You are really annoying when you start talking, Naruto stated impassively. Neji had been expecting him to attack him given that he had been caught off guard. If Naruto had attacked when he had appeared before him, he would have hit him since he was in no position to defend. He was not a bit curious as to why Naruto did not try to land a blow on him. Neji glared at Naruto for saying he was annoying. He smirked, you had an opportunity to land a hit on me, but you did not use it. Such an opportunity will not come again, and I will make you regret it. Neji said impassively. His palm rushed at Naruto's left shoulder. Naruto shifted aside to avoid Neji's hit. Looking at Neji's face, he was positive that Neji was not going to stop with his attacks. Neji tried hitting his right shoulder. Naruto dodged, forcing Neji to try to hit another target. Naruto dodged all of the attacks while his eyes were firmly on Neji. His speed was the reason Neji could not land a hit on him. Naruto jumped back, creating a distance between himself and Neji. He was doing his best to avoid being hit by Neji's attacks. It would be rather troubling if he were to have his chakra paths blocked. Neji's strikes aimed at blocking his chakra paths. If his chakra paths were blocked, it would make him immobile. But at least for him, for a moment, having his chakra paths blocked was something he could deal with. Neji ran at Naruto at a faster speed than before. His hands were still glowing with light blue chakra. To his shock, Naruto's hands began to glow with chakra. One had to have good chakra control to be able to do what Naruto had done. Neji had been moving at a faster speed than Naruto had thought he would. But it did not mean that he could not handle it. Naruto blocked Neji's attempt to hit him in the chest with his hand. It was laced with chakra to prevent its chakra pathway from being blocked. Naruto continued on to block Neji's attacks for 4 minutes straight. He only received 2 hits on both his shoulders, but he dealt with it quickly by forcing chakra to pass through the blocked pathway. It was a rather uncomfortable process. But other than that, he had no injuries or bruises. Neji, on the other hand, was slightly worn out. He was also frustrated because he had failed to give Naruto an injury. All his attempts to hit Naruto had been fruitless. Naruto suddenly gripped Neji's right hand. He held it tightly, making Neji wince. Naruto spun around along with Neji. Neji spun around in the air while his hand was held by Naruto. He knew that Naruto was going to release the hold on his hand. But if Naruto did that, it would send him flying. Naruto let go of Neji's hand. But before Neji was thrown away from him, he hit Naruto's right hand, making it immobile. Neji was sent crashing towards the wall. He recovered quickly, but his body was slightly bruised and his clothes slightly tattered. He got up and looked at Naruto. His eyes could see that Naruto's hand was immobile because he had blocked its chakra pathways. Your right hand is immobile now. With only one usable hand left, I will easily remove that mask you wear, Neji said with a smirk. Naruto sighed inwardly and forced chakra on his right hand to open up the blocked chakra pathways, unlocking his chakra pathways with little effort. He disappeared and appeared in front of Neji. He did not attack just as he did last time. Neji smirked as he stared at Naruto. He would make the blonde regret his choice of not attacking him while he could. You are within my range, Neji stated. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji said, his fingers going at Naruto's body. 2 palms. Neji said as his hands hit Naruto. 4 palms. 4 hits at Naruto's shoulders, blocking his tenketsu points. He hit Naruto with his strikes until he reached 64 strikes. Naruto had taken each strike without trying to block. Remarkably, he was still standing, only his shoulders were slumped and his eyes were staring down at the ground. I have hit you with 64 strikes. Your body should not be able to move. I suggest you stay down and accept what fate has decided, Neji said. You were fated to lose this match and thus you have lost. Naruto's eyes left the ground and traveled towards Neji. Neji spoke again, seeing Naruto look at him. Give up, you have no power to defeat me, Neji said, believing that his opponent was weaker than him. It was not fate that you hit me, Naruto corrected. You only hit me because I wanted you to, as I wanted to see what would happen if your technique hit me. The whole stadium was silenced by Naruto's proclamation. Some hung their mouths open while others blinked several times and a few just raised their brows. It was just unbelievable to them. No one would dare take on those hits just to see what would happen. That would be unless he was shot off a few brain cells. You are lying. Even if you let yourself be hit, the damage is done. I can see your tenketsu points are blocked with my eyes, Neji said, not believing that Naruto had let himself be hit. Naruto released a wave of chakra, forcing his tenketsu points to open. The chakra he released picked up debris around him for a moment before the dust cleared. Naruto stood still, his tenketsu points now opened with his eyes fixed on Neji. Naruto closed his eyes and slowly opened them, revealing a fully matured sharingan. A sharingan he had managed to keep hidden from everyone within the village.